Chapter 1915. A doctor had the heart of a parent. Sun Bukong's heart was in extreme pain as he watched so many souls being annihilated. Jun Changshao was the same. Especially when he thought of how the servant corpse had chosen death to end the torture, he could no longer suppress his anger. Wrong. I was wrong. What needed to be saved was not the servant corpse, but the entire star spirit world. He had to help it change its blood, flesh, and bones, inside and out. There are too many dark places in the world. This is just the tip of the iceberg, the system said. So, Jun Changshao said, since I've encountered it, I have to change it. He came to the star spirit world for revenge, but now his mentality had changed. To put it shamelessly, Jun Changshao wanted to be a savior at this moment. He wanted to completely change the star spirit world and even the entire universe system. It's here. Zhang San, who was imprisoned in Tianyuan prison pagoda, suddenly sensed something and excitedly raised his head. The person who will change the upper universe's structure is finally here. He had this feeling before. However, it was particularly strong today, as if it was close at hand. Not only Zhang San. Many powerhouses in the upper universe also realized it, so they were more active in fighting against the Sky Devil Emperor. They didn't care who could change the upper universe's structure. They only cared about whether they could obtain luck and merit in this unprecedented change, so as to break through to a higher level and even enter the land of eternal life. Kid. That night, the old man from Taixien came to the study and said, "It's not enough to do craniotomy alone. We have to find a more convenient way." Because he was the supreme elder and the master in name, he usually didn't call him patriarch. Is there a way? Jun Changshao asked. The old man from Taixien placed a dismantled bomb on the table and said, "According to my research during this period of time, this thing contains an extremely complicated array. If it can be cracked, it might lose its effect without needing to be taken out by craniotomy." Is that so? Jun Changshao's eyes lit up. During the day, so many servant corpses were tortured to death. Although he couldn't stop it, he felt that there were indeed signs of array fluctuations in the other party's sea of consciousness. However, the old man from Taixin said, "It will take a lot of time to study." Jun Changshao expressed his understanding. He was the master of the eternal world, but he couldn't stop the servant corpses and could only let them disappear. It was enough to show that the formation was very profound and could ignore the space barrier between the visual world and the mortal world. "Master," Jun Changshao said, "I'll leave this matter to you. I'll do my best." The next day, the Taixien elder selected a group of disciples who had high attainments in array formations and brought all kinds of tools and facilities into the secret realm of time and space. He didn't plan to come out until he had studied the array thoroughly. Star Spirit World, Law Enforcement Hall. The upper echelons sat at a huge round table, and the atmosphere was extremely stifling. Huitian City was suddenly attacked by zombies, and the situation was extremely serious. This made them have no choice but to be serious. "Everyone," the hall master of the Law Enforcement Hall said in a deep voice, "this is definitely a premeditated rebellion." "Pa," he snapped his fingers. A scene slowly appeared on the light screen in front of him. It was the scene of a large number of zombies attacking Huitian City. The devil ancestor was also clearly captured, and it was quite handsome. 9,527? After someone saw the number clearly, he frowned and said, "How is he still alive?" The upper echelons present were also stunned. The zombies who had announced to the entire star spirit world that soul punishment would be carried out were actually alive and well. This was a bit inconceivable. "One thing is for sure," the hall master of the Law Enforcement Hall said with a serious expression, "this zombie rebellion was instigated by him." "Humph," someone said disdainfully, "instead of being a good slave, he actually wants to cause trouble. How audacious." The hall master of the Law Enforcement Hall said in a deep voice, The zombies in Huitian City have all been taken away by that guy. This seat is worried that they will continue to cause trouble. Use soul punishment. Let these disloyal zombies have their souls scattered. The upper echelons expressed their opinions. As soon as we received the news that Huitian City was breached, the Hall of Law Enforcement has already taken action. The Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall frowned and said, however, this seat is worried that they will be safe and sound like 9527. He was half right. There were indeed many zombies that were safe and sound. Everyone fell silent. The upper echelons have already known about this and ordered the Law Enforcement Hall to investigate thoroughly. The Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall said, investigate. A bad-tempered martial artist said angrily, we must investigate. On the same day, the Law Enforcement Hall began to take action. However, after a few days of investigation, they still couldn't find 9527 and the large number of zombies that were taken away. They couldn't help but suspect that they might have left the Star Spirit world. Don't be careless. The Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall said, order all the cities to enter a state of alert. The zombies suddenly attacked Huitian City and took away a large number of martial arts resources and zombies. It was definitely premeditated and might even appear out of nowhere. As expected, he guessed right. About a month later, the Fiend Ancestor led the Avengers to appear once again. With the force of a thunderbolt, they broke through another city and took away a large amount of martial arts resources, taking away nearly 10,000 zombies. Before they retreated, they even smiled at the projection array. This is a blatant provocation. Damn it. The upper echelons were all furious. The Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall was calmer. He took out the zombies' serial numbers and compared them one by one through the light screen. In the end, he concluded that at least 80% of the people who participated in the attack were taken away from Huitian City. In other words, they were not sentenced to death. They were still alive and had become rebels. This was a big problem. No. The Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall realized that the situation was not good. He immediately wrote a report and sent it to a higher organization, hoping to get the attention of the upper echelons. Kill. Kill. More than half a month later, the Avengers appeared in another city. Although the Star Spirit world had entered a state of alert, they were often caught off guard because they couldn't determine the specific location of the rebels. In terms of overall strength, the Avengers were definitely not as good as the Star Spirit world. However, as the base of the Eternal World, they could hide in the shadows and change places after a shot. They could concentrate all their forces to break into a certain city and then retreat safely. Quick! Quick! After returning, the members of the medical hall began to get busy. They had to race with the Grim Reaper and remove the bombs in the heads of the new zombies in the shortest time possible. Fortunately, the Demon Ancestor had experience. The 2 consecutive attacks on the cities of the Star Spirit world were small in scale, and there were not many zombies. It was just enough for Sun Wukong and the others to perform craniotomy in time, and to a large extent to avoid the detonation of the bombs after the Law Enforcement Hall found out. Unfortunately, the cities were small and there were few zombies. After breaking into the cities twice, the resources obtained were not many. Jun Changshao didn't care. He just took it as training for the Avengers. In just a few months, the Demon Ancestor had made 3 successful attacks in a row. However, he didn't get carried away by the victory and immediately ordered a truce. To deal with an upper-class plane, one couldn't be too hasty. One had to take it slowly. Jun Changshao didn't care how the Demon Ancestor played. He now hoped that the Taishan old man could develop a way to crack the bombs so that he could be more unscrupulous. Success. Half a year later, the Taishan old man walked out of the space-time secret realm excitedly. Because he was too engrossed in the research, his hair was disheveled, his beard was unkempt, and he looked extremely haggard. Buzz. In the open area of the back mountain, the flowing light formation appeared. The Taishan old man said proudly, "This is a soul isolation formation that I developed based on the internal structure of the bomb. As long as the zombies enter, their souls and bodies will be completely isolated from the outside world." Having an old man at home was like having a treasure. This sentence was specially used to describe the Taishan old man. While the medical hall was busy with the craniotomy for the zombies, he lived up to his expectations and created a great array that could isolate the soul and body. "Is it okay?" He needed to test it. Swish. Swish. In the dark night of the star spirit world, one figure after another sped forward like a ghost, and then stopped outside a heavily guarded city. The demon ancestor stood on a tree, looked at the moonlight, and said, "Get ready." Schwa. Schwa. Dozens of Avengers stood up from the bushes. They picked up the RPG rocket launcher and locked onto the indestructible city gate in front of them. Ka-ka. Ka-ka-ka. The other members hiding in the dark took out their fully automatic rifles or sniper rifles and skillfully loaded the bullet. The firearms were provided by Jun Changshao. High-level spirit stones were used as energy sources, allowing the originally outdated weapons to still possess powerful destructive power. Every Avenger was equipped with a special bullet. The bullet was not stored by spirit stones, but by the power of immortal sound. TSK. The demon ancestor said, "Does this strange thing really have an unfathomable power?" As a traditional martial artist, he disdained to play tricks and believed more in his own fist. However, when they came, Jun Changshao specially instructed them to use it during the siege and to strive for a quick battle. Only then did they agree to let the members take it out. Ka. Ka. The Avengers who were carrying the rocket launcher also loaded the cannonballs gathered by the power of immortal sound and stood in place, waiting for the Hall Master to give the order to attack the city. The demon ancestor was calm. After waiting for 2 hours in the middle of the night, he pointed at the city and shouted, "Fire!" Bam! 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 The deafening sound caused the demon ancestor's eardrums to buzz. Damn! Was there such a big commotion? There was no time for the demon ancestor to think, because he was completely shocked by the scene in his field of vision. That door. The seemingly indestructible door. Under the bombardment of dozens of cannonballs that dragged streams of light, it was directly blown into nothingness, and a huge gap was blown out. Dang dang dang! Dang dang dang! The dozens of Avengers who fired the cannonballs took more than 10 steps back before stabilizing their bodies, their faces full of shock. They had previously received the most professional training from Xiao Ziji and were familiar with the recoil of firearms. However, the vibration caused by the special cannonballs was too exaggerated. If not for the support of their strong bodies, they would have been torn apart. The demon ancestor's mouth twitched. The equipment given by that kid was too powerful. The equipment was not very scary, but the cannonballs gathered by the power of immortal sound were terrifying. The demon ancestor quickly recovered from his shock. His veins bulged as he roared, "Kill!" Swish. Swish. Tens of thousands of Avengers charged in with AK-47s. In a world of martial arts, a group of martial artists charged in with firearms. The scene was simply too unnatural. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The alarm in the city sounded, and the stationed guards rushed in from all directions. The Avengers who had already rushed in through the gap in the city gate stood in the ruins with their legs crossed, raised the AK-47s in their hands, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Da-da-da! Da-da-da! In an instant, the bullet-emitting blue light was shot out with a trail of light behind it. In slow motion, they were densely packed like a waterfall. If there were only a few of them, the guards could still use their secret technique, repeated horizontal jumps to dodge. Now they could only be live targets. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. The bullets hit the soldiers, piercing through their armor and bodies. In the end, they all fell to the ground. The demon ancestor who witnessed this scene was deeply shocked again. The strength of these guards was not bad, and their equipment was also very good. Under normal circumstances, the energy gathered by the members' martial arts might not be able to penetrate them easily, but they were all killed. Boom! At this moment there was an explosion on the main street of the city. The demon ancestor hurriedly looked over and saw that the dust had dispersed, and there was a huge crater in the ground. Hundreds of soldiers appeared around it, and they were all dead. Swish! He hurriedly looked up at the city wall. Under the moonlight, Xiao Ziji carried a smoking rocket launcher, a cigar hanging in his mouth, and the cloak behind him rustled. Jun Changshao decided to give the star spirit world a makeover, so when the demon ancestor attacked the military fortress, he sent out the core disciples of the sect of all times. Kill, kill, kill! Kill, kill, kill! On another street in the city, the soldiers rushed over like a flood. However, they soon stopped. In their field of vision, at the corner of the street, a monk in a kasaya put his palms together and said, "Lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha on the spot." The soldiers rushed to support the front line, so they couldn't stop. They gathered their strength on their swords and rushed over. Du Nan shook his head helplessly, then waved his sleeves and said, "Buddha is merciful." Whoosh whoosh. The golden Buddha's light erupted behind him, gradually condensing into a benevolent Dharma idol, and then it turned into 8 palms, carrying a powerful force as they rushed toward the soldiers. Bang bang bang! Bang bang bang! Du Nan put his palms together and strolled leisurely on the street. The Dharma idol behind him was like a bulldozer, blasting the soldiers who rushed over in all directions as if they were garbage. Because the power was too strong, their souls flew to the next heaven on the spot. Although Buddha is merciful, his fists can transcend souls. The corner of the demon ancestor's mouth twitched. How could a Buddhist be so decisive in killing? Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Suddenly, the corner of his eyes swept across another street. The airtight sword energy interweaved into a gorgeous picture until it gradually disappeared. The soldiers who rushed out were all still. Clang! Standing opposite, Zhou Hong put his sword into the sheath and then continued to stand proudly. Plop! Plop! With that, 100 soldiers fell to the ground. Similar scenes were playing out in other places. In short, Jun Changshao sent out a large number of elite disciples, including Su Xiaomao, Li Fei, and Yi Xingqian, to help the Avengers stabilize the situation, so that they could smoothly take down this city. Yi Xingqian was not here. At this point, the author took off his glasses and gently wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. He missed the cold, proud, and a little cute second male lead. Cry. A certain reader first wiped his nose with a tissue, then wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, and said with a grin, "Cry for me." It was dawn. An important military base in the star spiritual world had fallen. In this battle, only a few thousand of the 50,000 guards escaped. When the experts of the law enforcement hall rushed over, they could only stomp their feet in anger when they saw the collapsed city walls, the corpses everywhere, and the empty city lord mansion. Execute! The hall master of the law enforcement hall roared. Buzz! Buzz! The formation representing the soul punishment appeared, and the hundreds of thousands of corpse servants who had disappeared in the city were punished. It had only been 10 minutes since the demon ancestor broke into the city and looted the resources. With the ability of Sun Bukong and others, it was impossible to perform craniotomy for them in such a short time, so the tragedy probably did not happen. Eternal world. Soul isolating formation. When the law enforcement hall punished the missing corpse servants, energy invisible to the naked eye tried to break through the flowing light barrier, but they were always rejected. They were unwilling to give up, so they used violence to break through. In the end, only insignificant fluctuations were caused when they hit the barrier. Ah! The Taishan elder laughed with his hands on his hips, successfully isolated the connection between the bomb and the outside world. Amazing! Jun Changshao immediately gave him a thumbs up. When it came to studying strange things, he was still the best. Thud! Thud! Time passed slowly, and the corpse servants who had defused the bomb walked out of the formation. Not only did they escape punishment, but they also became members of the Avengers. There is such a formation. Jun Changshao sat in the main hall, crossed his legs and said, "I must save all the corpse servants and let them fight for freedom." P.S. Too lazy to think of a chapter name, 2 in 1. Chapter 1916. After the zombies entered the soul isolation array, their souls and bodies would be temporarily separated and completely cut off from the outside world. In this way, even if the astral spirit realm executed them, they would not be harmed. Of course, the array was only a temporary suppression. Whether the zombies could regain their freedom depended on Sun Wukong and the others. So they were very busy, so busy that they had to perform craniotomy for patients in the soul isolation array for several days. When they were tired or sleepy, they would lie on the ground for a while. "Thank you." After each zombie successfully removed the bomb, they would express their gratitude to all the medical staff. "You're welcome. This is what we should do." Every time they heard the patient's gratitude, Sun Wukong and the others would always show a bright smile, and their fatigue seemed to disappear. Jun Changshao, who was standing in the distance, said seriously, "I salute your professionalism and attitude, your efforts, and your selfless dedication. Taking down the astral spirit realm's military base not only gave them a large number of zombies, but also a lot of martial arts resources and many scientific research results. This was not. The Taishan elder and Fan Yezi were already immersed in it and could not extricate themselves. In order to master the advanced array and advanced forging of the astral spirit realm as soon as possible, the two brothers had already forgotten to eat and sleep. I see. I finally understand. There was always something to learn. This saying was not wrong at all. The Taishan elder and Fan Yezi had a new understanding of array and forging through reading about the astral spirit realm, and even began to modify the mech and equipment. The biggest improvement was that the core CPU of the Diablo had finally been upgraded from 14 Goshing to 12 Goshing, with better performance and better cooling. The Taishan elder patted his chest and said, "The new generation Diablo's performance improvement is definitely more than 50%. Only 50%? Jun Changshao was not satisfied. In his opinion, the new mech must be improved by 200%, otherwise it would be like squeezing toothpaste. There's no other way. The Taishan elder said helplessly, "This is already the limit." The 50% performance improvement of the new mech came from better materials, better array technology, and better spirit stone resources. But if they were to improve it, the effect would be minimal unless there was a better energy source. That was it. The Star Spirit Realm's spirit stones were already of the highest standard. Then go and use the power of the celestial music. Jun Changshao said, "Let's unleash the full potential of this power." The old Taishan man rolled his eyes. It was easy for this fellow to say that. Unleashing the power of the celestial music required technical support and time to research. Back to the star spirit world. The demon ancestor led a group of people to attack an important military base, causing the entire plane to explode. One had to know that because of the previous successive attacks, all the major cities had entered a state of alert, not to mention the cities that were heavily guarded. In the end, they were still swept away by them. Hall Master. In the main hall of the law enforcement hall, an old man said with an ugly expression, "I'm afraid this is not a simple rebellion. Today, they dared to launch a sneak attack on Linhua City. Tomorrow, they might even dare to launch a sneak attack on the state capital." One of the higher-ups said worriedly. The star spirit world was also divided into states, and the main city of each state was called a state capital. The higher-ups have already taken action. The Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall said with a solemn expression, "They should be sending someone here soon." Kaki. Suddenly, a strange laughter sounded in their ears. "I'm already here." Who? Everyone hurriedly got up and looked around vigilantly, but they did not see anything. Could it be? The Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall thought of something and said in shock, "The higher-ups sent Lord Ian? Little guy." Suddenly, a sinister voice sounded in their ears again. "You guessed right. As a reward for your recent crime of not doing well." The Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall stood stiffly on the spot because a sharp dagger appeared out of thin air at his neck and slowly moved away. Buzz. The space behind him distorted slightly, and a wretched middle-aged man appeared. He first grinned, then licked the blade with his tongue. Unfortunately, it was not poisonous, otherwise it would be a masterpiece. This person did not emit any aura, as if he appeared out of thin air. It was too strange. The Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Just now, he could feel the chill of the dagger, and he could feel that he had walked out of the gates of hell. Swish! He turned around and knelt down. The Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall, Yang Shihong, greets the Honorable Lord Ian. Plop! In an instant, the higher-ups present all knelt down, and they were so frightened that they did not even dare to raise their heads. The powerhouses who could serve in the Law Enforcement Hall all had first-class VIP status. Only the SVP, which was above the VIP, could make them kneel down. The so-called SVP referred to the highest level of the star spirit world. He was one of the higher-ups. He had the ability that men dreamed of, which was to master the spirit of concealment. He could turn invisible anytime and anywhere, and he could come and go without a trace. As for his strength, he was definitely not weaker than the ruins of End Sword Saint. As a higher-up of the star spirit world, he definitely had to have a reputation. With immediate effect, Ian sat casually on the conference table, crossed his arms, and said, "I will command the Law Enforcement Hall." Yes. Everyone shouted in unison. "Present the recent information about the Servant Corps rebellion." Ian did not care about the situation at all and lay on the conference table as if he was lying on his own brick bed. Everyone was speechless. It was rumored that Lord Ian was unrestrained and unrestrained. Now that they had seen him, he really lived up to his reputation. The higher-ups of the Law Enforcement Hall acted one after another and presented all the information about the Servant Corps rebellion. After Ian analyzed them one by one, he said with a lazy gaze, "In other words, the missing servant corpses are not dead, and they all participated in the rebellion." "Yes, Lord Ian. It's not a big problem." Ian stretched and said, "The best way to prevent the Servant Corps rebellion is to put all the servant corpses in the star spirit world under the soul torture." The people of the Law Enforcement Hall were all dumbfounded. Indeed, from the looks of it, all the missing servant corpses eventually became the culprits of the star spirit world. If they did not want them to continue to be the accomplice of the villain, killing them in advance could be considered to prevent future trouble. However, the Law Enforcement Hall only thought about it and did not dare to put it into action, because the servant corpses in the star spirit world had existed for hundreds of thousands of years and were deeply rooted. All walks of life needed them. Directly erasing them would paralyze the entire plane. "Can't I?" Ian asked. No one dared to say it, but in their hearts they said, "My Lord Ian, your idea is too unrealistic. Forget it, forget it." Ian jumped down from the table and walked to the map of the star spirit world hanging in front. He circled the cities that the demon ancestor had attacked. After careful analysis, he held his chin and said, "Don't you think that the cities they attacked have a pattern?" This, everyone gathered around. From the labels between the cities, it was obviously a 5-pointed star. No, it was still at the 4 corners for the time being, because the demon ancestor had only attacked 4 cities for the time being. "Pa!" Lord Ian slapped a city on the map, which was the last corner, and said with a cold gaze, "Mobilize all the forces of the law enforcement hall and the surrounding forces of this city. We will catch all these small fishes in one fell swoop tonight. My son has to go to kindergarten. Today I have to go through all the enrollment procedures. I originally planned to send him after the new year, but because of the epidemic it was delayed for half a year. Sigh, when I think of sending him to kindergarten tomorrow, I am so excited that I want to sing. The little divine beast has finally left his parents' embrace to torture his little classmates and teachers." Chapter 1917. Sect of All Times. Jun Changshao sat in the Avengers Hall, carefully listening to the demon ancestor's next plan. Wait! When the other party talked about the cities they were going to attack, he suddenly interrupted, "You seem to have a pattern." The demon ancestor was puzzled. What pattern? Jun Changshao came to the sand table and pointed at the 4 cities that had been attacked, then pointed at the 5th city, saying, "Don't you think it looks like a pentagram when connected?" This, the demon ancestor carefully observed and said in surprise, "It really does look like it." Jun Changshao was speechless. From this guy's expression, it seemed that he had chosen the cities as he pleased, coincidentally giving off a sense of pattern. The demon ancestor's choice of cities was strictly calculated. As for the pentagram, that was purely an accident. If Go Xing had not pointed it out, he would not have noticed it himself. "What do you mean?" "It's too obvious. Let's change cities." Jun Changshao was worried that the star spirit world would realize this pattern and set a trap in the 5th city in advance, waiting for everyone to walk into the trap. He guessed right. Lord Yin had already led the law enforcement hall over. According to the pentagram pattern that was inadvertently formed, he vowed to catch all the rebels in one fell swoop. "All right," the demon ancestor said, "then let's change." Jun Changshao pointed at a city on the sand table that was of a decent size, saying, "How about attacking this one?" The demon ancestor's expression was a little dazed. There was no other reason. The city that Jun Changshao had chosen was called Great Heaven City. There were a total of 10 states in the star spirit world, and Great Heaven City was the main city of one of the 10 states. Attacking a state's main city was a little exaggerated. If we attack a state's main city, it will definitely alarm the higher-ups of the star spirit world, the demon ancestor said worriedly. After taking down an important military base, they would obtain a lot of martial arts resources and zombies, but in the end they did not have the courage to attack a state's main city. After all, the level was too high. At least they would need to develop for a while. "Do you think the higher-ups of the star spirit world will not be alarmed after attacking 4 times in a row?" Jun Changshao asked. The demon ancestor was silent. As long as the other party wasn't an idiot, they definitely wouldn't be able to sit still. "Actually," Jun Changshao said, "now that things have developed to this point, it doesn't matter whether the astral spirit world is alarmed or not. All we can do is fight them to the end." "Fight to the death," Fiend Ancestor said through gritted teeth. All these years, he had been struggling at death's door like a slave, and he had long since accumulated boundless rage. Now that he had the ability to contend against him, he had to toy with him to death. Me. Fiend Ancestor. He was not to be trifled with. When it came to the star spirit realm, he had nowhere to vent his viciousness. When it came to Jun Changshao, he was as cowardly as a dog. "I've decided." Jun Changshao slapped his thigh and said, "Let's attack this provincial capital." Pung pung pung. In the workshop of the Foundry Hall, brand new equipment and weapons modified by Fan Yezi with the technology provided by the Astral Soul Realm were being formed one after another. Ka. In the workshop of the Hall of Arrays, the new Diablo models were being assembled one after another. Without a doubt, the resources obtained from plundering a military base had allowed the Sect of All Times equipment and mechas to be upgraded to a new level. Jun Changshao put on the new mecha and clenched his fingers tightly. He said in satisfaction, "Not bad." Patriarch. Fan Yezi smiled. With the current level of mecha, even if a revolving core realm martial artist were to wear it, they would not be weaker than a lower-level truth-seeking realm martial artist. Oh! Jun Changshao was surprised. That strong? The difference between the revolving core realm and the truth-seeking realm was an entire realm, and it was a bit exaggerated to be able to make up for it with equipment alone. What about the weapons? How's the research going? Fan Yezi took out a weapon that looked like a fully automatic rifle from his space ring and placed it on the table. He smiled and said, "I modified this based on the AK-47. Jun Changshao's mouth twitched slightly. The hall master of the Sect of All Times Foundry Hall did not study sabers, spears, swords, and halberds, but studied firearms instead. The system said, "It's all because of you. I've sinned." Jun Changshao said loudly, "Test the gun." Yes. Xiao Ziji suddenly appeared in front of him and picked up the new rifle. After loading the bullets, he walked out of the factory, aimed at a mountain peak 10,000 feet away, and pulled the trigger decisively. Jing Jiu's driving points were maxed out. In terms of shooting, Xiao Ziji was also maxed out. Bang! There was a loud bang like the sound of a cannon. In slow motion, the muzzle of the gun spewed flames, and the bullet condensed from high-level spirit stones shot out. With Xiao Ziji as the center, an energy fluctuation was generated, and layers of dust were stirred up. He remembered that when he first used this kind of firearm, because he could not bear the recoil, he was either Li Tianshan or himself. Now, he was as steady as Mount Tai, and was no longer the young man from before. Boom! The bullet pierced through and directly flattened the mountain peak. It was a bit exaggerated that a rifle could cause such damage. Not bad. Jun Changshao nodded in satisfaction and ordered, "Mass-produce this type of weapon as soon as possible and let every Avenger have one." "No problem." Fan Yezi smiled. However, after Jun Changshao left, he came back to his senses and roared, "There are so many Avenger. How long do I have to make them?" Patriarch. Li Luoqiu came to the main hall and said, "We've saved a few thousand more corpses, and they've been handed over to the medical hall for rescue. The demon ancestor needed more Avenger to join in and fight against the entire astral spirit world. However, there was still risk in attacking cities to plunder, so Jun Changshao ordered the Drizzle Hall to sneak into the major cities when they were free and save the corpses with decent strength." Is this saving? The system was speechless. This is robbing, okay. The Drizzle Hall's efficiency was still very high. Almost every few days, they would rob, save hundreds to thousands of corpses, so that they could get rid of the slave label and gloriously become Avenger. Half a year. A whole half a year. The demon ancestor did not take action. He was waiting for Jun Changshao's orders to attack a prefecture's capital. To be honest, the demon ancestor was under a lot of pressure now. A city, there must be many experts inside. If he were to lead a group of people to attack, he might not be able to return. "Don't worry," Jun Changshao said. "I don't do things that I'm not confident in." The demon ancestor said, "When do we make our move?" "Tonight." Ah! That night, the entire Sect of All Times was brightly lit, and all the halls were actively preparing. Quick, quick! On the mountain where the War Cavalry Hall was located, disciples in full armor ran out and stood neatly on the training field. Behind them were newly modified Diablo. The scene was very grand. Ta! Ta! In the Spirit Beast Hall's main hall, the Purple King shook his head and walked out. At the same time, he did not forget to take off his school uniform, revealing his strong muscles and sexy red underwear. The camera turned to the training field. Elder Nyo and the other higher-ups of the hall stood neatly. Their eyes flashed with strong fighting spirit. All of them were naked and wearing underwear. They just received the news. There was going to be an important operation soon. Since that was the case, Why didn't the Spirit Beast Hall wear any clothes? There was no other reason. They were afraid that their uniforms would be damaged during the fight and Yuan Gongzi would take the opportunity to deduct their beast cores. All the halls were actively preparing. They were either activating their armor or wearing their battle armor. Only the group of demonic beasts on the Spirit Beast Peak were naked. That scene was extremely unnatural. The Patriarch said. Z said solemnly, "This time, we will be attacking the city of the Star Spirit Domain. If our Spirit Beast Hall performs well, the beast cores will be multiplied next month." All the beasts' eyes lit up. "So," Z roared, "for this battle, all of you have to do your best for this king. In this battle, we have to make the Spirit Beast Hall famous." Yes. All the beasts roared, and their voices shook the surroundings. Paji. The beast word on the signboard couldn't withstand the impact and instantly fell off. At this moment, Jun Changxiao's voice came through the loudspeaker, "All troops, attack!" Swish, 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 swish. In just an instant, all the disciples of the Sect of all times that were prepared at the various halls vanished. When the camera cut to the Star Spirit Domain and the Great Sky City, the densely packed space battleships, mechas, and soldiers had completely surrounded the main city. Damn it! The Devil Ancestor's eyes almost popped out. This lineup, this momentum, it was simply too powerful. Chapter 1918. The Demon Ancestor worked for Jun Changxiao and did not join the Sect of all times. Although he was in the Sect, he was still restricted to the back mountain, so he did not know much about the Sect's strength. Now, today, he completely understood. In the sky there were thousands of space battleships, tens of thousands of tall mechas, and the devil army that he had once nurtured surrounded Great Heaven City. This formation could be described as the sky collapsing and the earth sinking. The demon ancestor was dumbfounded. A moment later, a bitter smile appeared on his face. Although he was pushed to the front by Jun Changxiao to command the Avengers to fight against the Star Spirit World, he still had hatred in his heart. He dreamed that one day, he would be able to trample Jun Changxiao and his Sect of all times under his feet. Everyone, the demon ancestor turned his head and looked at you outside the screen. He said sorrowfully, "Do I still have hope?" No. It was already gone. Anyone who had been dealt with by Jun Changxiao, regardless of whether they were on the right or wrong side, would not have the possibility of making a comeback. Therefore, the demon ancestor's current fate was to accept his fate. Since he couldn't take revenge, he might as well vent all his resentment on someone else. Who? The demon ancestor gathered power in his hands and roared, "Kill!" At first, he was quite worried about whether he could take down the state capital of the Star Spirit World. Now that the Sect of all times had attacked with all their might, the aura that erupted shook heaven and earth. Naturally, there was nothing to worry about. Kill! Kill! The Avengers roared in anger. Unlike the demon ancestor, who still secretly hated Jun Changxiao, these rescued zombies only hated the Star Spirit World and the aristocrats who controlled life and death. Therefore, they could not wait to rush into the city and kill. However, this time they were not needed to attack the state capital. Since Jun Changxiao had chosen to mobilize the entire sect, it meant that he was not willing to be the mastermind behind the scenes and was preparing to officially participate in the war. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! In Great Heaven City, the alarm rang. Xiu xiu xiu. One by one, the aristocrats with enhanced strength gathered on the city tower. When they saw that the city was surrounded inside and out, their expressions immediately became interesting. Being surrounded by others in their own territory, what was going on? Quickly contact the Law Enforcement Hall and Lord Yin. The city lord of De Tian City immediately ordered. He was still relatively calm and did not show any signs of panic. The reason was simple. The city was impregnable. Even if it was surrounded, it should be able to hold on until reinforcements arrived. City Lord. The subordinate replied, I've already contacted the law enforcement hall. They'll probably arrive in half an hour. An hour? The city lord of Dation City smiled and said, "It's not a big problem." Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. "Humph," a certain expert said coldly. "A group of slaves actually dares to resist? They must be tired of living." There was no denying it. The scale of the invading army was huge, and their battle formation was terrifying. However, our great heavenly city's defenses are extremely high, and our reinforcements can arrive within an hour. Why would we be afraid of you? Seeing the fearless expressions on their faces, Jun Changshao, who was sitting in the cockpit, took a sip of his cappuccino. Then, he gently placed the cup on the tray and said calmly, "Human cannon, level 1 ready." Buzz, buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, cannons appeared at the bottom of the space battleships hovering around him. Powerful energy converged and gradually formed a colorful light. "Human cannon, level 2 ready." Crack, 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 crack. Tens of thousands of Diablo soldiers lined up on both sides raised their arms. Gatling-like cannons extended from their palms. "Don't ask." Ask was the joint research of the Taishan Elder and Fan Yezi. Huff, huff. The wind howled. The atmosphere was tense. Seeing this, the city lord of Dation City's expression changed slightly. He immediately shouted, "Strengthen the city protection array." Buzz. Tens of thousands of array masters scattered in every corner of the city worked together. The defense array hidden in the dark was activated and shone brightly. It covered the entire city like an eggshell. As the array was strengthened, everyone felt safer. They looked at the battleships and mechas outside and laughed even more mockingly. Damn! The villains are too brainless. Otherwise, the city was completely surrounded. It was impossible to go out and fight. So, they could only stand on the city tower and look down on them strategically. In the distance, the ancient fleet and mechas were ready to go. Dation City, one of the top 10 cities in the Star Spirit realm, had its defenses fully activated. The scene was grand. After only a few seconds, Jun Changshao waved his hand and said, "Break the city." Boom. 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 In an instant, the cannons in the bottom of the battleship and the cannon barrels in the mecha's palms shot out all kinds of light. Cannonballs and bullets pierced through the void and burst out. The demon ancestor hurriedly covered his ears. His eyes were filled with shock. The commotion was too big. Swish, swish. In the far west, outside a city that the demon ancestor was about to attack, the elites of the law enforcement hall and hundreds of thousands of soldiers were moving quickly. "Damn it!" The leader, Lord Een, said angrily, "We were fooled." He had grasped the attacking pattern of the rebels and had set up many traps outside the city. As soon as the rebels appeared, he would catch them all in one fell swoop. In the end, after waiting for a long time, he received news that Dation City was under attack. Boom, boom, boom. On the way there were explosions. Een immediately determined that the sound came from Dation City. He shouted, "Full speed ahead!" Lord Een, the law enforcement hall master, followed closely behind. Dation City's defense is extremely high. Those rebels will need time to break through. If we rush over, we can take the opportunity to catch them all in one fell swoop. That's right. Een agreed. I have such a plan. Oomph. One of the law enforcement hall's upper echelons sneered. These slaves are crazy. How dare they attack our state capital? Listen up, Een said loudly. When we reach Dation City, we can't let any of the rebels go. We must kill them all. The servant corps system had existed for many years, but now they dared to rebel. They must be dealt a fatal blow as a warning to others. Yes, everyone shouted. Although they were shouting loudly now, they were all dumbfounded when they arrived at the scene. Dation City, one of the top 10 state capitals in the astral spirit realm, had been breached. The indestructible city walls were shattered into nothingness, and the city protection formation was gone. The city lord and most of the nobles were tied up and kneeling on the city tower. From the frequency of their bodies trembling, they seemed to be terrified. Behind them, the disciples of the sect of all times were holding firearms, and the muzzles were pointed at the back of their heads. Sorry. Jun Changshao sat in front of the relatively intact city tower with his legs crossed and a cigar in his hand. He smiled and said, "You're 59 minutes late." Lord Yin's expression was extremely ugly. When he received De Tian City's call for help, he replied that he would arrive in an hour. He was very punctual, not a second late. However, when the message was sent, De Tian City was breached by the sect of all times in just a minute. The so-called city protection formation, which was said to be impregnable, was like a piece of paper that could be broken with a single poke. "Kill," Yin said in a deep voice. "Kill them all." He was furious. He wanted to take back De Tian City. He wanted these rebels to be executed. Kill, 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 kill. The law enforcement hall and the elite soldiers sent over rushed toward the state capital like a wave. However, what awaited them were fully automatic rifles, sniper rifles, and RPG rocket launchers. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "Since our sect of all times has taken down this city, we don't intend to give it up." The demon ancestor almost fell to the ground. He had always thought that this attack on the state capital would be the same as before, mainly to plunder resources and servant corp. He did not expect that guy to not plan to leave after taking down the city. He planned to take over the city. Chapter 1919. Why did Jun Changshao want the entire army to attack? It was because he wanted to take down De Tian City, and was not going to leave. As he grew stronger and stronger, he did not plan to play tricks anymore. Instead, he decided to occupy a city with a good geographical location and use it as a stronghold to fight the astral world head-on. State capital. It was very suitable. Some people would ask, what if you can't win? Very simple, just flee. Anyway, it was not a city that he spent manpower and resources to build. He was just using it as a foothold. If the other party wanted to take it back, then he would give it to them. This guy, after knowing Jun Changshao's intention, the demon ancestor said with admiration, "His vision is bigger than mine." After becoming the leader of the Avengers, he had always emphasized guerrilla warfare. Even though he had recruited many zombies, he still did not dare to snipe at the astral world. On the other hand, Jun Changshao was really daring. Boom, boom. While he was thinking, the sound of cannons entered his ears. Turning around, the scene in front of him seemed to have entered a slow-motion state. The disciples of the sect of all times held firearms in their hands and stood on the broken city wall. They fired wildly at the astral world soldiers charging at them. Bullets and cannonballs pierced through the void and pierced through bodies, intertwining with brilliant colors. The demon ancestor slowly closed his eyes and listened to the sound of cannons and gunshot. His soul seemed to have been sublimated, and the corner of his mouth was filled with a smile. Listen. How beautiful the sound was. Swoosh. Suddenly, the demon ancestor rushed over. He fought side by side with the disciples of the sect of all times and took out an AK-47 from his space ring. He had obtained this weapon long ago. He used to disdain using it, but today, he was infected. Da-da-da. The demon ancestor fired at the crowd. Every time he fired a bullet, his expression gradually became ferocious, excited, and go-shing. A villain-level powerhouse stood in front of the broken city wall and fired wildly with his gun. It was obvious that he had integrated into the rhythm of the sect of all times. He did not use secret techniques or internal energy when fighting. He only relied on firearms. Jun Changshao's mouth showed a gratified and satisfied smile. Playing with guns. It was a man's nature. The demon ancestor was no exception. Kill. The Avengers also joined the battle. They raised all kinds of firearms and rushed to the city wall, madly pulling the trigger. The scene was like the survivors of the apocalypse, in order to protect the only pure land, madly using all kinds of firearms to fight the zombies. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. The Star Spirit World army surged forward like a tide, and the density of the bullets caused the charging soldiers to fall one after another. Of course, with the lethality of firearms, it was impossible to kill a person with one shot. In a situation where a large number of soldiers were attacking a city, it was common for them to miss out on a lot of soldiers or even be unable to suppress them at all. Therefore, the distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer. It seemed like the time for a bayonet fight was coming. Boom! Right at this moment, the ear-shattering sound of cannons rang out from the highest point in the city. A huge stream of light that was visible to the naked eye flew over in an arc before landing in the midst of the Star Spirit World soldiers, causing a huge explosion. Boom! White light blinded the titanium alloy eyes. Mushroom clouds slowly rose into the sky, and dust filled the air, covering the sky and the sun. Deng, deng, deng. Demon Ancestor was forced back a few steps. He was so shocked that he almost fell to the ground. In front of them, the tens of thousands of Star Elves soldiers that were originally charging down had already turned into ashes. After the dust had settled, a pit that was thousands of feet deep appeared. This demon ancestor turned his head with difficulty and saw Xiao Ziji standing proudly on the sentry tower. Next to him was a smoking tube. Behind him stood Li Tiantian and the others. They had their hands on each other's backs, and the residual special energy had not completely dissipated. The field cannon combined with the power of the heavenly sound was very explosive. Not only did the cannon blast stun the ancestral fiend, but it also stunned the charging Astral Soul World soldiers. They truly felt the horror as they stopped their charge and retreated in horror. In front of them, the huge pit was like a lightning pool, and no one dared to take half a step forward. Sigh. Jun Changshao leaned on the chair and stretched. Being invincible is so lonely. Jian Guishu, who was standing at the side, twitched his mouth. Although this guy was very pretentious, the energy released by the special device was really terrifying. If it were to happen a few more times, the hundreds of thousands of enemy soldiers outside the city would be turned into ashes. Whoosh! Suddenly, a faint sound of wind rang in their ears. Gu Tianxing and the upper echelons of the sect of all times did not notice it at all, but Jian Guishu did. His expression changed. Jun Patriarch little, boom. Before he could finish, the area where Jun Changshao was suddenly exploded, and the entire city tower collapsed instantly. Cough, cough, cough. Everyone staggered as they tried to stand up. Thump, thump, thump. In the dust-filled area, Jun Changshao staggered back. After stabilizing his body with difficulty, he looked inside with a serious expression. Kakik. A figure gradually emerged from the dust. Cheng Yarao stood sideways and laughed strangely. Your reaction is quite fast. Jian Guishu and the others were vigilant and secretly shocked. This guy seemed to be the leader of the Star Spirit World. He was just outside the city commanding soldiers to attack the city. When did he sneak in quietly? Ding. Side quest triggered. A notification sounded in Jun Changshao's ears. He immediately opened the mission panel. The content was, get rid of the upper echelons of the Star Spirit World who have the spirit of concealment and can hide between heaven and earth. Damn it! The system roared. To write the other party's abilities so clearly, the spoiler is too crazy. Spirit of concealment? Jun Changshao shook his arm and said, no wonder he could get close without anyone noticing. To be honest, he was envious. The ability to become invisible was something that every man had dreamed of, and Go Shing was no exception. If he could master this kind of spirit seed, where in the world could he not go? Yin's body gradually materialized. He took out a book and said while flipping through it, inciting others to rebel is a capital offense. Destroying city buildings is a capital offense. He listed dozens of crimes one after another, and the result was all death. Sorry. Jun Changshao shrugged his shoulders and said, "The laws of the star spirit world can't control me." Ian closed the book and said with a smile, "To add, any living thing that comes to the star spirit world has to abide by the rules of the plane. What if you don't confess? It doesn't matter because it's all death." Jun Changshao laughed, laughing at the other party's naivety. "That's all I have to say." Ian lowered his head and walked over step by step, saying, "Sorry for my rudeness." Whoosh! Suddenly, he disappeared. Boom! Gu Tianxing and the others didn't see anything. They only saw Jun Changshao being blasted out of the ruins of the city tower, and then, in a rather sorry state, he stabilized himself in the air outside the city. Boom boom! Boom boom boom! The sound of punches and kicks could be heard in the air, but no one could be seen. Jun Changshao, on the other hand, was flying left and right in a sorry state. He was beaten to the point where he couldn't distinguish between north and south. "This is troublesome." Jian Guishu frowned. The star spirit world expert was completely one with heaven and earth. With his spiritual sense, he couldn't accurately detect his location. Damn it. Jun Changshao stabilized himself in the air, rubbing his face that had been hit several times, and his eyes gradually filled with anger. "You can become invisible, you're awesome. But can you not hit my face? Kid." At this time, Yin's body gradually appeared in the air. Because he was still in a half-invisible state, he looked illusory and illusory. He could be completely invisible when fighting, but he had to be half-invisible when talking. Otherwise, the cartoonist could openly slack off and just draw Go Xing fighting with the air. Chapter 1920. The strength of the spirit of concealment was that it could allow the user to completely enter a state of concealment. During this period, there would be no aura released, as if it was really one with heaven and earth. As a cheater, Jun Changxiao's spiritual sense was strong. There was no need to explain. In the process of being beaten up just now, he did not catch the opponent at all. Fortunately, the opponent only hit his face, so Go Xing was not hurt. Not only him. Jian Guishu was the same. Being able to feel a trace of wind just now was also a deliberate flaw by Yin. Otherwise, even if his face was close to his face, it would be impossible to be discovered. This spirit of concealment was really a little tricky. Jun Changxiao covered his face and said to himself, "How should I deal with him? If he couldn't beat him, he could escape. But now that there was a side mission, for the reward, for the reputation, he had to fight to the end." Unsettled. The system said, "Refresh the store." Jun Changxiao rolled his eyes. At this juncture, he still did not forget to promote. He was really dedicated to his job. However, counting the time, it seemed that he had not refreshed the store for a long time. Since the collapse of the contribution point, since the VIP could only refresh at a fixed time, Jun Changxiao was too lazy to open the store, because nothing good would come out if he was unlucky. There was another reason. Equipment, mecha, and other things could be made in the Sect. The store had changed from a timely help to the current icing on the cake. Hee. At this time, Yin laughed strangely and said, "Are you desperate now?" Jun Changxiao said, "What kind of hero is hiding in the dark? If you have the ability, fight with me openly." Boom! As soon as his voice fell, his whole body was instantly sent flying. Yin stood in the area where he was just now in a semi-concealed state, tilting his head and said, "In my eyes, being open is equivalent to hiding in the dark. If you are not convinced, you can also hide." "There is nothing wrong with this," the system said. The other party had the function of invisibility, which was a reflection of his strength. If he abandoned it during a battle, his brain must have been kicked by a donkey. Okay. Jun Changxiao stabilized in midair, rubbed the shoulder that was kicked and said, "Since you like to hide, then continue to hide." Boom. 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 Yin launched another attack. Jun Changshao was in a state of complete concealment and did not reveal any aura, so he could only passively take the beating, his body swaying in the air. To tell the truth, ever since he transmigrated, Go Xing had never been in such a sorry state. Not to mention that he was beaten to the point where he could not retaliate, he could not even find the person who beat him up. Aggrieved. It was too King frustrating. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. In midair, Jun Changshao swayed to his heart's content. In just a short while, he had been beaten black and blue. Being beaten was very satisfying. Yin still did not understand his opponent. He thought that the best way to humiliate his opponent was to slap his opponent's face, but what was the truth? Go Xing could be weak in any part of his body, but he was afraid of pain, so he put all his defensive points on his face. It was indeed swollen, but it didn't hurt. Yin was in a semi-concealed state. He waved his hand and said, "I've slapped many people's faces, but I've never met such a thick one. My hand is numb." "Really?" Jun Changshao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled indifferently. "You're so thick-skinned. It's meaningless to humiliate you so." Yin's body gradually disappeared, and he said in a cold voice, "Go to hell." Whoosh, the air trembled and killing intent filled the air. This was killing intent. Jun Changshao closed his eyes, as if he was listening to the whole world with his heart, as if he could capture the other's every move. When he approached, he suddenly waved his hand and said, "Preservation of all things." Hula! A layer of plastic wrap appeared in front of him out of thin air. Bang! A muffled sound came out, and a human face gradually protruded from the membrane. From the looks of it, it seemed to be. That's right. It was Yin. Although he was invisible, his body still existed, so when he hit the plastic wrap, it was equivalent to exposing his position. Boom! Seeing a face protruding out, Jun Changshao raised his fist and punched it without saying a word. This punch was very strong, and it directly sent Yin flying, turning him from full invisibility to half invisibility. He covered his face and stabilized his body, looking at the membrane that blocked him before, and said in disbelief, "What is this?" Whoosh! At this moment, Jun Changshao jumped up, quickly formed a hand seal, and coldly shouted, "Almighty Dragon of Heaven! Revered Xidigarbha! Damn! Plastic wrap!" Whoosh! Jun Changshao waved his hand, and layers of plastic wrap flew out from his cuffs, neatly arranged around him, and gradually closed in. The system roared, "Shouldn't the line be Kasaya? Not good." Yin realized that something was wrong, and immediately broke out in a certain direction, constantly gathering power to bombard, hoping to break the plastic wrap that was constantly closing in. In the end, no matter how strong the explosion was, as long as it touched it, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. "You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth still here? You don't take me seriously at all." Jun Changshao pulled the plastic wrap behind him and shouted, "Get ready to catch the demon!" Buzz buzz! Buzz buzz! The plastic wrap that was pulled instantly connected together, quickly closing in from all directions, and the space was constantly shrinking. Boom boom boom! Boom boom boom! Yin would not sit still and wait for death. He exploded with all his strength, bombarding the plastic wrap again and again, but every time he hit it, it felt like he was hitting cotton. He had just spent 10,000 reputation points to buy the godly modified plastic wrap. Its effect was not only to preserve the freshness of food, but also to absorb all kinds of power. Puff! Suddenly, Jun Changshao spat out blood, and his body seemed to be overturned. Although the godly modified plastic wrap could absorb power, the side effect was that it was passed to the user. Therefore, Yin bombarded the plastic wrap wildly in the limited space. Although he did not directly break it, all the power that he blasted out was absorbed by Jun Changshao. That feeling was very satisfying. How dare you show off your slight skill in front of an expert? Almighty Heavenly Dragon! Jun Changshao suppressed his injuries and shouted coldly. The plastic wrap around him began to close in on him even faster. In the end, Een, who had nowhere to hide, was trapped inside the plastic wrap. His body, which was hidden in the shadows, was perfectly revealed through the plastic wrap. Woo woo woo, woo 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 woo, boom boom. Boom boom boom. Jun Changshao took the opportunity to rush over and unleash a barrage of attacks on the bound Een. He even gathered the power of heavenly sound. When the final punch landed, the other party's form was completely revealed, and he fainted with crooked eyebrows. At this point, the battle was over. Jun Changshao, who was in a state of abuse, used the plastic wrap he had just bought at the critical moment and successfully defeated the Invisible Man, once again defending the dignity of the protagonist. Ding! Ding! When Een was thrown into Tianyuan Prison Pagoda, he met the conditions of the side mission. Frequent notifications rang in his ears. As for what reward he would give, he had not thought about it yet. He would think about it later. This, Jian Guishu and the others were all dumbfounded. Jun Patriarch was originally in a disadvantageous situation. Why did he turn the tables by taking out layers of plastic wrap? Jun Changshao did not explain to them. He landed on another tower and looked at the terrified soldiers of the star spirit world outside. He said coldly, "Your leader has been taken down by me. Hurry up and get lost." As soon as these words came out, the enemy army collapsed. Shwa! Jun Changshao sat down cross-legged and put his hands on his legs. Under the backdrop of the rising sun, he said in a low voice, "Almighty Heavenly Dragon, all Buddhas are merciful." Chapter 1921. Een was captured. The remaining soldiers of the star spirit world fled. The dilapidated Great Heaven City temporarily regained its tranquility. Pft! Jun Changshao, who was sitting cross-legged, vomited blood again, and his face became even paler. Although he had caught sixth baby with the help of the godly modified plastic wrap, the other party had still caused him quite a bit of damage. In short, it was a bit of a coincidence that he was able to win this time. If he had not obtained this good item within the refresh times, it would have been very difficult to deal with it. As expected, Jun Changshao shook his head and sighed, "If I can't solve something, I'll use the store." Although he had been trying his best to get rid of his dependence on the system store all these years, sometimes the special items that came out were really unpredictable. He had to admit that. Relying on yourself to work hard is indeed admirable. The system said, "But in your long life you can't do without the help of a benefactor." Me. System. He's your benefactor. He too. The sun rose, dispelling the darkness. The disciples of the sect of all times began to clean up the corpses outside the city, as well as the weapons and equipment scattered all over the ground. Most of them were broken, but they could be handed over to Fan Yezi to recast. The formation masters, led by the old man from Taishan, wandered to every corner of the city and began to set up formation flags and outline a line of defense. Buzz. A moment later, a stronger defensive formation was formed. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. On the other side, Page worked hard to eat and spit out soil, gradually repairing the damaged city walls and towers. Jun Changshao wanted to use the Great Heaven City as his base, so he naturally needed to invest in manpower and resources to repair it. He's going to play big. Standing on the city tower, the demon ancestor's eyes gradually became shocked. At this moment, he had already realized that Jun Changshao wanted to use this city as his base and then launch an attack on other cities, thus conquering the entire star spirit world. That's right. Goshing really thought so. The reason why he came to gather the power of the entire sect to attack the city was to prepare for conquering the star spirit world in the future. In the past, the demon ancestor would take down the city, plunder the resources and corpses, and leave. Very quickly, the other party would take it back. Jun Changshao did not plan to play like this. He wanted to fight with the star spirit world. The conspiracy turned into an overt one. This was not courage, but strength. Ta! Ta! On the wide main street of the city, Diablo fighters were patrolling. The warriors who lived here were all on tenterhook. They were afraid. The zombies were overjoyed. After the city was occupied, the old man from Taishan had set up a soul-isolating array to help him defuse the bombs. They gained their freedom and naturally became the Avengers. There were a total of 3 million corpses in the city, and all of them had joined the battle, greatly increasing their military strength. Listen up. After treating his injuries, Jun Changshao sat in the main hall of the city lord's mansion and shouted through a loudspeaker, "From today onwards, Big Sky City will be taken over by the Sect of all times. You can live as usual without fear." Hearing this, everyone calmed down a little. However, the city had been taken over by the Sect of all times, and the upper echelons of the astral spirit world would definitely not let this matter rest. They would definitely launch another attack, and it would be hard to say whether or not he could keep his life. Jun Changshao was not worried that the upper echelons of the astral spirit world would retaliate. In fact, he could not wait for them to attack. That way, they would not have to travel a long distance to take the initiative to attack. As expected, just a few days later, the astral spirit world gathered an army and attacked Big Sky City. A city had been taken over by the rebel army, and one of the upper echelons had been captured. This was a great humiliation, and anyone with courage could not tolerate it. "Thief!" The commander of the army said coldly, "Release Lord Yin, hand over Big Sky City, and leave your corpses intact." Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "Naive." Seeing that the rebel army had no intention of compromising, the commander of the army did not waste any time and immediately gave the order to attack the city. Whoosh whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Battleships flew over one after another, and rows of siege weapons appeared. When Yin came to help, he did not expect the city to be breached, so he did not prepare any siege weapons at all. This attack could be considered to have done their homework. Jun Changshao smiled. The astral spirit world was giving him equipment. In that case, he would accept it. "My babies!" Jun Changshao clapped his hands and said, "Come out and welcome the guests." Swoosh! Shwa! Whoosh! The disciples of the Sect of all times and the Avengers on top of the newly built city walls all carried their modified AK-47s and rocket launchers. After experiencing the thrill of being shot and bombed by firearms, they felt that their lives had reached the climax, so they couldn't stop. Painting style. He gradually turned into a sand sculpture. "You're an idiot to begin with," the system roared. Boom boom. Boom boom boom. The tragic defense of Great Heaven City began. Batches of Star Spirit World soldiers charged over fearlessly, only to fall under the rain of bullets. Jun Changshao did not watch the battle. He had already entered Tianyuan Prison Pagoda when the battle started. Pa! Ah! The blood-curdling screams resounded throughout the 9 floors of the prison. Since the Night King Alliance had been merged into the June Alliance, Feng Wanli had been released. Otherwise, he would have been so shocked that his scalp would have dropped off by 3 layers. Who was being abused? Kane. This guy was also quite pitiful. He clearly had a special spirit seed that couldn't be spied on, but in the end, he fell on a plastic wrap. Especially after entering, he was taught a lesson by the prison trio every day. His life could be described as an abyss of suffering. Creak. Jun Changshao pushed open the door and walked in. "Master." Arius stopped and said while panting, "How long are we going to torture him?" She, who took pleasure in educating others, was already tired. She was already bored. How crazy was this abuse? "Torture him until he's willing to hand over the hidden spirit," Jun Changshao said indifferently. F***CK. The system said, "I knew that this guy took her in to fulfill a man's dream. It could turn invisible and not be discovered." With such a good spirit seed, Jun Changshao naturally had to think of a way to control it. Kane's face was unusually ferocious. The hidden spirit has already merged with me. It's impossible to hand it over, the truth. Other than the reincarnation spirit, the other spirit seeds would usually be separated after the host died. Of course, Kane smiled with difficulty, you can't kill me, because if I die the spirit seed will return to the universe again. To find it is tantamount to looking for a needle in a haystack. Once the host died, the spirit seed would return to the universe and wait for the next successor. For example, the Night King. In order to break through to a higher level, he directly chose to commit suicide. All the spirit seeds in his body would return to the universe again. In the years to come, Gu Zhaoxi would become the new successor of the reincarnation spirit. Don't worry. Jun Changshao leaned over and smiled. I won't let the spirit seed disappear. I will make it appear on its own. Area. Torture him to death. Yes. Pa pa pa. Pa 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 pa. Ah, screams sounded again. As the soul-suppressing whip whipped his body again and again, Kane's soul and body suffered hellish torture. I can't hold on anymore. I can't take it anymore. Whoosh. Suddenly, a stream of light rushed out of his body and escaped toward the prison door. How dare you, evildoer! Jun Changshao waved his hand and shouted, Where do you think you're going? Whoosh whoosh. The God-modified plastic wrap played its role again. It was like an indestructible barrier in front of the door. When the stream of light hit it, it quickly wrapped it up. Woo woo woo. The little guy who was tied inside made a little noise that deserved a beating. In the end, he realized that he couldn't escape even if he had wings and could only obediently stop resisting. Master. Arya was surprised. What is this? Jun Changshao took back the plastic wrap that had melted into a ball and said, The hidden spirit. Puff. Hanging in midair, Kane spurted blood. He seemed to be unable to bear the fact that the spirit seed had left his body without permission and fainted. Poor Eva. It meant that the last of her pride and dignity was gone. Chapter 1922. Everyone may have forgotten that the real function of the Tianyuan prison pagoda was to purify things that were not clean. This thing could be defined as an attribute. Although the hidden spirit was born in the universe, it still did not transcend the level of attribute. When the hidden spirit was crazily whipped by the soul-subduing whip, it could no longer resist and ran out. To put it bluntly, it was a deserter. After being ravaged for so long, the hidden spirit had withstood it, but it could not withstand the attribute leaving its body without permission, so it fainted on the spot. Sure enough, Jun Changshao said, the spirit seed is also afraid of the soul-subduing whip. Ing. Ing. The little guy was trapped in the plastic wrap and made a weak sound, giving people a feeling that it deserved a beating. In fact, the Tianyuan prison pagoda alone might not be able to stop it from leaving. However, Go Xing bought a brand new prop that specialized in curing all kinds of invisibility and slipperiness. Don't be afraid. Jun Changshao said gently, as long as you are willing to surrender to me, I will not hurt you. Zhao Daodu and Dai Lu were speechless. The patriarch's meaning was very obvious. If you don't surrender to me, I will hurt you severely. Overbearing. Worship. Impossible. The hidden spirit said in a more unyielding tone, I only surrender to the master who has been recognized. I will not surrender to a stranger. Jun Changshao said, in that case, why did you escape? The hidden spirit was speechless. Boom! Jun Changshao directly pressed the plastic wrap on the ground, and his gentle face turned ferocious. In my territory, you can only surrender. There is no other choice. Killing intent. Anger. It suddenly rippled in the prison. This sudden change in expression shocked Zhao Daodu and Dai Lv so much that their hairs stood on end. Arya! Whip! Schwa! Arya obediently handed over the soul-subduing whip. Seeing this, the hidden spirit hurriedly said, I surrender. Bah! Zhao Daodu and Dai Lu spat at the same time and said, "What af*, king coward." It was inevitable. Just as Jun Changshao had said, if it had a backbone, it wouldn't have escaped from its master's body. Relax your mind. Sign the contract. Jun Changshao already had 2 spirit seeds, so he was quite experienced in fusing them. Therefore, he did not go overboard in describing it. In short, at this moment, he was achieving the dream of a man. It would only take 2 hours. His dream was complete. Who? Jun Changshao sat cross-legged in the monitoring room of Tianyuan Prison Pagoda. He first exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, then slowly opened his eyes. His first reaction was that he didn't feel anything. The second reaction was that he still didn't feel anything. As for the concealment spirit, it shrunk into his dantian like a child who had been wronged. At this point, Go Xing had 3 spirit seeds. The concealment spirit had turned into a streak of light and fled, so he couldn't accurately determine its form. Now, he could clearly see that although it was pocket-sized, it was about the same as an adult, which meant that it had reached adulthood. Speaking of which, he had to mention Xiaohua and Little Xie. Although the 2 sons had been nurturing, they were still at the level of teenagers. It wasn't that they didn't want to grow up quickly, but growth required a lot of time. Remember, Jun Changshao said, the 3 of you must get along well. Yes, father. Xiaohua and Little Xie said innocently. However, as soon as their master retracted his consciousness, they immediately surrounded the concealment spirit. Xiaohua clenched his fists and said sinisterly, "From today onwards, I'm your big brother, and he's your second brother." Wait. Little Xie said unhappily, "Why are you the big brother? I came first. You only came a few years earlier than me. Even if I came a day earlier, I came first. Don't talk nonsense. I'm the big brother, you're the second brother, and he's the third brother. No, I'll be the big brother, and you'll be the second brother. You've got guts, haven't you?" Seeing the 2 spirit seeds of the same kind quarreling, and even having a feeling of fighting, the concealment spirit was extremely scared. Then it suddenly entered a state of complete concealment. Don't misunderstand. This wasn't because it was afraid that it deliberately hid, but because Jun Changshao in the outside world used this power, and he turned from a real existence into an invisible figure without a trace. I feel it. Go Xing, who had entered a state of complete concealment, felt as if he had become one with heaven and earth. So, he locked his gaze on the mountain peak where the disciples lived, and a smile gradually appeared on his invisible face. Just being invisible wasn't enough. He had to prove it. Splash, splash, splash. The sound of water sounded beautiful and pleasant. The female disciples wore their school uniforms and brought bath lotion, chatting and laughing as they walked in. After cultivating for a day, they must be very tired. Only a hot bath could relieve them, so they would come to the bathhouse every day. Of course, the bathhouse's security was very high. Layers of isolation arrays protected it, and thoughts couldn't pry in at all. However, the door was open, and one could enter and exit at will. Jun Changshao, who was in a state of complete concealment, tiptoed over and even stopped at the entrance of the bathhouse to look around, fearing that others would see him. Bathing was a very secretive thing. Therefore, it was best to test the effect of invisibility. I wasn't discovered. Seeing the disciples walking past, Jun Changshao stuck to the wall and said to himself, "It's indeed magical." The system was speechless. "Hosts, do you really want to do this?" "I have to do this." Jun Changshao said, "This is a man's dream. Your character will collapse." The system said, "Please think twice before you act." "Shut up." Jun Changshao scolded, "I know what I'm doing." The system was speechless. If you had any idea, you wouldn't have gone straight to the bathhouse after obtaining the invisibility ability. Indeed, it was really inappropriate to sneak into the bathhouse with invisibility. Jun Changshao stuck to the door for a long time. After comforting himself many times, he walked in resolutely. Splash, splash. Splash, splash. The sound of running water became clearer. The steam filled the bathhouse. The fragrance permeated the air and refreshed the mind. Jun Changshao kept his head down. It could be seen that the line of morality was still very heavy on his head. Very soon, in his field of vision, he saw legs. Many, many legs walked to and fro from the side. Phew! Jun Changxiao's breathing quickened. The disciples didn't realize that someone was hiding in the dark, so they were still talking and laughing. Very good. Very good. After confirming that he wasn't discovered, Jun Changxiao removed the invisibility state, put his hands on his waist and laughed. Ha ha ha, you didn't discover me, right? Jie. The bathhouse quieted down. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, Su Xiaoma and the others stood in place in shock. They were all bare-chested and wrapped in bath towels. Some were preparing to enter the shower room, some were resting on the wooden bed, and some were applying facial masks. At this moment, they all looked at the patriarch who suddenly appeared. The camera moved to the outside, and the words male bathhouse were clearly written. Ha ha ha! Are you surprised? Are you pleasantly surprised? Li Qingyang and the others looked like they were about to collapse. They thought, what's so surprising about the patriarch coming to the male bathhouse? What's there to be surprised about? Chapter 1923. Jun Changshao went to the male bathhouse and was not discovered by the disciples. This meant that the test was very successful. Pa! After returning to the study, he bumped his fists together and laughed. Since I won't be discovered, I can do a lot of things in the star spirit world. Invisibility. He couldn't see it. Could be used to do a lot of sneaky things. Moreover, the star spirit world was equivalent to a huge treasure trove. If they were not discovered, they could really do whatever they wanted. Speaking of which, was the great Heaven City defense battle over? It had long ended, and the star spirit world left with heavy losses. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others would only come to the bathhouse to take a bath after cleaning up the battlefield. Judging from the strength of the sect of all time stationed in the great Heaven City, if the star spirit world did not increase their troops and efforts, even if they came once a day, they would only be delivering equipment. Of course, Jun Changshao could not wait for them to take the initiative to attack. During the calm period, he had to find something to do, such as stealing some resources and equipment. At night, he flew out of the city like a ghost. His body gradually faded into nothingness, as if he had completely merged with heaven and earth. 1,000 miles away from the great Heaven City, there was a relatively large city. At this moment, it was heavily guarded, and the atmosphere was quite serious. The remaining soldiers who had failed to attack the city earlier came here. The commander and the higher-ups were standing in the barracks, discussing how to take back the occupied city. General, someone said, we must increase our troops. They did not break through the great Heaven City. Firstly, the defensive firepower was too strong, and secondly, the overall quality of the soldiers was not strong enough. If the higher-ups could give more attention and transfer stronger troops, they should be able to take it down easily. The Elder Council has sent a message. Soon, the most elite army of our star spirit world will be deployed. The general said seriously. The most elite army? A deputy general was shocked. Could it be the Flying Tiger Army? That's right. Everyone was overjoyed. The Flying Tiger Army was the trump card army of the star spirit world. Every soldier was carefully selected, and they had gone out to carry out missions many times. They had never failed. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of wind breaking could be heard. Who? Everyone turned their heads in shock and found a woman with messy long hair standing behind them. Although she was wearing heavy armor, it could not hide her graceful figure. General Yu. The general hurriedly saluted. When the deputy generals heard the two words Marshal Yu, their expressions changed at first. Then, they all saluted him with high standards and exclaimed in their hearts, "The Flying Tiger Army's Marshal." That was right. The leader of the most elite legion in the star spirit world was a woman who was not inferior to men. Don't be fooled by her beauty. Not only was she powerful, but she was also vicious and merciless. She had killed countless living beings and destroyed countless realms. Trash! Yu Shuai sat at the head of the table. Her beautiful eyes flashed with coldness as she said, "You can't even take down a single city, yet you still want my flying tiger army to mobilize?" Everyone lowered their heads in shame. "General Yu," the general said bitterly, "the rebels who took over De Tian City are too strong. No matter how strong they are, how can they be stronger than the Tianhe realm?" The general was silent. The Milky Way realm was a first-class realm that had been invaded by the Star Spirit realm. At first, they had sent a large number of warships and soldiers to attack, but they had been defeated repeatedly. At that time, all the generals had participated and were taught a harsh lesson by the enemy. Later, they had to mobilize the Flying Tiger Army to take them down. During the final battle, they all thought it would be very tragic. In the end, the largest main city of the Milky Way realm was taken down in just 1 hour. They would never forget the scene of the slender Yu Shuai carrying the head of the enemy commander and walking out of the city gate step by step on high heels. "My men are on the way." Yu Shuai crossed her long legs and gently interlocked her fingers. She said, "You can get lost now." "No need," the general originally wanted to say, "Do you need help?" But he remembered that the Flying Tiger Army was the most elite legion in the Star Spirit world. If he said that, wouldn't it mean that he was questioning them? Whoosh, whoosh. That night, many agile and well-trained soldiers flew into the city. They were all wearing black armor, with bows and crossbows on their backs and swords hanging on their waist. Their helmets barely revealed 2 eyes, which were shining with a sharp luster like that of a fierce tiger. The Flying Tiger Army. There were not many of them, only a few tens of thousands. However, when they stood neatly on the drill ground, the aura they exuded made the ordinary soldiers blush with shame. Swoosh! Yu Shuai walked out of the barracks, leaned to one side, and put his right hand on his waist. He said, "The army will rest for 1 night." Yes. The soldiers received the order and went into the tents to rest. They were very strong, but they had rushed here overnight after receiving orders from their superiors. They must be mentally exhausted, so they had to rest up and then take down the great sky city as quickly as possible. TSK. On the city tower, Jun Changshao thought, so professional. This was a god's perspective. Everyone could see him leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. The real scene was in a state of full concealment. They could not see anything at all. Go Xing came early. He heard the conversation between the general and the deputy generals. "Flying Tiger Army?" Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "It sounds very imposing. I hope it's not a paper tiger." Whoosh! He disappeared and landed in front of the tent. The soldiers of the Flying Tiger Army had enough time to rest, so they all took off their armor and placed it neatly. This gave Jun Changshao a chance to attack. Bow. Take it away. Crossbow. Take it away. Sabers, spears, swords, halberds, axes, hooks, tridents. Take it all away. Because it was in a state of concealment and avoided all kinds of warning formations, Jun Changshao stole effortlessly. Hua! The sound of water entering could be heard. Jun Changshao, who was about to leave, suddenly found that the woman who was respectfully called Yu Shuai was actually taking a bath, so he sneaked in without blushing and took the armor on the shelf. "It's over," the system said. "Your persona has collapsed." "Collapse my ass," Jun Changshao said. "I just stole the armor, I didn't even look at it. Who would believe you? I, Jun Changshao, am upright. If I'm upright, I'm not afraid of a crooked shadow. Believe it or not." Tui. The system spat and said, "If you're upright, why are you stealing? The star spirit world is the enemy. How can it be called stealing?" Jun Changshao said, "This is a strategy, this is a battle tactic. What do you know?" The system was speechless and said, "Okay, okay, okay." Jun Changshao quietly left the barracks, but did not return to the eternal world. Instead, he continued to wander in the city. As soon as he left, he heard Yu Shuai screaming, "Where's my armor?" Hearing this, the soldiers who were resting woke up from their sleep. When they were about to put on their armor skillfully, they found that the hangars were empty, so they exclaimed in unison, "The armor has been stolen." It was a mess and crack. The most elite army in the star spirit world. Jun Changshao, who was discussing strategy and tactics in the city, said disdainfully, "Tui." Chapter 1924. The most elite army of the astral spirit world had just arrived, and all their equipment was stolen by Jun Changshao. For better or for worse, he was the master of a sect and the master of a realm. Yet, he was doing such despicable things. Gou Xing would do anything to deal with his enemies. Besides, didn't he know to put the armor and equipment in the spatial ring? Why would he put it on the hanger? Was he not waiting for him to steal it? Be careful next time. Jun Changshao shook his head. Don't make a mistake. In fact, he wanted to steal it along with the spatial ring, but most of it was worn on his finger, and he would be discovered if he took it off. Let's go, let's go. Jun Changshao left the city. The treasuries of the aristocrats were all cleaned out. This line. He took a lot of things, especially the Flying Tiger Army's equipment, which was of extremely high level and quality. Patriarch. In the forging hall, Fan Yezi touched the armor and said in surprise, "The material is good. Can it be improved?" Jun Changshao asked. "No." Fan Yezi said seriously. "The armor made from this ore is of the highest level. There is no need to improve it." "You mean it can be given to the disciples directly?" "Yes. That will save us a lot of trouble." Jun Changshao left one for Fan Yezi to study and gave the rest to the War Cavalry Hall. Diablo had always been black, and the Flying Tiger Army's black armor was in line with the Sect of all times' mainstream color scheme, so the members did not feel uncomfortable wearing it. Instead, they felt comfortable wearing it. Who should I give this armor to? Jun Changshao thought. In fact, in terms of level, the armor Yu Shuai wore was already a top-level treasure, but there were very few female disciples in the sect, and there was no one in the War Cavalry Hall, so he could only consider other disciples. At this moment, Lu Qianqian walked out from the back of the mountain. She had not been in the limelight recently because she had been cultivating. Judging from her cold aura, her strength should have improved by quite a bit. "Qianqian." Jun Changshao called her and said, "I have an extraordinary armor. Do you want it?" "Yes." Lu Qianqian did not hesitate. When she first entered the sect, Gou Xing had taken the initiative to offer her weapons in the shop. This was a world of difference. They were humans after all. Everything will change. Of course, even though it wasn't as exaggerated as Yi Xingqian's, at least he knew that the Patriarch's gift was definitely extraordinary. "Take it." Jun Changshao tossed the armor over. "Thank you, Patriarch." Lu Qianqian gave a simple reply and returned to her residence to rest. Jun Changshao was used to his eldest disciple's cold personality, so he did not mind. He returned to the study and opened the system panel. Now that he had dealt with Yin, his mission was complete. He had obtained 20,000 reputation points, which he planned to use to purchase a transcendent secret realm. Gou Xing had only purchased the space-time secret domain out of the 3 transcendent secret domains he had obtained from the previous quest. Now that he had enough reputation points, he planned to purchase another one. F***CK. The system roared. "I thought you forgot." "Bullshit." Jun Changshao said. "I won't forget unless I can't remember. What should I choose?" Gou Xing began to consider. The 2 secret domains were the Transcendent 10,000 Arts secret domain and the Transcendent Heaven Veins secret domain. As for their functions, he would only know after he bought them. "Buy whatever you want," the system said, They will definitely be useful. Jun Changshao believed this, so he prepared 2 pieces of paper and wrote down the names of the secret domains. He crumpled them up and began to draw lots. Finally, he drew the Transcendent Heaven Veins secret domain and bought it without hesitation. Ding! The host has spent 20,000 reputation points and obtained the Transcendent Heaven Veins secret domain X1. It has been transferred to the space ring. Ding! Sect reputation points, 200. Seeing that the reputation points were almost spent, Jun Changshao said with heartache, "When will this thing collapse into Zimbabwe dollars like the contribution points?" As usual. By a secret domain, give an instruction manual. Jun Changshao read carefully. The more he read, the more excited he became. Then, he couldn't control his emotions and kissed the face next to him. Rose of Flowers was stunned and then shyly lowered her head. Jie. Jun Changshao's expression suddenly froze, and then he held his head and shouted, "When did you come in?" "I just came in." Go Xing was so engrossed in reading the instruction manual that he didn't notice Rose of Flowers pushing the door and entering. Because he knew the function of the Transcendent Heaven Veins secret domain, he couldn't control his emotions and did something irrational. Everyone pretended not to see it. "What made you so happy?" Rose of Flowers also knew that under normal circumstances, her husband wouldn't do such a thing, so there must be a reason. "Let's go." Jun Changshao took her hand and said, "Let me show you something good." Rose of Flowers didn't resist, and let him take her out of the study. She thought to herself, "My husband is so relaxed now." Of course, holding hands was no pressure for Go Xing. Just now, he accidentally kissed her, and there was a little shyness and obscurity of a young man. Young man? As long as there was a new secret domain, it naturally had to be placed in the back of the mountain. So Jun Changshao came with Rose of Flowers and directly placed the hot entrance of the Transcendent Heaven Veins secret domain. "Is there a new secret domain?" Seeing this, all the disciples surrounded them with burning eyes. At this time, Su Xiaoma stopped them and scolded, "Don't you see that the Patriarch and Madam are alone together? What are you doing here? Hurry up and stay where you are." It had to be said. Although Big Mouth Su liked to gossip, he still had good eyesight. Yes, yes, yes. Everyone hurriedly suppressed their curiosity and retreated. "What is this?" Rose of Flowers in front of the secret domain asked. "Go in and you will know." Jun Changshao didn't know if he was deliberately keeping her in suspense or deliberately taking advantage of her. He took her hand and walked into the Transcendent Heaven Veins secret domain. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two merged into the vortex and were in the Redland. Rose of Flowers looked around and found that there was nothing special except for the environment. She was puzzled and asked, "Is it very ordinary?" Jun Changshao pointed to a mountain in the distance and said, "Look carefully." Rose of Flowers looked at it attentively. At first, she didn't find anything special, but gradually realized it and said in surprise, "This is a spiritual stone vein?" Go Xing nodded. Rose of Flowers' spiritual thoughts had spread out and found that there were mountains in the area where they were, all of which revealed the majestic nature of heaven and earth. So she covered her mouth in disbelief and said, "These mountains are all veins." "No." Jun Changshao said with a smile, "The mountains, stones, and plants in the secret domain are all transformed by spiritual stones." "What?" The shock in Rose of Flowers' eyes was more intense. Then she looked down at the stone covered with moss under her feet. After careful observation, she was sure that this was indeed a large, spiritual stone. The Transcendent Heaven Veins secret domain. Jun Changshao put his hands on his hips and said proudly, "It means that the whole world is a spiritual stone vein." After saying that, he waved his hand and picked up a leaf. It was just a spiritual stone that looked like a leaf. The nature of heaven and earth inside was not inferior to the highest level of spiritual stones in the upper realm. At this time, the camera zoomed out infinitely and hung at the highest point of the secret domain. Jun Changshao and rows of flowers were like ants. Everything around them was gathered by spiritual stones. The majestic nature of heaven and earth formed a sea of clouds floating between heaven and earth. There were spiritual stones everywhere. There were veins everywhere. The transcendent heaven veins secret domain. It was terrifying. Chapter 1925. Plop! Su Xiaoma fell to the ground. Plop! Li Qingyang also fell to the ground. Any disciple of the sect of all times who entered the secret realm with rich heaven and earth attributes and felt that every blade of grass and tree was transformed from spirit stones did the same thing. The heaven vein secret realm. It was actually equivalent to a plane. Although its scale was not as big as the eternal world, it was not inferior to the upper realm. It was composed entirely of spirit stone veins, which was really shocking. It's over. Ren Shan leaned against the wall, tears falling like rain. I'm unemployed. As a famous koi in the sect of all times, he could often find spirit stone veins by accident. Now that the secret realm was full of them, he did not need to look at them at all. His sense of existence must be even more insignificant. There were indeed many spirit stone veins in the secret realm, but what about their level? Even the leaf-shaped spirit stones were not weaker than the highest level in the upper realm, which was enough to show that they were very strong. Do you like it? Jun Changshao asked loudly. I like it. All the disciples shouted in unison. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and mine it. Yes. Li Qingyang and the others dispersed and plunged into the deep mountains and old forests. They did not look at the stones and trees beside them at all, because their intuition told them that there must be more high-level spirit stones hidden there. As expected, after a while, Xiao Zuiji lifted a heavy mountain rock and flew into the air. He couldn't hide his excitement and said, Look what I found. Everyone looked over, and their eyes were suddenly filled with envy. The rock Xiao Ziji lifted was very heavy, belonging to the super-large ore. The surface was surrounded by heaven and earth attributes, obviously stronger than the top-level spirit stones in the star spiritual world. Ha! Jun Changshao looked up and laughed. At present, the highest level of universe spirit stones in the upper realm was in the star spiritual world, but there were higher levels in the secret realm, which was definitely going to be awesome. Not only that, the disciples found even stronger spirit stones one after another. Boom! Li Qingyang flew out, placed a hill on the ground, and said excitedly, This is even stronger. Oh my God! Everyone's eyes widened. They had seen hills piled up by spirit stones, but they had never seen a spirit stone that was as big as a hill. How many years will it take? Just how much heaven and earth attribute does it contain? Unbelievable! The disciples spent most of the day in the secret realm, and each of them had a great harvest. They had all obtained high-quality and huge spirit stones. It was no exaggeration to say that they were in an environment full of spirit stones and mineral veins. As long as they stretched out their hands slightly, they could obtain a large amount of mineral veins. Moreover, it was inexhaustible. It was worth it. Jun Changshao said, It was so worth it. With the ability to become invisible, wouldn't it be a matter of limited resources if he went out to steal? Now that the heaven vein secret realm was filled with powerful resources, he could really squander them to his heart's content. AI. The system sighed and said, This hack is crazy. However, it said proudly, it also proves the strength of the system even more. It also proves that it only provides timely help, not icing on the cake. Indeed, a secret realm full of mineral veins was definitely a timely help. The array hall, forging hall, and other departments had already reached a technological bottleneck. Now that more powerful resources had appeared, it would definitely bring in huge profits. If the disciples used it to absorb and cultivate, their cultivation speed would definitely skyrocket. There was no denying it. The power of the celestial music was a very powerful energy. However, this was the upper universe after all. After all, it was mainly heaven and earth spiritual energy. The attributes from the land of eternal life could only be used occasionally to unleash unpredictable power. When it came to fighting on the battlefield, the real battle of attrition still depended on the heaven and earth attribute. The appearance of the heaven-vein secret realm was equivalent to giving the sect of all times unlimited energy. Page. On the mountain peak, Jun Changshao said, "It's been hard on you all these years." Page was very emotional. It had not had a heart-to-heart talk with its master for a long time. "Do you still remember the promise between you and me?" "Yes," Page said. "I won't forget until I die." "What promise?" When Jun Changshao ascended the mountain peak, he hoped to have it by his side. This sentence had been deeply motivating Page. No matter whether it was the most tiring work or the most difficult work, every time it thought of it, it would be full of fighting spirit, as if it had been injected with chicken blood. It could not admit defeat, it could not admit defeat. It had to continue to become stronger, it had to accompany its master. "I'm very pleased that you can grow and become stronger all the way, but this seems to be far from enough." Page lowered its head and said in shame, "I'm ignorant." In terms of beast quality, it was not as good as the master of the dragon clan, Little Long Long. It had barely not dropped the ball because of its almost crazy cultivation. However, there was still a limit to its race and bloodline. Jun Changshao naturally understood this, so he patted Page's head and said, "If there's a chance, I'll let you completely sublimate." "Thank you, master." Page was so touched that it was about to cry. However, Jun Changshao waved his sleeve and pointed to the seemingly endless world in the distance. "Your first task now is to dig out all the spirit stones here." The system said, "After all this fuss, it's still a tool." "Yes." Page jumped down. If it could hear the system's thoughts, it would definitely bare its fangs and brandish its claws. "I'm willing to be a tool." Huff huff. Huff huff huff. Inside the heaven's vain secret realm, Page seemed to have turned into a diligent old yellow ox, crazily mining the mountains, rivers, and plants that the spirit stones had turned into. Although it was a bit tiring, it was enjoying it. Speaking of which, Jun Changshao had or mining tools, why did he still use Page? The system only saw that Go Xing used Page as a tool, but it did not know that mining spirit stones was also a kind of cultivation. All these years, Page was still able to keep up with the large group because it was constantly busy. Although it was quite miserable, it could improve itself time and time again, stimulating itself time and time again. Early contract beasts such as the purple lightning spirit tiger and the ice lion did not even have a camera at the moment. Wasn't it because their strength was seriously out of line with their masters? In short, for the time being, Jun Changshao did not have the means to make his contract beasts stronger easily, so he could only train them by enduring hardship. Unfortunately, many people could not understand Go Xing's good intentions and really treated him as a capitalist who desperately exploited his contract beasts. Others laugh at me for being too crazy. On the mountain peak, Jun Changshao held his hands behind his back and shook his head. "I laugh at others for not being able to see through me." Patriarch. A voice sounded in his ears. "The star spirit world is attacking." Jun Changshao responded and appeared in front of the great sky city's gate tower out of thin air. He casually looked into the distance and saw tens of thousands of star spirit world soldiers lined up neatly, exuding an aura that could shake mountains and rivers. Flying Tiger Army. They were here. However, because their flagship-level equipment was stolen, they were all wearing sub-flagship level equipment. This did not matter. For the Flying Tiger Army soldiers, equipment was nothing more than a small bonus. As long as they were strong enough and had good teamwork, they could naturally make up for it perfectly. "You are the leader of the rebels?" Yu Shuai stood in front of the formation and locked onto Jun Changshao. Xing looked at the armor she was wearing. The quality was not inferior to the one he had stolen before, and said, "So you have more than one piece of equipment of this level." Yu Shuai's entire face suddenly darkened and said, "You were the one who stole this marshal's armor?" "Yes," Jun Changshao confessed. Suddenly, a very bold idea appeared in his sea of consciousness. The things he bought in the system store were all stolen, and he was now happy to steal. Could it be? Was it really the system that he created in the future and inherited the personality of stealing? F***ck. Xing roared, "It's really possible." The system was silent for a moment and said weakly, "Don't come if you have diabetes." Chapter 1926. Jun Changshao started to let his imagination run wild again. This guy was sick. He either thought that he had a transcendent identity or that the system was created by himself in the future. For such patients, the best way was to prevent diabetes from coming, lest he get a taste of the benefit. Shameless thief! Yu Shuai said angrily with a cold face, "I will tear you to pieces." "Sorry," Jun Changshao said, "you don't have the ability." Yu Shuai obviously did not want to argue with him. She first adjusted her anger, then waved her hand and said coldly, 1 hour. Take down to Tian City." 1 hour? Jun Changshao almost laughed out loud. "You're that confident?" Swish. Swish. At this moment, the tens of thousands of flying tiger army soldiers had already moved. They did not use the most primitive charging tactic, but quickly split up into groups of dozens and charged over from different angles. Interesting. Xuerengui's lips curled into a smile. Swoosh. Swoosh. The disciples of the Sect of all times and the Avengers summoned all kinds of firearms again and stood around the city wall, loading bullets and waiting for the enemy to get close. The Flying Tiger Army had obviously understood the situation of the failed siege. When the defenders entered battle mode, the soldiers at the front took out special shields from their spatial rings. These shields were similar to Xiao Ziji's flowing light shield. A few people crossed in front of them and protected their companions behind them. One word. Professional. Jun Changshao sat on the city wall with a smile on his face. Xuerengui was in charge of defending the city. He was just there to watch the show and find a way to capture that woman called Yu Shuai and take off her armor for his disciples. Huff, 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 huff. The tens of thousands of flying tiger army soldiers advanced layer by layer. They were very close to the city, and the murderous aura on the battlefield was getting stronger. Fire. At this moment, Xuerengui gave the order. Da da da. Da da da. The disciples of the Sect of all times and the Avengers, who were already prepared, pulled the trigger. The screen was filled with bullets that swept toward the tens of thousands of enemies like a tide. Ding ding. Ding ding. The bullets hit the shield one after another, producing sparks and crisp sounds. However, they did not penetrate the shield and only pushed the person holding the shield back a few steps. Shua. Seeing this, Xuerengui raised his hand immediately. Xiao Ziji, who was leaning against the wall of the fort with his arms crossed, kicked the muzzle of the cannon. This action was so cool. Crack. The muzzle of the cannon stopped precisely at the charging area outside the city, then detonated with a loud boom. The cannonball tore through the air like a shooting star and flew out in a beautiful arc. Jun Changshao closed his eyes and listened. Art originates from explosions. Whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, one soldier after another flew out from the continuously charging enemy square formation. They quickly took out mirror-like treasures from their space rings and shone them at each other. Instantly, they formed a series of lights that interweaved into an inescapable net, standing in the path of the cannonballs. Jun Changshao opened his eyes. In the blink of an eye, the cannonball arrived as expected. However, when it came into contact with the stream of light, not only did it not explode, but it also bounced back. That works. Jun Changshao's face was full of surprise. Not good. Xiao Ziji's expression changed drastically. He immediately jumped down from the fort and activated the lines on the back of his hand. His entire body was instantly mechanized. He placed the stream of light shield in front of him and shouted, "Shield up!" Hum. The text effect burst out and merged into the shield, causing it to expand rapidly and cover a wide enough area. Boom. The moment the shield was set up, the cannonball that was bounced back directly hit it, creating the explosive art Jun Changshao was looking forward to. In the distance, near the city walls of Datian City, a mushroom cloud slowly rose. The entire world seemed to tremble. Even the defensive array around the city was directly shaken to the point of being exposed. From this, one could directly understand how terrifying the power of the field artillery after receiving a stronger energy source could be. F***CK. Jun Changshao waved his hand to disperse the billowing smoke. The expression on his face was extremely interesting. Ah! The system couldn't help but laugh. This kind of hot weapon had always been used to blow up others, but in the end it blew itself up. It was a bit funny. Cough cough. In the center of the explosion, Xiao Ziji's coughs could be heard. The huge stream of light shield was still standing in front of him. Although it was densely packed with cracks, it didn't directly shatter. It was resolved. However, the consequences were a bit serious. Plop. Xiao Ziji couldn't support himself anymore and half knelt on the ground. The shield in front of him shattered into streams of light. Even the mech armor on his body began to crack. Taking the bombardment of the field artillery made him lose all his defenses. In a place filled with dust and sand, the slightly weathered back suddenly stopped. The camera slowly moved over, and a cold face gradually appeared. "What's wrong?" the woman next to him asked. Although the environment was harsh and sand was everywhere, it couldn't hide the beauty of a country. Perhaps due to her maternal instincts, her right hand was placed on her abdomen to protect the fetus. That's right. She was Jielingyao. The aged man who suddenly stopped was naturally Yi Xingchen. As the second male lead of the book, he appeared in the camera again. Although he was still incomparably arrogant, his eyes were full of warmth. Yi Xingchen didn't say anything, but his heart was aching. Jielingyao saw that his face was a bit ugly and asked, "Are you not feeling well?" Swoosh. Suddenly, Yi Xingchen turned around and carried her up. His eyes were cold as he said, "Let's go back to the sect." When Xiao Ziji took the bombardment of the cannonball, when his defenses were broken, he, who was far away in another plane, felt it. This was the love of a fellow sect member that surpassed friendship. Whoosh! The two figures disappeared into the yellow sand. Wah! On the city wall of the Star Spirit World's Big Sky City, Xiao Ziji spat out a mouthful of blood. The mech armor on his body had been shattered. It was obvious that taking the bombardment of the cannonball with his own strength had caused great damage to his body. Motherf **Ker. Seeing that his disciple was injured, Jun Changshao got up in anger. He pointed at the soldiers who were constantly charging and shouted, "Kill them all!" Swoosh! Swoosh! The disciples put away their firearms and took out all kinds of weapons made by Fanyezi. They directly flew out of the city wall. Since bullets couldn't break it, they would fight with bayonets. Humph! Seeing this, Yu Shui said coldly, "A bunch of idiots." They were clearly the defending side of the city. Instead of choosing to defend properly, they jumped out to fight with the attacking side. Their brains must have been flooded with water. Fine. This saved him a lot of trouble. Change the formation. Yu Shui had a whole set of plans to deal with the enemy charging out. However, before the soldiers in the vanguard were ready to change, an extremely strong cold current spread from the city wall. Ka. The cold current spread down from the city wall and gradually formed a layer of ice wherever it passed. Whoosh! Lu Qianqian slid down and stood at the city gate. F***CK. Su Xiaoma, who was about to jump down, suddenly stopped. His eyes were wide and round. Li Qingyang and the others were the same. Eldest senior sister had never participated in a fight before. Was there a need to make such a fuss? In fact, what shocked them was not Lu Qianshan's appearance. They were shocked that she had changed from her usual white clothes and was now wearing a pitch-black armor. In everyone's eyes, eldest senior sister was an otherworldly fairy. Because she cultivated the ice element, she had always been related to the color white. However, she suddenly changed her outfit today and changed to the opposite color black. It was really unexpected. Don't say it. Jun Changshao held his chin and said, "She has a different temperament in black." Chapter 1927. Lu Qianshan's appearance in her pitch-black armor shocked the disciples of the sect of all times. It was understandable. After all, first senior sister had always liked to wear white, like an otherworldly fairy. Now that she suddenly changed her style, it would be difficult for her to adapt. She was beautiful. She looked good in everything. This was perfectly reflected on Lu Qianshan. The black battle armor was draped over her body, covering that ice-cold immortal aura, adding a type of coldness and viciousness. Actors with good acting skills did not need smoky makeup. They could change from innocent to villainous with just their eyes. Lu Qianshan, on the other hand, had completely changed from a beautiful and refined woman to a murderous witch with just a disguise. It had to be said. With the black armor, her temperament changed drastically. Kill! Kill! The soldiers of the Flying Tiger Army in the front row charged with weapons. Their mission was to break through De Tian City. Anyone who blocked their way must be crushed to powder. Zero region freeze. Lu Qianshan raised her hand and cold air surged out. Ka ka ka. Ka ka ka. The cold air froze the ground like a tide and spread to the soldiers charging at her. Ice particles stuck to their bodies, causing them to slow down and even stiffen. Jun Changshao said in surprise. She broke through? The cold air released by Lu Qianshan was obviously colder and purer than before. There was only one possibility. She broke through to the heaven's secret state? This kid is enlightened? The old man from Taishan thought. Elder Wei thought to himself, she should be enlightened. Ka ka. The cold air was like a surging flood, instantly filling the battlefield. The thousands of soldiers of the Flying Tiger Army were all in a charging posture and turned into lifelike ice sculptures. Ga. Ga. The soldiers behind saw this and stopped at the edge of the battlefield in fear. At this moment, the ground in front of them was covered in ice, like a natural giant ice skating rink. This was the Zero region. This was Lu Qianshan's new ice god art. After using it, an ice rink would form in a specific area in front of her. As long as one's strength was weaker than hers, they would either be slowed down or frozen. He was able to comprehend this kind of divine ability because he had seen through many things and understood many things. Swish! Swish! Lu Qianshan drew her sword, and an extremely cold light appeared. Bang bang! Pung pung pung! Thousands of ice, sculpture-like soldiers were instantly cut into pieces and then scattered in the frozen null domain. Awesome! Su Xiaoma gave her a thumbs up and thought to himself, eldest senior sister has really gotten over it. First, it was the Taishan old man. Then, it was Elder Wei. Now, he was saying something that was hard to understand. Could it be that there was something that Go Sheng and everyone else did not know? Let's not talk about that for now. The most important thing was to retreat. Swish! Lu Qianshan flew over with her sword in hand. As she moved, the fixed null domain began to spread forward. Retreat! A deputy general roared. Ka ka ka! As soon as he finished speaking, the null domain had already spread under his feet. His body was quickly stuck with ice shards, and his mobility was greatly reduced. In the end, he was completely frozen. Swish! A sword light flew over, and a head fell to the ground. Lu Qianshan pressed the tip of her sword against the ice, and walked toward the enemy step by step. It could be said that one person could stop 10,000 people. Damn it! Yu Shuai was furious. It was one thing for this woman to wear his armor, but she even killed his subordinates without any scruples. If he could tolerate this, what could he tolerate? Break her ice rink! Yes. Swish. 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 Hundreds of flying tiger army soldiers landed on the path that the null domain had to pass through. They all made strange hand seals and opened their hands. They stuck out their heads and spat out hot flames from their mouth. Sixth baby was here. How could fourth baby be missing? But this was too much. Whoosh whoosh. The flames that everyone spat out gathered together and formed a sea of fire that pressed down on the null domain. Obviously, they wanted to solve the problem with the simplest principle of water and fire. Water could carry a boat, but it could also cook porridge. Similarly, when the heat of the fire reached the extreme, it could also restrain both ice and water. However, Lu Qianqian's extreme cold attribute was very terrifying. Even if the rolling flames pressed down, she was not affected. Instead, she became even colder under the stimulation of the high temperature. So cold that all the hot flames that pressed down were frozen. Oh my God! Su Xiaomao was shocked. The fire is frozen. Jun Changshao was delighted. My eldest disciple must have broken through. Let's not talk about this first. Retreating from the enemy was the most important thing. Ka ka. Ka ka. Not only were the flames that surged over frozen, but they also spread along the source. The fourth baby that was spitting fire did not have time to shut up and was frozen on the spot. This woman. Yu Shuai frowned. To be able to freeze the flames, she must be very strong. If the soldiers continued to charge, they would be sending themselves to death. Hence, he ordered, "Everyone, retreat!" Swish. Swish. The soldiers that were hesitating whether to continue charging heard the order and retreated to the back. They were so fast that they were afraid that they would be frozen if they were slow. The Flying Tiger Army surrendered just like that? No. When all the soldiers retreated safely, Yu Shuai raised his hand. A pitch-black halberd appeared out of thin air. Then, he jumped over and landed at the edge of the region. Ka ka ka. The cold air was blocked and could not spread forward at all. Lu Qianqian did not continue to strengthen the spreading force. She looked indifferently at the woman in front of her who was wearing the same type of armor. Qianqian, Jun Changshao said, "Take her down. Capture the leader first." As long as this woman was dealt with, the Flying Tiger Army would be useless. Huff. Hearing the patriarch's words, Lu Qianqian did not answer. The words engraved on the back of her hand were activated. Her black hair seemed to be covered by snow and gradually turned silver-white. Everyone in the same sect knew that eldest senior sister's hair would turn this color after activating the special effects of the words. But now that she was wearing the black armor, her hair was as white as snow. The change in her temperament was really earth-shattering. Pretending to be mysterious, Yu Shuai sneered. The next second, his eyes shrank and he hurriedly bent back. Whoosh! The cold sword energy swept past her body. Although it did not hit the target, it killed dozens of Flying Tiger Army soldiers in the distance. Seeing this, everyone hurriedly raised their shields. Die! Yu Shuai adjusted her body and stabbed the heavy halberd in her hand at a strange angle. Judging from the explosive power, her strength should not be weaker than Yin. The commander of the Flying Tiger Army was definitely one of the higher-up. Of course, she did not have the ability to turn invisible. Her specialty was not her cultivation but her ability to command. The Star Spirit Realm had launched so many invasions, and most of the wars were personally led by this woman. She was beautiful. She could lead troops to war. She was definitely the model of a main character's harem. Unfortunately, she met Jun Changshao. The two of them were destined to have no emotional interaction. The result of being her enemy was either death or being reduced to a tool. Boom boom. Boom boom boom. In the null domain, Yu Shuai waved her halberd and continuously broke through layers of ice walls. Although she was a woman, she erupted with extremely strong combat power. Lu Qianqian's 2 fingers kept mobilizing the ice attribute, forming an absolute defense in front of her. However, from the way she kept retreating, it was obvious that she was a little weak. Of course, since Yu Shuai was on the same level as Yin. Then, for a powerhouse of this level, it would at least require Jun Changshao or Jian Guishu to take action. It would be a bit difficult for a core disciple to fight. Go Xing realized and was ready to find an opportunity to enter the battlefield. Die. Right at this moment, Yu Shuai leaped up and poured all the strength in her body into the halberd. This blow shattered the space, shattered the ice layer on the ground, and even shattered the null domain formed by Lu Qianqian. The latter suffered a backlash, and her face instantly turned pale. Chance. Jun Changxiao's eyes turned cold and was about to rush out of the tower. However, just as he lifted his foot, he came to an abrupt stop. His eyes and mouth gradually widened. In his field of vision, the pale-faced Lu Qianqian gave up resisting. Rolling cold air emerged from her body and gradually condensed into a huge figure. She said in a sacred voice, "This world was born in ice and snow, and it will also end in ice and snow." Huff huff. In an instant the entire battlefield was filled with cold air and covered in ice and snow. The figure standing behind Lu Qianqian had materialized. It was a woman wrapped in thick layers of ice. Her face was very white, and her eyes were filled with coldness. Even a glance at her gave off a bone-chilling feeling. This is Li Qingyang, and the others found her familiar until they remembered seeing her on the wall of the secret realm. They exclaimed in unison, "SSS level heroic soul." Chapter 1928. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The woman wrapped in ice stood in front of Lu Qianqian. Not only did she exude a holy aura, but she also exuded an extremely cold aura. At that moment, the whole world seemed to have entered a harsh winter. Li Qingyang and the others saw this and immediately remembered that there was a portrait of this woman on the wall in the secret realm that represented an SSS-level heroic soul, surrounded by ice and snow. SSS-level heroic soul? Jun Changshao held his chin and said, "There's an ice-type god in the Chinese mythological system?" Although he couldn't enter the secret realm, he learned from his disciples that the highest SSS-level heroic soul should be at the level of gods, such as the great sage, heaven's equal. "Why not?" the system said. "Isn't snow goddess Tinglu one?" "Tinglu?" Jun Changshao was speechless. "I've never heard of it." Tringdingji's Young Jasper Forest Astronomy chapter recorded that Master Yun is Fenglong, and Snow Goddess is Tinglu, the system explained. F***CK. Jun Changshao curled his lips. "You must have Googled." "Of course." The system spoke in a straightforward manner. After interacting with the host for a long time, it had also become shameless. This meant that shamelessness was contagious. Did the readers who followed it until now have great achievements in shamelessness? Boom. While Jun Changshao and the system were talking, Yu Shuai waved his halberd and smashed it down. A strong wave of air spread across the battlefield, shattering the ice layer and causing the air to be filled with debris, like the morning mist. Li Qingyang and the others hurriedly looked over. They were worried about their senior sister. However, when the camera panned to Lu Qianqian, they saw the ice woman behind her spread out her hands, and layers of ice walls hung in the air, successfully blocking the powerful halberd. "Kid, you're too weak." A soft voice like mixed with electricity sounded on the battlefield. Although it was warm on the surface, it was extremely cold. Everyone couldn't help but shiver. Whoosh. Yu Shuai used the force to retreat and landed at the position where he jumped. He frowned, and the hand holding the halberd felt numb. He had gathered 90% of his strength in the attack just now, but it didn't shake the seemingly temporary ice wall. 1. Space trembled, and cold air erupted. "Not good, boom." The area where Yu Shuai was standing suddenly exploded with dense ice flowers, and she staggered back a few steps, the halberd in her hand almost flying out. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. A moment later, the ice flowers exploded one after another. Because it was too sudden and too fast, Li Qingyang and the others were bewildered. They had no idea what kind of attack the other party had suffered. Jun Changshao was able to catch it. That was the ice attribute energy that had suddenly condensed in the extreme cold region. It had suddenly exploded and was impossible to guard against. At this time, Lu Qianqian, who was forcibly suppressing her internal injuries, moved. Cold air spread out from her feet, once again plating the ground with a thicker layer of ice. The summoned SSS rank heroic soul moved as well. Its feet left the ground and it floated like a ghost. Crack! Crack! A frosty aura emanated from Lu Qianqian's palm and quickly wrapped around the 3-foot-long sword, making it look even sharper. Yu Shuai's expression changed slightly. She was not afraid of the disciples of the sect of all times, but she was afraid of the unfathomable and godlike existence behind her. Retreat. Leave this place. Thinking of this, Yu Shuai turned around and fled without another word. The patriarch said that he wants to take you down. Lu Qianqian raised her hand gently and said with a cold gaze, so there's no way out. Buzz. The heroic soul behind her disappeared into thin air. Crack crack. At the end of the null region, which was where Yu Shuai was fleeing, the surrounding ice suddenly trembled and immediately merged into the Ice Lady. She crossed her hands and chanted. Whoosh, whoosh. A cold wind blew and snowflakes fluttered. Yu Shuai's expression changed because the snowflakes that seemed to be falling turned into sharp icicles halfway and flew toward her. Swish, swish, swish. Swish, swish, swish. The snowflakes fell like knives at an extremely fast speed. Every snowflake contained extremely sharp sword energy. After the sudden acceleration, they cut through space and left mark. Jian Guishu's expression was grave. That Ice Lady was really a bit scary. Even from the moment she appeared until now, it was like a cat playing with a mouse. 8 Baron Sweep. Yu Shuai would not sit still and wait for death. When she rushed over, she suddenly waved her halberd and poured her spiritual energy into it. It rolled up a gorgeous light in midair, trying to resolve the falling snow blades. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Light flickered and energy surged. Yu Shuai's strength was strong, but in the face of the dense snow blades, the final result was to break one piece after another. Poochie! Poochie! The snow blade was incomparably sharp. It left a mark on the battle armor. When the wind stopped and the snow stopped, the fragmentary domain became a vast expanse of whiteness. Puff! Yu Shuai spat out a mouthful of blood. The camera zoomed out, and she was half kneeling with one hand holding her halberd. Her face, shoulders, chest, back and legs were all small knife marks. Blood seeped out from them and splashed on the snow-white ground. Seeing the armor was so damaged, Fan Yezi shook his head and said, "What a pity." The problem was not too big. As long as she could get it back, she should be able to repair it. Rustle, rustle. The sound of stepping on snow could be heard. Lu Qianqian stopped in front of Yu Shuai, grabbed her hair and lifted her up and said, "Take it off yourself, or do you want me to help you?" Yu Shuai's face became paler. The dense snow blade attack just now had caused her too much damage. At this moment, it was almost equivalent to losing her fighting strength. In fact, even if she could, she would not dare to fight back. Very simple, the floating ice girl's strength was far above her. If she did not deliberately show mercy, she would have been cut into pieces. "I'll help you." Lu Qianqian raised her sword and a shadow appeared. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others hurriedly turned their heads. Jun Changshao did not turn his head. Instead, he looked very carefully until the armor was taken off. Only then did he lean on the back of the chair and smile. Comfortable. Don't misunderstand. Although Yu Shuai's armor was taken off, she was definitely still wearing clothes, so bullshit. the system roared. The armor has been cut, how can the underwear inside be intact? Wouldn't it be broken into pieces? Yu Shui. Outside the region, the Flying Tiger Army soldiers were in grief. Boss was captured, what should they do? Retreat. A deputy general was still calm and immediately shouted. Without a commander, the army had lost its backbone. The best way was to retreat quickly to preserve their strength. Qianqian. Jun Changshao stood up and ordered, "Take them all down." Whoosh! Lu Qianqian flew over, and the cold air around her quickly spread to the distant mountain peak. She said, "Move the mountain!" Rumble! Rumble! The mountain peaks were uprooted like trees. Seal the mountain! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Dozens of mountains flew over quickly, carried by the cold air, and landed around the soldiers of the Flying Tiger Army who were trying to escape, forming a sealed valley with no way out. Whoosh whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! The cold air spread from the mountains like a rolling flood, instantly filling the valley. The soldiers in the valley did not even have the chance to blink and turned into lifelike ice sculptures. At this point, the Flying Tiger Army and their commander were all dead. Not bad, not bad. Jun Changshao laughed with his hands on his hip. When Lu Qianqian returned with the enemy commander, he was about to ask when she said, "I will go back first." Go Xing was left in place. "All right. This disciple of mine is still very unique." The Taishan old man, Elder Wei, and Su Shima looked at Lu Qianqian at the same time and said in a low voice, "She has really gotten over it." Gotten over what? Jun Changshao suddenly appeared in the middle of the three and asked with a blank face. "That's right. What exactly did she get over it?" Chapter 1929. Creek. In the Tianyuan prison pagoda-level prison, Yu Shui was thrown into a cell. Yin, who lived next door, saw an old acquaintance, and his expression immediately became interesting. This was the commander of the Flying Tiger Army. Why did he come in? Could it be that the situation in the star spirit world was not good? He actually had the mind to care about this problem. It seemed that the prison trio did not care enough for him. Another one with decent strength came in. Zhang San, who lived opposite, sat cross-legged on the bed and said excitedly, "Could it be that Jun Patriarch is the one who changed the world?" This guy was quite pitiful. Ever since he confessed, although he had not been cared for, he had been locked in prison and could not see the day when he would be released. It was not that Jun Changshao was deliberately making things difficult for him, but he was afraid that he would run away again. As a talent who could see the future, he had to be controlled first. Who knew, he might come in handy in the future. "No." Zhang San said, "I have to deduce again." Buzz. Buzz. He took out the oracle bones, copper coins, and other items and scattered them on the 5 elements 8 trigrams plate. Then, he put his hands together and chanted, "Heavenly Eye, open." After a while, 2 fingers were placed on his forehead. Whoosh! An eye similar to Erlang Shun's appeared between his eyebrows, flashing with a special light and suddenly merging into the void. At that moment, Zhang San quivered as if he had been electrocuted. His entire body was stunned, and his soul flew into the distance with the spirit of time and space, flying into the future. He could be considered an old hand in this kind of thing. However, what surprised him was that after his soul passed through the layers of folded space under the protection of the spirit of time and space, what he saw was chaos and hazy. "What's going on?" Zhang San was a little dumbfounded. In the past, whenever he did not hesitate to consume his lifespan to peek into the future, he could always see the scene he wanted, but this time, there was nothing. He vaguely remembered that when the Sky Devil Emperor first started to wreak havoc in the upper universe, he had risked his life to do the most comprehensive deduction. The scene he saw was the collapse of heaven and earth, the destruction of living beings, and the entire universe seemed to be experiencing the end of the world. However, at the most desperate moment, there was suddenly a righteous light shining on the earth. Gradually, Zhang San saw a figure walking out from the light, exuding a majestic aura. Later on, in the next few deductions, he could always see the figure whose face was hard to see. He could see him confronting the celestial devil emperor. He could see him destroying the heaven and earth with a raise of his hand. He could see him changing the rules of the heavenly Tao and changing the order of the heavenly Tao. Zhang San was deeply shocked. If one had to use a word to describe it, it would be God. Him. He was definitely someone who could change the structure of the upper universe. Actually, Zhang San had already deduced this long ago, but he was unable to see the appearance clearly, so he was unable to determine who it was and when it would appear. However, he was already used to seeing figures in the future. This time, he had sacrificed his lifespan to continue divining, but he did not see anything. It was inevitable that he would be dumbfounded. Boom! Boom! Right at this moment, the sound of collisions came from the hazy space, forcing the entire area to gradually bend and distort. Zhang San seemed to have realized something and exclaimed, "An unforeseen event has occurred in the future." Buzz! Suddenly, a force pressed down from all directions, and the soul that existed in the future was instantly shattered. Wow! Zhang San spat out a mouthful of blood, but his eyes were filled with shock. Space was distorted. Heaven and earth were in chaos. Wasn't this the sign of the future being changed that Master had mentioned before? It's over. Something big has happened. The fear in Zhang San's eyes grew stronger. Everything that happened in the future, no matter how much of a spoiler it was, would never change. Now that there was a sudden change that he could not see, who knew what would happen in the future? Because he knew, he was calm. Now that he was at a loss, he was afraid of the unknown. Moreover, intuition told Zhang San that the change in the future was definitely man-made. Who? Sky Devil Emperor? Zhang San hurriedly withdrew this crazy thought, because if it was really that guy who changed, the future would probably be the same as what he had just seen. Space would collapse, the heavenly Tao would be in chaos, and all living beings would be annihilated. Dai Lu stood outside the cell, puzzled. Why is this guy vomiting blood? Maybe he hasn't been cared for a while, Zhao Daoda said. If that's the case, Dai Lu said, then show some care. But while the two were talking, Zhang San leaned against the railing, his head popping out of the crack, almost squeezing his whole body out. He shouted, "I want to see Jun Patriarch, I have something big to tell him." Something big? Dai Lu and Zhao Daoda looked at each other. Sect of all times. The tens of thousands of captured Flying Tiger Army soldiers were all locked in special cells. They were not all sent to Tianyuan Prison Pagoda, because they could not withstand so many warriors. Some people had been questioning that the Barricade Soul Pagoda was too powerful, suppressing all kinds of big shots. In fact, that was not the case. All the prisoners who were sent here were either injured or under absolute control. Not to mention area, even an ordinary martial artist could deal with them in their current state. If the other party was in full condition, he could not even let Jun Changshao put his head in, because the defense of the Barricade Soul Pagoda could not withstand a high-level warrior with full cultivation. In short, the more you felt that the Barricade Soul Pagoda was too buggy, the more it proved that the prisoners had received enough care before they were sent in. Come on, brothers. MC Goshing raised his phone, his face in front of Zhang San, and shouted at the friends watching the live broadcast, "Whoever doubts in the comments, I will torture this guy 10 times, and guarantee that he will always be in a weak state. Here you go. Thank you to Jiang Hu, goodbye little Gigi for the plane. Thank you to Jiang Hu, goodbye ancestral staff for the rocket. Speak." Jun Changshao sat in the main hall, his fingers interlocked, and said, "What have you seen through?" Su Xiaoma was about to cry. There were some things that Grand Elder and Elder Wei also knew. Why didn't the Patriarch ask them? Why did he ask me? Patriarch, Su Xiaoma said with a serious expression, I promise senior sister to keep it a secret. Nonsense. Jun Changshao said, if you can keep it a secret, pigs can climb trees. Su Xiaoma was very sad. Could it be that in the eyes of the patriarch, he didn't keep his mouth shut? Yes. Sigh. Su Xiaoma sighed, and his thoughts went back to the past. About a year ago, he couldn't remember the specific time. That day, he went to the medical hall after cultivating as usual to talk to Elder Wei about relationship problems. To be exact, they were going to work together on a book called Love Bible. The sect of all times didn't restrict the disciples from pursuing love, but there were so many people in the sect, and only a few of them were single. As the third senior brother, Su Xiaoma was very sad, and decided to combine his experience and Elder Wei's profession to help them successfully find their other halves. However, when he came to the study, he saw senior sister. Just as he was about to go in and greet her, he heard Elder Wei say, "The person you can't forget in your heart is the patriarch?" Su Xiaoma immediately realized that there was a problem, so he held his breath and quietly leaned against the door to eavesdrop. Yes. Lu Qianshan said. It was very difficult to say this word. That day, the woman who was always cold and unsociable said a lot, and Su Xiaoma also heard a lot, and he was shocked in his heart. This is a big thing, and it overturns everything I know. Creak. Suddenly, Lu Qianshan pushed the door open and walked out. She didn't leave immediately, but looked in the direction where Su Xiaoma hid, and said with a cold face, "Senior sister, I hope you can keep it a secret." Su Xiaoma didn't answer, because he had been frozen into a statue, and only when he was automatically defrosted did he say with a trembling voice, Senior sister, I will keep it a secret." Chapter 1930. Many people didn't believe that Su Xiaoma would keep it a secret. In fact, he did it. He didn't say anything he had heard. It was hard on him. He couldn't hold it in. Back to Lu Qianshan. What on earth happened? In a word, she opened her eyes. The so-called less screen time and closed-door cultivation were just excuses. The real reason was that she deliberately avoided Jun Changshao. In fact, Lu Qianshan had been very tangled and painful during this period. She even had her mind disturbed because of all kinds of worries. She wanted to change, so she went to the Taishan old man. "Senior, I want to comprehend the higher level of Taishan ice heart technique." The Taishan old man was silent. This ice mental cultivation method was created by him in the falling star continent. It was limited to thinking and comprehension. How could he give her any guidance? To put it bluntly, the creator of the mental cultivation method was far less proficient than the successor. "Child," the Taishan old man said, "although I created the Taishan ice heart technique, you have already achieved a higher level. If you want to comprehend the higher level, I can't help you. You have to rely on yourself." Lu Qianshan said, "Senior, you have left the state of heart like still water. I have studied it for so many years, but I still can't see the main point. Because you have fallen in love." In this regard, the Taishan old man could still help. He even discovered it in the early years, but he never pointed it out. "Senior, do you mean that I can only comprehend heart like still water if I cut off my feelings?" The Taishan old man was speechless. This girl's way of thinking was a bit special. "Child," the Taishan old man said, "there are love, family, and friendship in this world. How can we, as ordinary people, cut them off so easily?" In fact, the heart like still water that was left in the secret book was just a vague concept that he put forward. He himself had never achieved it. This was equivalent to a teacher leaving a question that even he didn't understand and letting the later generation solve it by their own ability. Just set the question. Others were responsible for solving the question. Whether it was solved correctly or not, there was no way to judge. F***ck. Lu Qianshan didn't get the answer she wanted, so she left the array formation hall and went to the medical hall. She didn't want to be too entangled with heart like still water. She only cared about how to solve this problem. Elder Wei. He should be able to give an answer. This led to the scene where Su Xiaoma overheard the conversation between the two of them. Elder Wei. It's hard for me to forget someone. In the past, there were some things that Lu Qianqian wouldn't say out loud, but as she became more and more integrated into the sect, she had already made the most fundamental change. The man you can't forget is the patriarch? As expected of a relationship expert, Elder Wei hit the nail on the head. Others might not have noticed, but he had long noticed Lu Qianqian. Especially after Rose of Flowers came to the sect, she would always deliberately avoid him. This was already very obvious. Yes. Lu Qianqian admitted it. Since she was here, she hoped to solve the problem. You are the first disciple of the patriarch, and you are about the same age. It's normal for you to have feelings for each other after many years of contact, Elder Wei said. I want to forget the patriarch. Elder Wei, do you have a way? Lu Qianqian asked. Elder Wei said, it may be easy to love someone, but it's very difficult to forget someone. What should I do? Lu Qianqian lowered her head. She seemed to be asking Elder Wei, but in fact, she was also asking herself why she couldn't get rid of it after so many years. She tried. She cultivated almost crazily and tried to avoid it as much as possible. But once the seed of emotion was buried in the heart, it would take root and sprout over time. If she couldn't forget, she would be even more annoyed. The more annoyed she was, the more confused she was. Lu Qianqian, who was still cold and arrogant on the outside, was actually like a little girl who sold matches, curled up alone in the ice and snow. Everyone could see that the recent chapters were focused on her. Naturally, they also hoped to give this disciple a perfect ending as much as possible before the main storyline came. Learn to forget. Elder Wei taught her a way. It was easy to say, but it was difficult for the person involved to do it. In fact, there was no good way. After all, in name, Lu Qianqian and Jun Changshao were disciple and patriarch. Strictly speaking, they were master and disciple. Moreover, there was also Rose of Flowers, who had already married the patriarch. In the martial arts world, it was normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. However, Elder Wei didn't think that Lu Qianqian, who had a cold personality, would be able to accept it. Especially the patriarch, whose EQ had been kicked by a donkey, wouldn't have such thoughts. So, the best way was to quit early. Elder Wei said, if you can't cut the Gordian knot with a quick knife, it will inevitably become more complicated in the future. It's already a mess. Lu Qianqian said bitterly. She didn't get any substantial help, so she left rather dejectedly. During this time, she specially instructed Su Xiaoma, who was eavesdropping, to keep it a secret. In fact, it didn't matter whether it was a secret or not, because any disciple with intelligence more or less felt it. It was just that they were afraid of being frozen and didn't dare to say it. Senior sister. She was still very intimidating in the sect. Sigh. Watching the girl leave, Elder Wei shook his head and said, love really doesn't distinguish one's character. Those who should be affected will still be affected. Elder Wei. Su Xiaoma walked over and said, Senior sister, can you let it go? Don't ask me, I don't know. After returning from the medical hall, Lu Qianqian locked herself in her room for several days. Lu Wanshi and Yao Menjing had come several times, but they couldn't call her out. Senior sister Lu. Yao Menjing was puzzled. What's wrong with senior sister? She should be cultivating in seclusion. Although Lu Wanshi explained it this way, she was actually muttering in her heart. Was she thinking about the patriarch again? Even the hall master of the Imperial Cuisine Hall, who in the entire sect couldn't see through it, yes, Jun Changshao. Night came. Lu Qianqian sat in front of the window, her hands hugging her legs and her chin resting on her knees. Her bright eyes looked at the moon in the sky with a complicated expression. The camera slowly moved down and locked onto the bracelet on her wrist. This was the ice bracelet that Jun Changshao gave to his disciple when she went to the Life and Death Valley to train. Now that her realm had increased, it had lost its effect long ago, but she still didn't throw it into the spatial ring. Elder Wei is right. Lu Qianshan murmured, I have to learn to forget. Creak. The next day, the door was pushed open. Yao Menjing, who happened to pass by, saw this and said happily, Senior sister, you're in seclusion. Her words stopped abruptly, because although Lu Qianshan was still cold, there was a very subtle change. What changed, she couldn't say. Until her gaze landed on her empty wrist, she said in surprise, Senior sister, where's the bracelet? I accidentally broke it, Lu Qianshan said. Ah. Yao Menjing widened her eyes and said, So careless? Lu Qianshan didn't explain too much. She went to the cafeteria to eat as usual and entered the ice layer of the ninth heaven secret realm to start cultivating. Maybe it was because of the night's thinking, or maybe it was because she didn't have the bracelet, but her mind was calm. After practicing the Taishan Ice Heart formula, she found a mystery that she had never discovered before. The cultivation process was very boring. Occasionally, things that she didn't want to think of would flash through her mind. Lu Qianshan could suppress them very well. Her heart that was still warm gradually cooled down, and she slowly integrated into another realm. It was a world of ice and snow. There were many mirrors made of ice. Lu Qianshan sat in the center with her legs crossed, and countless reflections of herself were reflected. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, she didn't know how much time had passed. When she had some kind of enlightenment here, when she opened her eyes, all the mirrors around her had shattered, and she was the only one left in the whole world. I understand now, Lu Qianshan muttered to herself. Her once turbulent state of mind was firmer than before. Other than coldness, there was no other expression on her face. Later, she left the ninth heaven secret realm and went to the heavenly might secret realm. There, she defeated 2 kinds of heroic souls and chose an SSS-level heroic soul. Whoosh! A woman covered in ice appeared and stood opposite Lu Qianshan like a god. She said impatiently, Girl, why are you here again? You once said that my state of mind was unstable and that it was difficult for me to comprehend the profound meaning of ice. Lu Qianshan said, Now I'm here to tell you, the ice in my heart will no longer melt. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sky was filled with coldness from her body, as if the entire area was frozen. The woman of ice said in surprise, It seems that not long ago, you actually comprehended some kind of profound meaning of ice. Fine. If you agree to bet, you must accept defeat. My snow god Tinglu will sign a contract with you. Look. The system roared at the top of its lungs. I didn't guess wrong, did I? Chapter 1931. In the main hall of the Sect of all times, Jun Changshao clasped his fingers together and fell into silence. Patriarch. Su Xiaoma said seriously, I promised senior sister to keep it a secret, but I didn't do it in the end. You may leave, Jun Changshao said. Yes. Su Xiaoma turned and left. When he walked out of the main hall, he felt a sense of relief in his heart. The emotions that he had been suppressing were finally released. Some things could be left unsaid, but some things must be said, even if he had to bear the crime of being a blabbermouth. Senior sister. Su Xiaoma looked up at the sky and said, If you really get over it, you won't blame junior brother, right? Sigh. Jun Changshao leaned on the chair and sighed helplessly. It was rare that the system did not jump out to complain, because it knew that the host's heart was in a mess again. Hall Master Shui. Jun Changshao stood up and shouted. Shuirengue hurried over and saw the patriarch's serious expression. He was puzzled and said, What's the situation? Jun Changshao walked down and stood in front of the sand table that represented the star spirit world. He pointed at the cities inside and said coldly, Take down this plane and save all the corpse servants. Yes. The eternal world suddenly became lively. Battleships and mechas started one after another. All the warriors in the plain were mobilized. When Jun Changshao took over the great heaven city, this scene was destined to happen, but it came a little earlier than before. No way. Seeing this, the demon ancestor said in shock, ready to attack. Hall Master. An Avenger hurried to report. Jun Patriarch just gave the order that we Avenger must cooperate with General Shui. Sure enough, the demon ancestor said with a serious face, it's really begun. When Jun Changshao took over the great heaven city, he realized that the other party had a very big plan. He might even use this place as a stronghold and then start to take over the entire star spirit world. Come, play. The demon ancestor was not a person who knew his place. Since Jun Changshao wanted to play so boldly, he would definitely cooperate to the end. Buzz, buzz. Thousands of battleships and hundreds of thousands of Diablo appeared in the sky above the great heaven city. The scale was massive, and the aura they exuded was enough to shatter the heavens. Ta. Millions of the Devil Army and millions of Avengers stood on the drill ground, fully armed. The War Cavalry Hall's Vice Hall Master, Tao Yuan, began to distribute the teams and the detailed attack route. When everything was ready, Jun Changshao, who was sitting on the city gate tower, said, "We must break through all the nearby cities within a day." Yes. Their voices shook the mountains and rivers. Move out. Swish. Swish. The Sect of all times immediately split up and attacked the nearest city. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others also participated. They were divided into various teams, and their task was to assist in the siege. Kill. Kill. Not long after, various forces arrived at their destination, one after another, and began to attack the cities of the star spirit world at the fastest speed possible. Why did he say Godspeed? Because Jun Changshao had given them a day, they only used 2 hours. Most of the cities have been breached. Big La City has been breached. Big Hill City has been breached. Big Dream City has been breached. Li Luoqiu continued to report the good news that had been delivered from various places. Very good. Jun Changshao was satisfied. These 4 cities were in special positions and could form an iron bucket when combined. Now that they had taken them down, they would have the absolute initiative in both offense and defense. Pass down the order. Jun Changshao said, quickly set up the teleportation array and connect the 4 cities. Yes. The members of the array hall who were working with the 4 groups received the order to set up the teleportation array in the 4 cities as soon as possible, so that when one side was in trouble, all sides would come to help. The attack was still ongoing. The other forces continued to attack the cities further away. From God's perspective, the army of the Sect of all times split into more than 10 groups, with Big Sky City as the center point, spreading in all directions. As the surrounding cities were breached one after another, the color of Go Xing's territory on the sand table gradually expanded. In just one day, the Sect of all times, which originally only had Big Sky City, had taken over more than 40 cities. This kind of rapid large-scale attack left the astral spirit world powerless to fight back. By the time they recovered, many cities had already been taken. Not long after, the upper echelons of the astral spirit world were furious. In their view, the people who breached Big Sky City were nothing more than a small-scale rebellion. Now it was a full-fledged large-scale rebellion. They must be severely punished and suppressed. In a short period of time, the astral spirit world mobilized troops from various cities and sent top powerhouses to help. This upper plane was completely chaotic. The thick smell of war drifted in the air and blew far away with the wind. Report. In the military camp of Big Sky City, a subordinate came to report, "The enemy is attacking." He Woody sat at the head of the table and rubbed his temples with a headache. At this moment, not only was he wearing armor, but he was also a real general. The attack on Big Sky City was also under his command. The army of the Sect of all times was led by Xuerungue and Tao Yuan. The generals who were sent out were naturally replaced by the core disciples. The commander-in-chief in Big Sky City was Xiao Ziji, and the commander-in-chief in Big Hill City was Su Xiaoma. It could be said that, as long as one was a core disciple, they would basically be guarding a region. He Wudi did not want to be so high-profile, but military orders were as important as mountains. He could only reluctantly put on his armor and go into battle. Love what you do. Since the patriarch had handed this city to him and planned to use it as a stronghold to continue attacking the major cities of the astral spirit world, he had to submit a satisfactory answer. Fight! He Wudi strode out and stood on top of the city gate tower. Outside the city, hundreds of thousands of enemy troops were gathered. The commander-in-chief was a higher-up of the astral spirit world. A divine secret who came with the team landed in front of the formation and shouted into the city, "Fight me one-on-one if you have the guts." One-on-one? He Wudi flew out and stood on the battlefield. He moved his head and said, "I'll satisfy you." Boom! Boom! The intense and exciting battle began. As the most powerful disciple in the sect of all times, He Wudi's strength did not need to be explained. Therefore, he directly stated the result, which was to beat the opponent until he was foaming at the mouth and twitching on the ground. Attack! Seeing this, the enemy commander hurriedly ordered the army to attack the city. He Wudi dragged the fainted astral spirit world expert and slowly turned around. He faced the tide of soldiers and said, "You're all here to die." Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Under the setting sun, the corpses on the battlefield were piled up like mountains. He Wudi sat at the top with his fingers interlocked. His black hair danced in the wind, revealing his low-key face. "The city I'm guarding. Even if an immortal comes, he won't be able to break it." Similar scenes played out in the other cities. The astral spirit world tried to take back the cities that had been seized. In the end, they repeatedly sent troops over, but they were all annihilated. Jun Changshao would not give them a chance to attack again. After resting for a few days, he ordered the troops to continue devouring the other regions. Half a month later, Go Xing inserted a flag into a city. When the camera slowly zoomed out, nearly a quarter of the cities in the sand table representing the astral spirit world had chess pieces inserted. Patriarch Xuerengui said, "According to the current progress, we can take down the entire plane in a few months." Sigh. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "I thought this plane would be very troublesome. I didn't expect it to be so weak." The demon ancestor's mouth twitched. "This plane was originally very troublesome, but you and your sect are completely devils." Chapter 1932. The forces of the sect of all times were unstoppable, and the cities of the astral spirit world were conquered one after another. After another month, the Great Sky region and the Great Moon region fell one after another, and the corpse servants who were treated as slaves all regained their freedom and followed the trend to become avengers. The forces of the sect of all times alone could bring trouble to the astral spirit world, but they needed time. As more and more avengers joined in, the pace of devouring would only become faster and faster. Without a doubt, if there was no fierce man from the heavens, the fall of this dimension would be irreversible. In terms of the top level, there were Jun Changshao and Jian Guishu. In terms of the middle level, there were the upper echelons and core disciples of the sect of all times. Many nobles also realized this, and every time they heard that the rebel army was about to attack, they would pack up and flee. Those in charge would run away. The soldiers guarding the city would not risk their lives. The army of the sect of all times, which was already unstoppable, conquered more and more cities almost effortlessly, and the area they occupied continued to expand. Abandonment and escape usually happened in small and medium-sized cities. The large cities were more stubborn, and they actively strengthened their defenses, choosing to fight to the end. Jun Changshao did his best to fulfill their righteousness toward such actions. Boom! Boom! the capital of the Great Ling region experienced countless attacks, and the city protection array supported by tens of thousands of formation masters finally could not hold on any longer, and finally shattered into pieces. Woo! The bugle horn sounded, and the vanguard group led by Zhong Yi charged into the city. 10 minutes later, the enemy soldiers were all killed, and the city walls, towers, and streets were filled with corpses, and the air was filled with a pungent stench. Why bother? Jun Changshao sat on the city tower and shook his head. In the face of absolute power, they still wanted to resist, which was a little foolish. After all, this is their home, the system said. Their home is defended with their lives, but other people's home is trampled on with violence? Jun Changshao admired the enemy soldiers who sacrificed themselves for their home, but he did not have any sympathy, because protecting one's home and country was worthy of praise, but harming others in the past was unforgivable. There was such a city in the astral spirit world, and it was very developed with a large population. There were many advanced technologies around the city walls, and warships floated outside, forming layers of defense. That was right. This was the main city, Star Spirit City. Some readers wondered if the main city of the Jianghu world was called Jianghu City. Congratulations, you got it right. Within the luxurious palace at the center of the city, the noble families, who were usually high and mighty, were in complete chaos. During this period of time, 3 out of the 10 provinces had been taken down, and the situation was extremely dangerous. Damn it! Who the hell is this? One of the higher-ups said angrily. At this moment, according to the information sent back from various sources, they had a rough understanding that it was not just the zombies who were rebelling. There was also a group of even stronger forces, so strong that no matter what army they sent, it would be a waste of time. Your Highness, an old man said solemnly, if this continues, the star spirit world will completely fall. Everyone looked at the man who was sitting on the throne with his head lowered and didn't say a word. This person was the highest commander of the star spirit world. Logically speaking, the ruler of a plane was usually referred to as the realm lord. Why was he referred to as the commander? This was because the star spirit world had not had a sector lord for a very long time. Even the head of the highest organization was only called Hall Master. Activate the array. After a while, the Hall Master raised his head and said unwillingly, inform the Emperor to send reinforcements. If you hesitate any longer, the entire star spirit world will be gone. The Hall Master roared angrily. He looked very young, but his anger had already distorted his entire face to the extreme. At first glance, he looked like a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. Seeing this, the higher-ups fell silent. At present, the group of rebels was tyrannical, and they were fighting on multiple fronts. If they did not ask for reinforcements, the star spirit world would definitely fall in a short period of time. The world was gone. How could they explain to the Emperor? Buzz. Buzz. On the same day, on the huge altar behind the gorgeous palace, array masters were drawing the array core. After a few days of hard work, they drew an extremely complicated array. Plop. Plop. One by one, the bound zombies knelt in a specific position in the array and then lowered their head. Their eyes were filled with fear as they said hoarsely, "No. No, soul sacrifice, summon the Emperor." An old man who looked like a priest knelt in the center of the array and slowly raised the staff in his hand. Poochie! Poochie! Streaks of sword light flashed, and the zombies' heads fell to the ground. The souls that escaped from their bodies were tightly bound to the fixed array core and then used as energy to start driving the array. Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, dozens of streams of light flew up from the altar. They carried a gorgeous color and merged into the sky as if they were going to penetrate heaven and earth. Jun Changshao, who was watching the battle outside the city of the Fourth State, looked up at the strange rising in the distance and wondered, "What's that?" "I don't know," the fiend ancestor said. Streams of light suddenly appeared in the star spirit world. Other than the core higher-ups, no one knew what was going on. Hurry up and break the city. Jun Changshao did not think much of it and continued to command the army to attack the city. Yes. The disciples and the Avengers were like stimulants as they kept attacking the major cities. After another half a month, 7 of the 10 states had been taken down, which was basically locking in victory in advance. Of course, after fighting for so long, Jun Changshao also suffered losses. First of all, when the army went out, not only did they need food, but they also needed resources. They were burning almost all the time. Fortunately, there was the Heaven Veins mystic realm. Not to mention a plane, even if they were to attack the entire upper universe, it should be enough. There were also casualties. However, the injured were the disciples, and the dead were the Avengers or the mechas with old facilities. The Sect of all times attacked the upper universe star spirit world. It was a complete one-sided suppression. They suppressed the other side to the point that they could not breathe and could only watch as the city fell. A few days later, the 8th state fell. A few days later, the 9th state fell. On the sand table placed in the Sect of all times main hall, the entire star spirit world was filled with chess pieces. The only remaining central state was surrounded inside and out. Swoosh! The next day, Jun Changshao walked out and said, "Take down the last state and announce that the star spirit world is history." Yes. The disciples were excited. However, when they gathered in the state capital and prepared to attack the main state of the star spirit world to announce the destruction of the upper universe, they suddenly found that the sky seemed to be torn apart by some kind of force, and huge battleships slowly flew in. Not good. Jian Guishu exclaimed, "It's the army of the Sky Devil Emperor." Jun Changshao frowned. He had always had a question about whether the star spirit world was related to the Sky Devil Emperor. Now it seemed to be confirmed. Reinforcements are here, reinforcements are here. In Star Spirit City, the nobles who were originally filled with despair saw the battleships gradually appear and felt the cold aura. They all cheered with tears streaming down their faces. The Star Spirit World is one of the planes under the control of the Emperor. Anyone who dares to cause trouble here will be sentenced to death. A deep voice sounded from the main battleship. Jun Changshao sat on the chair, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and then he laughed with an arrogant expression. "Since you're here, then welcome death with the Star Spirit World." Who? The cultivation of the upper echelons and disciples of the Sect of all times was activated, and excitement appeared on their faces. They knew that the Patriarch was no longer wretched and trivial, but was going to officially declare to the Sky Devil Emperor, "Fight." This day. The system sighed. In the end it still came. Every time I think of the host who just activated the system, of the iron bone that just developed, of the disciples joining the sect one by one and integrating into this loving family, it seems like it happened yesterday. All good things must come to an end. This matter is over. If fate wills it, we'll meet again. Chapter 1933. Just as the Star Spirit World was about to announce its destruction, the demonic Emperor's army tore through space and appeared like the savior of the world. Jun Changshao was not surprised by this result. In fact, when he saw that the demonic Emperor had a high-level starry sky warship, he had thought about whether the two were related. Sigh. Gu Tianxing shook his head. As expected, he still became the demonic Emperor's lackey. His understanding of the Star Spirit World still existed a long time ago. In fact, this plane had undergone a change, removing the original Realm Master and completely becoming a stronghold under the control of the demonic Emperor. It used to mainly plunder to strengthen itself. Although it was still plundering, the resources obtained were all given to the demonic Emperor. So, the real master was the demonic Emperor who was hiding in the dark. There were still many large planes under his control. On the surface, they were no different from before, but in fact, they had long been reduced to plundering tools. In other words, if the Xianyuan realm was not hidden back then, after Gu Xianyuan died in battle, his fate would naturally be the same as the star spirit world. The meaning has changed, Jun Changshao said solemnly. Now, it's no longer about saving the corpse, but the entire plane. The system said, this guy found another reasonable excuse. In fact, Jun Changxiao's main purpose for targeting the star spirit world was to take revenge for the falling star continent. Since this plane was related to the demonic emperor, he would definitely transfer his hatred over. Swish, swish, swish. One warship after another flew out from the crack and then floated in the sky. The number of warships increased, and the gloomy aura became stronger and stronger. Second senior brother, Su Xiaoma said excitedly, my blood is burning. During this period of time, leading the army to break through the star spirit world's cities was too boring. Since the demonic emperor's army had come, he should be able to have a good battle. It's better to be careful, Li Qingyang said with a serious expression. He was still so cautious, still so steady. What a pity, Su Xiaoma said. Junior brother Yi is not here. Ho ho. Ho ho. Gradually, thousands of warships gathered in the sky of the star spirit world. Crack. Crack crack. At the same time, the bottom cabin opened, and creatures that looked like humans flew out. Their appearances were hideous and ugly, and their bodies emitted a vicious aura. Two martial artists flew out from the main battleship. One was a tall middle-aged man, and the other was a short middle-aged man. Judging from their clothes and appearances, they seemed to be brothers. Ah! The tall middle-aged man let out a strange laugh and said, all these years, you are the first ones who dare to cause trouble in my emperor's territory. As he spoke, the words, King Lifekiller of the 8 Tribes Heavenly Dragon, appeared on the screen. Little brother, the short middle-aged man said, let's use our fists to send this group of trash to the afterlife. This person was the transcendent king of the 8 Division Heavenly Dragon under the Sky Devil Emperor. That was right. They were brothers. Although they were different in size, their personalities were the same. They were bloodthirsty and cruel. Unlike King Jialuo and King Dora, these 2 brothers were always together, whether it was in action or in battle. Upper-class Heavenly Secret Realm warriors who liked to form teams were extremely dangerous. Jun Patriarch, Jian Guishu said, 1 each. Since the Celestial Devil Emperor had sent reinforcements, a fight was inevitable. No. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, I want to beat them both. Jian Guishu's mouth twitched. From the aura of the 2 middle-aged men, they should be the 8 Tribes Heavenly Dragon under the Celestial Devil Emperor. 1 against 2, that was really, alright. Jian Guishu took a step back and said, I'll leave it to you. Since they wanted to show off, he had to give them a stage. Whoosh! Jun Changshao slowly flew up from where he stood, and then he was parallel to the 2 brothers. The Reincarnation King said indifferently, Are you in such a hurry to die? Both his expression and words were filled with contempt, as though he did not think much of the other party. There's a need to say something. Jun Changshao took off his jacket, then interlocked his fingers, warming up before the battle. He said, Don't underestimate me, or you'll end up like King Jialuo and King Dora. When the 2 brothers heard this, their expressions changed. Kid, the Reincarnation King said in a deep voice, What do you mean? Don't you understand? Clang. Jun Changshao took out the Xianyuan Divine Sword and placed 2 fingers on the sword, sliding from the hilt to the tip. Through the reflection of the sword, one could see the corners of his mouth curl up slightly. He said, I killed the 2 of them. That action, that disposition. One could feel the rich handsomeness through the screen. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. When the Reincarnation King and King Life Killer heard him, their cultivation erupted. They said with cold eyes, You are the patriarch of the sect of all times, Jun Changshao. Don't misunderstand. The 2 of them did not erupt in anger, but instantly entered a state of alert. King Jalua and King Dora's cultivation was not inferior to theirs. Since the other party had admitted to being the murderer, they had to be careful. That's right. At this point, there was no need for Jun Changshao to hide. No wonder we couldn't find you after searching for so long. So you were hiding in the astral spirit world and even tempted the zombies to rebel, said the Reincarnation King coldly. Cut the crap, Jun Changshao said. I'm in a hurry. Come and die quickly. The two brothers looked at each other, their eyes gradually filled with intense killing intent. Swoosh, suddenly, a cold and sharp sword light burst out. The Reincarnation King and King Life Killer hurriedly dodged to the side. Evil Yin energy gathered in their palms as they looked at Jun Changshao, who was flying over with a sword, and said in unison, "You're courting death." Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Pitch-black energy erupted, turning into a monstrous wave that pressed down. At this point, Jun Changshao's battle with two upper-class heavenly secrets began. In order to save costs and special effects, the camera tacitly turned to the ground. Kill! Kill! The Sect of All Times' army leaped onto their horses and charged forward. Their mission was still to break through the last state and completely save the astral spirit world. Stop them! The Sky Demonic Emperor's army that had come to help would not be indifferent. A large number of Sky Demonic soldiers flew down and blocked the path that the Sect of All Times had to pass through. The two armies met. A great battle was about to break out. This was also the first time the Sect of All Times had faced the Sky Demonic Emperor's army head-on. Then, would the final battle be far away? Buzz buzz buzz. The thousands of battleships in the sky condensed light, and powerful energy cannonballs shot out, blasting towards the Sect of All Times' army. Ta-ta! Ta-ta-ta! Yi Xingqian quickly rushed over. As he ran, the special effects were activated, and his entire body instantly turned into Iron Man. Then, he waved his shield and shouted, "Shield guard!" Swoosh! The flowing light shield rose into the air and suddenly split into countless pieces. Boom boom! Boom boom boom! In an instant, the energy cannonballs collided with the shield, producing a dazzling light. Ka! Xiao Zue tilted his body, and a support point appeared on his mecha's back to support his back, allowing him to maintain a 45-degree angle facing the sky. Light flashed in his left and right hands, and 2,000-barrel Gatling guns were formed. Tut tut tut! Tut tut tut! The gun barrels rotated and blue light shot out. From defending to tilting his body and shooting at the sky, Xiao Ziji's performance was smooth, and it was impossible to tell that he had just recovered from his injuries. Boom boom! Under the powerful and dense bombardment, the heavy battleships floating in the air were no doubt live targets, so the result was that they were riddled with holes and exploded on the spot. This was just the beginning. After Xiao Ziji took the initiative to attack, Xuerengue had already given the order. Close to 10,000 members of the War Cavalry Hall lined up and took out RPG rocket launchers from their space rings. They integrated the power of heavenly music into them and began to gather powerful cannonballs. Fire! Boom boom boom! Thousands of cannonballs were fired at the same time. The battle between Jun Changshao and the two 8th Division Heavenly Dragons was at an upper-level, and it was destined to cost a lot of money. The camera moved away, but the scene below was even bigger, and they did not know what to do. Forget it. They chose to black the screen. Everyone, please imagine the battle yourselves. Chapter 1934. The battle prowess of the Sect of All Times had been proven after consecutively breaking through the major cities, but it was still lacking. The arrival of the demonic Emperor's army provided a bigger stage. Boom, 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 boom. The cannonballs shot out at the same time. One after another, the space battleships were blasted into pieces like target. When the nobles hiding in the Star Spirit City saw this, the fear in their eyes became even stronger. The Emperor's battleships were created by the strongest blacksmiths in the star spirit realm. They spent a lot of manpower and resources to create them. Their defensive strength was beyond imagination, but in the end, they were as fragile as paper. At the same time, everyone rejoiced. Fortunately, the reinforcements came in time. If they came to attack the Star Spirit City, they would not be able to resist at all. At this moment, although the Sect of all times was a threat to the demonic Emperor's battleships, the nobles still believed that they could save themselves from the fire and water. The power of faith. It filled them with a beautiful future. But when the battleships were blasted into powder, when the demonic soldiers were killed, the beautiful dream in their hearts was waking up bit by bit. Graceful, silent destruction. Whoosh! A sword light that pierced through heaven and earth suddenly appeared. More than half of the sky seemed to be cut open, and the dozens of battleships that existed in it disintegrated. Clang! Zhou Hong kept his sword, his black hair dancing in the wind. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, dozens of warriors on the demonic Emperor's side charged over from the side. Just as they were about to approach, a soft sword chi appeared in front of them out of thin air. Poochie! Poochie! The sword shadows crisscrossed and tore them into pieces. Humph! Jian Xiaohong stood beside Zhou Hong with her sword and raised her eyebrows. With me here, no one can hurt my man. Zhou Hong was speechless. This junior was getting more and more out of hand with her words. In fact, after becoming the Sword Saint's disciple, the two of them had been inseparable. They both cultivated the sword Tao. One was taciturn, while the other was mischievous. The sense of a couple was quite good. Boom! Boom! On the other side, He Wudi was strolling among the enemy. Wherever he passed, broken limbs flew everywhere. Most of the time, he preferred to keep a low profile. However, this was a war, so he had to keep a high profile. Otherwise, he might die from keeping a low profile. Compared to He Wudi's cleanliness, the beasts led by the Purple King were more brutal. They took off their uniforms and exposed their bodies, brutally killing their target. He was holding his breath, because Yuan Gongzi was watching from afar with a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone in his hands. For Z, not losing his clothes in a fight was equivalent to losing his soul, so he could only vent his anger on his enemies. The Heavenly Devil Emperor had sent a lot of reinforcements, and the Eternal Sect had also sent a lot of people. Therefore, this battle was exceptionally bitter and brutal. From the looks of it, the Sect of all times had gained the upper hand with the support of various firearms and celestial music. Even so, the aristocrats of Star Spirit City were still full of hope for the future. The reason was that there was still an endless stream of battleships flying through the torn space. Being passive was only temporary. When the Emperor invests a large number of troops to wear down the enemy, victory will eventually come. However, the aristocrats' fantasies only lasted for slightly more than 10 minutes because the endless stream of reinforcements flying into the Star Spirit world was suddenly cut off. That's it. Everyone was on the verge of breaking down. The Sky Devil Emperor had sent many reinforcements. However, from the looks of the situation, they could not suppress the Sect of all times at all. The problem was not big. As long as the 2-8 Division Heavenly Dragons could take care of the rebel leader, the rest would just be small fries. The aristocrats placed their hopes on the Reincarnation King and Life Killer King, but when they looked up into the distance, they saw 3 streams of light crisscrossing back and forth, causing space to crack and the sky to collapse. They suddenly had the illusion that this battle would last for at least a few decades. If they did not take down the rebel leader as soon as possible, the problem would be serious. Boom! Boom! In the sky, 3 streams of light crisscrossed, sometimes merging and sometimes separating. Because the battle level was too high, almost no one except Jian Guishu could capture the battle scene completely. Boom! Another explosion of space cracking was heard. Whoosh! Whoosh! The Reincarnation King and Life Killer King flew out. The two of them hovered in the distance, their arms and chests covered in sword marks. It was obvious that they had been dealt with by the Xianyuan divine sword during the battle. Damn it! The Reincarnation King was furious. The two brothers had never been in such a sorry state when fighting hand in hand. Sigh. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "Is this all the Sky Devil Emperor's capable subordinates can do?" The Reincarnation King was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Life Killer King was calmer. He first observed the situation below and realized that his side was gradually being forced into a passive position, so he sent a voice transmission. "Brother, the situation doesn't seem good. We have to complete the mission Lord Sky Devil Emperor gave us as soon as possible. What should we do?" The Reincarnation King also realized that the situation was unfavorable to his side. If they could not eliminate the Sect of All-Time's Patriarch as soon as possible, they would lose more warships and troops as time passed. In order to end this quickly, we can only use our trump card. The Reincarnation King thought for a moment and said, "Although we will lose thousands of years of cultivation, if we cannot complete the mission Lord Sky Devil Emperor gave us, the consequences will be even worse. Come, let him go to hell." The two brothers came to a tacit understanding and immediately lined up in a fixed position before starting to do strange actions. Jun Changshao was stunned. The two brothers were twisting their arms and buttocks in midair. Could it be that they were improvising a dance? Bah! Aren't they embarrassing? Do they have any shame? Hee hee. The system laughed dryly and said, "Someone who brought his disciple to dance in public to gain some shame, what right do you have to say whether they are embarrassing or not?" The ridicule was still sharp. At this moment, the Reincarnation King and Life Killer King drew close and hugged each other. Brothers of one heart, their sharpness can cut through metal. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A powerful evil force instantly erupted and completely enveloped the two of them. At the same time, it kept expanding and expanding. This, Jun Changshao frowned and immediately slashed out dozens of sword chi with his sword. In the end, they were repelled the moment they came into contact with the ball of energy. It was very hard. Whoosh, whoosh. The evil force was still expanding and finally became several thousand feet tall. After it gradually converged, a huge object appeared in their vision. Damn! Su Xiaoma and the others, who were fighting with all their might, saw this and exclaimed, "So big!" It was really huge. Jun Changshao, who was 1.8 meters tall, was like a small ant under a towering mountain. Without even using his mind, he could only barely see the other party's knees when he looked up with his naked eyes. Boom! The huge object landed on the ground, and the entire astral spirit world shook. The nearby cities could not withstand it and collapsed. Jun Changshao retreated far away until he could see the face clearly. He then roared, "Motherf asterisk Ker, it's two people together." Yes. Half of the huge object was the Reincarnation King and the other half was Life Killer King. The two bodies had merged into one, each occupying half. Other than its size being bigger than before, there was nothing special about it. "Kid!" The Overkill brothers sneered and said, "Don't think it's that simple." Whoosh! Just as he finished speaking, the towering giant body suddenly lifted its leg and stomped over like a mountain. The moment the power exploded, the surrounding space could not withstand it and cracked. Whoosh! Jun Changshao turned into a stream of light and flew out of the original area. When he heard a loud boom, he was shocked and said in his heart, "He's stronger too." Of course, the two of them merged and their strength combined. The strength of such experts was definitely not 1 + 1 = 2. Die! Whoosh! Whoosh! The mountain-like foot came crashing down again, and the aura of the foot and the wind blew Jun Changshao's black hair in disarray. It was so disgusting that his stomach churned. Boom! 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 The astral spirit world shook continuously, and the ground and space cracked severely. If the celestial demonic emperor was here, he would probably roar, "I asked you to save this plane, not destroy it." Chapter 1935. Boom! Boom! The star spirit world trembled incessantly, startling the night stars outside. He frowned and turned to look at the plane behind him, which was shaking irregularly. He began to worry about the safety of the Patriarch and his fellow sect members. Wait, why was he here? The camera turned. In front of Yi Xingqian, in the universe, the remains of battleships and corpses floated all over the sky. Blood gathered into a river. The scene was like a slaughterhouse. The star spirit world originally had an endless stream of reinforcements coming to help, but all of a sudden, it stopped abruptly. It was him who stopped it. To be exact, Night Emperor rushed over. But he did not enter the star spirit world. He stood in front of the space crack like a door god. Brat. An angry voice came from the floating battleship in the distance. Who the hell are you? Schwa. Yi Xingqian raised his wine gourd and drank a mouthful of drunken life. He slowly raised his sky piercer and said coldly, "Sect of all time's disciple, Yi Xingqian." If Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others heard this, they would definitely cry. He was still the same junior brother from before, without the slightest change. Time was just a test, and the faith planted in his heart had not diminished at all. Sect of all times? I see. The intercepted reinforcements of the Sky Devil Emperor understood. Gulp, gulp. Yi Xingqian drank 2 more mouthfuls of drunken life. He carried the wine gourd on his back and said, "This is a forbidden area. Those who enter will die." When the last word was shouted, his blurred eyes were filled with killing intent. Just listening to it, it was difficult to reflect Night Emperor's domineering aura. When the camera gradually zoomed out, when they saw him standing alone at the space crack that entered the plane, hundreds of battleships gathered in front of him, and hundreds of thousands of soldiers gathered. It was very shocking and very impressive. Destroy him. At this time, a cold shout came from the leading battleship. Kill, 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 kill. Hundreds of thousands of Celestial Devil Emperor's soldiers charged forward, and the warships hovering in the air began to condense their cannons. Faced with such a situation, Yi Xingqian calmly raised his wine gourd and poured the drunken dream on his head, allowing the wine to flow down his hair and face. His long and narrow eyes became increasingly cold and sharp. Because of his previous life and his current life, he had completely let go of everything. His realm had improved greatly, and he did not feel that he was at a disadvantage when facing hundreds of thousands of people. He had already said it. This was a forbidden area. Since you still want to barge in, then, schwa. Yi Xingqian gripped his Fangtian halberd tightly as Lu Bu's heroic soul appeared behind him. He said coldly, "All of you, report to hell." Boom. Boom. In the star spirit world, the fused Overkill brothers were still rampaging about. Under their unbridled destruction, 1/10 of the land and space in the Central Plains had been destroyed. The nearby cities had been completely reduced to ruins. Jian Guishu was speechless. Was he trying to help everyone break into the city? The Sky Devil Emperor had sent a pig teammate. In fact, they were not too stupid. The Overkill brothers' idea was very simple. They would use absolute power to kill the leader of the bandits as soon as possible to destroy their morale. So what if they had to sacrifice a few cities? Don't talk about it. Jun Changshao was a little embarrassed. Although he was not directly trampled by the big foot for the time being, it was very difficult to dodge every time. If he was lucky once, he would be lucky 10 times, and he would be lucky every single time? Kid! Let's see how long you can hide. This time, the Overkill brothers used both their hands and feet to crazily hit the ground. The powerful explosion not only shattered the ground, but also directly destroyed the Earth's crust. It was not an exaggeration to say that if they attacked a point with all their strength, it would not take long for them to directly penetrate the entire star spirit world. At that time, the damage might be permanent. Jun Changshao, who dodged again, frowned. Of course, he did not care about the Overkill brothers' crazy destruction of the star spirit world, but he was very concerned about the disciples. After all, they would be implicated. No. He had to settle this as soon as possible. They had the same thought and had to settle each other as soon as possible. The Overkill brothers' method was to fuse, condensing the two forces together and erupting with a combat strength greater than 2. Boom! Another heavy punch came at him. Although Jun Changshao dodged it, the aftershock swept past him and sent him flying. He stabilized himself in an extremely sorry state. The blood in his body was boiling, and it seemed like it would spurt out from his throat at any moment. Ha ha ha! The Overkill brothers laughed strangely and said, "Your speed is obviously slower." Jun Changshao straightened his body and shook his head, saying, "Do you think that you can do whatever you want after fusing?" "Of course," the Overkill brothers said proudly. At the same time, they raised their fists again and an explosive force gathered in them. After a short bombardment, the brothers had already found the pattern of Jun Changshao's dodging, especially the obvious decrease in his speed. This attack was bound to succeed. "Sorry." Jun Changshao closed his eyes and said, "Actually, die." Taking advantage of Go Xing's words, the Overkill brothers seized the opportunity and pressed down with their hands and right foot, instantly sealing off 3 areas, forming a situation where there was no place to hide. Huff huff! The force that was as heavy as Mount Tai exploded, and the space was unable to withstand it. Jun Changshao did not move, his eyes still closed. In the eyes of the Overkill brothers, this guy was already an arrow at the end of its flight and could not dodge at all, so they chose to stand in place. "The consequence of going against my emperor is to have your soul destroyed." Hoo! Hoo! The speed of the 2 fists and right foot pressing down increased, and the force they carried also became stronger. In the distance, the Sect of all times and the demonic emperor's army were all affected and staggered backwards. In his field of vision, that hand and that foot were like 3 nuclear bombs. Jun Patriarch. Jian Guishu's expression changed drastically. He was about to rush over with his sword, but just as he raised his foot, his eyes widened. Buzz! Buzz! When the 3 powerful forces pressed down, Jun Changshao's body rippled with sword intent, and the Xianyuan divine sword in his hand shone brightly. Jian Guishu had once used his sword, so there was no need to make a fuss, right? No. He was not shocked by the Xianyuan divine sword's brilliance, but by Jun Patriarch's black hair suddenly turning grassland green, even including his eyebrows. "It's here." Jun. Rose. Jingxian. The Overkill brothers also noticed that the guy suddenly turned green, but said disapprovingly, pretending to be mysterious, "Ka ka ka." Suddenly, a majestic cold air filled the air. Lu Qianqian floated in the air in the distance, with Shueshun and Ting Lu standing behind her. The 2 of them formed seals, and layers of ice attributes spread over unscrupulously. Under the influence of the cold air, the speed of the 3 forces' descent slowed down significantly. This slowing down was not obvious, but it was crucial in a battle between experts. Shi Jingxian returned to her position, and the Xianyuan divine sword was activated. Rows of flowers fused, and the battle's strength skyrocketed. Now Lu Qianqian summoned an SSS-level god to control the field. The right time, the right place, and the right people, everything was there. Whoosh! Jun Changshao, whose entire body was green, flew up, holding the sword hilt with both hands, and shouted, "All things as swords." Buzz. 1. Buzz. The entire star spirit world shook. The dust floating in the sky and the trees scattered on the ground were enveloped by layers of sword qi. Then, they appeared behind Jun Changshao out of thin air, and rotated around him like a school of sardines. Jian Guishu's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. The upper echelons and disciples of the Sect of all times held their breaths. In their field of vision, Jun Changshao charged furiously at the Overkill brothers. Dense sword energy swirled around him. The degree to which the special effects were maxed out was many times stronger than John Doe's 10,000 swords returned to origin. In the end, Jun Changshao and the Overkill brothers' feet collided in a scene where the sky was filled with swords. The sharp sword aura was like a meat grinder. Blood and flesh flew everywhere after it passed by. Painful screams resounded throughout the star-spirit world. Poochie poochie. The power of the sword did not weaken. It spread from the foot to the leg, from the back to the waist, from the waist to the shoulder, until it covered the head with two halves of the face. Only then did it completely cover the wailing and howling. Flesh flew everywhere, and blood spurted everywhere. Jun Changshao stood in the sky with his sword in hand. He raised his head and felt the sunlight after the darkness retreated. Only then did he slowly finish what he had just said. Sorry, actually, I also know how to fuse. Not only did this guy have it, but he could also fuse too. If Lu Qianqian was included, then it would definitely be 4 in 1. Moreover, they were all girls. Sigh. The system sighed helplessly. Other people's girls are used for love, but the girls in this book are used as tools. It's so sad. Chapter 1936. The gigantic Overkill brothers were sliced into pieces by the flurry of swords. The brothers would never have thought that Jun Changshao could also fuse, and was even more visually impactful than them in terms of form changes. Speaking of which, ever since he had signed the contract with Shi Jingxian, this was the first time Jun Changshao had used 2 support skills. Combined with the second stage of 10,000 ancestral swords, he had instantly killed 2 upper-level Heaven's Secrets Mirror expert. Too scary. Recalling the scene just now, Jian Guishu could not calm down from the shock in his heart for a long time. The disciples of the sect of all times were calmer. Although the sword moves that Patriarch used just now were powerful in their eyes, it was just a normal operation, so there was no need to be shocked. 2 kings! The Sky Demonic Emperor's army cried out in horror. Dead? Jun Changshao stood in the air, the tip of his sword pointed at them, like a god giving orders. Kill them all, leave no one alive. He was already a mortal enemy of the Sky Demonic Emperor. Therefore, his subordinates must be killed to prevent future troubles. This was understandable because if it was the Sky Demonic Emperor, after killing Goxing, the sect of all times would also be doomed eternally. The so-called mercy. How laughable and ignorant were they in front of a situation where it was either you die or I die. Kill. Kill. The 2 8-division heavenly dragons were killed, and the morale of the sect of all times was greatly boosted. They jumped on their horses and raised their swords to kill. The enemy's morale was greatly reduced, and they were completely at a loss. The most devastated were the nobles of Xingling City. After Killer King and Killer King appeared, they cheered excitedly in the city. Until they saw the brothers being torn into pieces by 10,000 swords, they were all stunned and stood in place. The 2 capable generals of the Sky Demonic Emperor were killed by that guy just like that? No. There were 4 of them. There was also King Jialuo and King Duola. Especially King Duola, who died the most shameful death. He did not even have any description of the battle before his head was cut off by Goxing. It could be said that the death of the 8-division heavenly dragons was the most tragic. Kill. Kill. His voice shook the mountains and rivers, like a hot knife through butter. After losing their commander, the celestial demonic emperor's army had lost their backbone. Especially when they were at a disadvantage and their reinforcements were cut off. Therefore, the only thing that awaited them was death. In just 2 hours, the reinforcements that flew over from the spatial rift were all destroyed by the sect of all times. Looking down from a high vantage point, the cracked ground of the central state was covered with corpses and the remains of battleship. It was like a terrifying slaughterhouse. The celestial demonic emperor's army had come here to provide assistance. In the end, however, they had ended up sending themselves to their deaths, equipment and experience. Clean up the battlefield. Yes. The disciples began to get busy. After a while, all kinds of armors and warships were transported to the Sect of all times. Although most of the things were severely damaged, as long as the Taishan Elder and Fan Yezi were there, they would naturally turn the trash into treasures. Shua. Jun Changshao stood at the peak of the mountain and pointed in the direction of Xingling City. He said coldly, "Take down the world capital of this realm." Woo woo. Woo woo woo. With Zhong Yi as the leader, the vanguard rushed over. The demon beast below him let out a sinister roar that spread all the way to Xingling City. The nobles were so shocked that their scalps exploded and their legs went numb. The Overkill brothers enlarged and stomped on the ground crazily. Not only did they bring destruction to the central state, but they also destroyed many cities, causing the defense line that the celestial spirit world had set up in advance to collapse. The Sect of All Time's army effortlessly took down the other cities, then marched straight in and surrounded the world capital. Surrender! We surrender! Facing the terrifying combat power, the nobles hung the white flag on the city wall. Even 2 of the 8 division heavenly dragons were killed. What courage did they have to resist? In the end, the Sect of All Time successfully took over the world capital of the celestial spirit world without losing a single soldier, thus changing the situation under the control of the celestial demonic emperor. Ding! Congratulations to the host for dominating the celestial spirit world. Completion rate, 20%. When Jun Changshao sat on the throne of the luxurious palace and stepped on the head of the commander, a notification sounded in his ears. Damn! So much! Previously, when he saved the Green Nightmare world, the completion rate was 5%. Later, when he became the champion of the universe Holy War, the completion rate did not increase at all. Now that he had taken over the celestial spirit world, the completion rate had increased by 15%. This was too surprising. Could it be because the celestial demonic emperor has taken over this plane and I conquered it? Jun Changshao fell into deep thought. Not necessarily. The system said, the celestial spirit world belongs to the top level of the upper universe. The host being able to conquer it with his strength might be the reason for the 15%. That makes sense. Jun Changshao agreed. In the past, he had saved many planes, but at best, they were at the upper realm level. Some were even worse, so he only gave them a little bit. The celestial spirit world was different. Its overall strength was stronger than the Xianyuan realm, so he would give more if he took it down. If that's the case, Jun Changshao thought, if I go and destroy a few more similar upper planes, won't I be able to complete the main mission in minutes? The system said, then what's the difference between the host and the celestial demonic emperor? Wait a minute. Its imagination ran wild, and it said, in order to complete the main mission, the host will do anything, similar to the celestial demonic emperor who wants to suppress all the major planes and change the structure of the universe. Could it be the 2 of you are the same person? In the past, Gosheng liked to imagine that his parents were supermighty, and even the system was created by him. This crazy retort seemed to be infected, and the hole in his brain was a little off the charts. Go play with your balls. Jun Changshao rolled his eyes. The system continued, the host may be a clone of the celestial demonic emperor who chose to use another method to change the structure of the upper universe. Now the 2 of them have met on the same line. Damn. Jun Chang laughed and scolded, are you done yet? Didn't I learn from you? The system said indifferently. Whoosh! At this time, a stream of light suddenly flew out of the torn space, which made everyone vigilant, worried that the celestial demonic emperor had sent reinforcements. In the end, when they saw the face, they exclaimed, Junior brother Yi. That's right. It was Yi Xingqian. Wearing Lu Bu's 3-piece suit and holding the sky piercer, he landed lightly outside the palace, Then he cupped his hands and said, "Disciple Yi Xingchen greets the patriarch." Jun Changshao wanted to ask why he was here, but when he saw the blood on his armor and weapon, he immediately understood, so he asked, "You intercepted the celestial demonic emperor's army outside?" "Yes," Yi Xingchen said. Jun Changshao's lips curled into a smile as he said, "This seat is very pleased." In fact, he was a little sad when this disciple left, afraid that he would never return like the prophecy in the future. Now that the battle with the celestial demonic emperor's army had started, the fact that he could rush over in time was enough to show that he cared about the sect. Li Qingyang, Su Xiaoma, and the others also smiled. Seeing junior brother Yi return, they were happy from the bottom of their hearts. "You guys." Jun Changshao looked over and ordered, "Go outside and clean up the battlefield." "Yes." The disciples obeyed and flew along the spatial rift, but when they were in the universe and saw hundreds of thousands of floating corpses, they all gasped and exclaimed, "Junior brother Yi killed all of them alone." Chapter 1937. Boom! A floating mountain suddenly exploded into powder. On the martial arts field that was as red as snow, hundreds of warriors kneeling on the ground had sweat on their foreheads. "Emperor!" He was furious. The reason was none other than the battleships and soldiers sent to assist the Star Spirit world, as well as 2 capable generals, did not return. Who was the murderer? They had not figured it out yet. Thump, thump, thump. At this time, an old man who looked like a fortune-teller cupped his hands and walked down the stairs with his head lowered. Then, he knelt on the ground and said respectfully, "My emperor, the divination has been done." A cold voice came from the hall, obviously filled with extreme anger. "The murderer who killed the Transcendent King and the Life Killer King is the same person as the Gallo King and the Dora King," the old man said in fear. As soon as this was said, the kneeling warriors immediately knew who it was. Whoosh! Suddenly, a stream of light flew out from the hall and shot past the old man's ear, directly blasting another floating mountain in the distance into dust. This power was extremely terrifying. Everyone felt a chill run up the soles of their feet. They had never seen the Sky Demonic Emperor so angry. It was understandable. So many subordinates and capable generals had died in the hands of the same person. Even his own clone could not avoid it. Anyone with a temper could not help it. "Jun Changshao, the enmity between you and me is irreconcilable." The Sky Demonic Emperor's angry voice resounded through the entire plane and seemed to penetrate the void, reaching the ears of Jun Changshao, who was checking the finances in the Star Spirit World's realm city. He slowly clasped his fingers together and said indifferently, "The show has just begun." The Star Spirit World was taken down. The commander was thrown into the Tianyuan prison pagoda. Aria's importance was shown again. After a few days of care, she told him everything she knew. The Star Spirit World. It was just one of the planes controlled by the Sky Demonic Emperor. In the vast upper universe, there were also a few strongholds, and their overall strength was in the first echelon. How is this possible? Jian Guishu sat down, his eyes filled with disbelief. The commander named several planes, one of which he was very familiar with. He even had a life-and-death relationship with the Realm Master, but he did not expect that the Realm Master had already sided with the Sky Demonic Emperor. Fang Shanaya, Jian Guishu said, at such a young age, he used the hot blood in his heart to kill the evil dragon that brought disaster to the world. Now, he clutched his chest and said, "Heartbreaking." Senior. Jun Changshao said, "People change." AI. Jian Guishu sighed and seemed to have aged quite a bit. As a matter of fact, after joining the Jun Alliance, he had considered bringing Jun Changshao to visit this old friend of his in the Hengyuan realm, and sincerely invited him to join them to fight against the Celestial Demon Emperor. In the end, the dragon-slaying youth had become the evil dragon's servant. Jun Changshao sat down and rested his chin on the back of his hand. He said, I thought the opponent was only the demonic emperor, but now it seems there are many more unknown enemies. The commander of the star spirit world only knew a small part of the information, and no one could say for sure how many planes the Sky Devil Emperor had gathered over the years. At that moment, Jun Changshao felt as if he was going to become the enemy of the entire universe. The system said, the planes that can be won over by the demonic emperor should have a certain amount of prestige. If the host chooses to fight him head-on, he will really become the enemy of the entire universe. So, Jun Changshao said solemnly, there's still a long way to go. Back Mountain. Lu Qianqian came to the ninth heaven's secret realm as usual. Just as she was about to enter to cultivate, she suddenly stopped in place and turned to look at the patriarch who was leaning against the tree. Aren't you going to the medical hall to recuperate? Don't force yourself. Lu Qianqian remained silent. Although she looked normal now, her meridians were actually damaged in many places. The reason was to summon an SSS-ranked god and consume a large amount of attribute points to forcefully freeze the Overkill brothers. If it was just a divine secret realm, it wouldn't be a big problem. This disciple is fine. Lu Qianqian replied. Jun Changshao said with a straight face, this is my order. Now, go to the medical hall immediately. Lu Qianqian turned around and said, this disciple obeys. Seeing her leave, Jun Changshao said, there are some things that I already know. Lu Qianqian stopped in her tracks. There was no surprise in her eyes, as if she had already guessed that Su Xiaomao would tell the patriarch. Actually, the patriarch once said that as long as I am the eldest disciple of the sect of all times, I will be the eldest disciple of the sect of all times forever. Jun Changshao said, he did say that. I will work hard to be the eldest disciple and won't let the patriarch down. Lu Qianqian finished speaking and got up to leave the back mountain. Jun Changshao leaned against the tree and was silent for a while, then shrugged. That's good too. Phew. He stretched, looked back into the distance, and said, what are you doing sneaking around? Rows of Flowers walked out and shrugged like he did just now. If I said I was passing by, would my husband believe me? Believe as if. Jun Changshao said in a bad mood. Actually. Rose of Flowers stopped beside him, put her hands on his shoulders and said with a smile, as long as my husband has me in his heart, I don't care if there is anyone else in your heart. Jun Changshao was speechless. Is there something wrong with your brain? Back in the Soul Continent, my husband said that he had 3,000 wives and concubines. Rose of Flowers joked. Why haven't I seen any of them until now? I just said it casually, and you really believed it? I do. Rose of Flowers said. Don't you humans have 3 wives and 4 concubines? Don't you all like the new and hate the old? That doesn't include me. Jun Changshao held his head high and said with his chest out. The system couldn't refute this because it had followed him for many years. Even if it was successful and famous, even if it was powerful, it really didn't have any improper thoughts. The most it thought about was when it could complete the bullshit main task. If my husband can't let go of some people, I won't mind. After Rose of Flowers said this, her right hand gently stroked his face, and then gracefully left. Hey! Jun Changshao shouted at her. If you are sick, you should go to the medical hall to have a look. Rose of Flowers stopped, stretched out 2 slender fingers, and said, my husband's heart can only hold so much. Watching the graceful figure disappear in the back mountain, Jun Changshao held his head and said, she is really sick. The upper universe was a little chaotic. In a short period of time, all the forces in the various planes that rebelled against the celestial devil emperor suffered a devastating blow. Many powerhouses hoped to find an opportunity to break through to a higher level or even enter the land of eternal life in the turmoil of heaven and earth, but in the end they died and their cultivation was lost. Swish! Swish! Not long after, the celestial devil emperor's army came to the star spirit world again. However, this plane had long since been empty. including the cities and resources, all of them had disappeared. Beep beep beep. Beep beep beep. 4-8 Division heavenly dragons landed in the Star Spirit City and stood in the open space that was originally a luxurious palace. Suddenly, they heard a faint sound. What's that sound? Not good. Retreat. Rumble. The Star Spirit world, which had an extremely high status in the upper universe, suddenly exploded, and the mushroom-like momentum covered a large area of the universe's starry sky. This was a gift Jun Changshao gave them before he left. Originated from the explosion. Pft. In the explosion, 4-8 Division heavenly dragons flew out in an extremely sorry state. They were blown up into a terrible state. If it weren't for their strength, and if they hadn't discovered that something was wrong in advance, they would have replaced Dora King as one of the most miserable. The 4 of them survived, but the thousands of warships and a large number of soldiers they brought were all buried with the Star Spirit world. Sect of all times. When Jun Changshao sensed the explosion, he said, "We have finally avenged the falling star continent." Yes, they had avenged their hatred. Back then, the falling star continent collapsed because of the invasion of the Star Spirit world. Now, that plane was also blown into dust. It could be said that it was the cycle of karma and retribution. Chapter 1938. The plane that robbed others for their livelihood was completely turned into history dust with a loud bang. Unfortunately, this kind of explosion art was presided over by Zhen Dijuan. Jun Changshao did not use the upper realm version of the soul bomb, otherwise the power would only be more powerful and the special effects would be stronger. Although a high-level plane was blown up, the treasures, spirit stone veins, and creatures inside were all taken into the eternal world, which was a lot of benefits for Jun Changshao. Resources were not of much help. There was the Heaven Vein secret realm, so it was not that bad. The real benefit was a large number of high-quality technical personnel, such as array masters, forgers, shipbuilders, and so on. The Star Spiritual World had rich scientific research results. Bringing all those researchers into the eternal world would definitely be much more valuable than martial arts resources. However, when the creatures of the Star Spiritual World were integrated into the eternal world, it suddenly became crowded. We must solve this problem. Jun Changshao integrated into the Tianyuan prison pagoda, came to a specific cell, and said, "Have you thought about it?" Through the dark environment, one could see a small ghost-like thing inside, its whole body bound by various chains and spells. Who? The origin of the Star Spiritual World. Jun Changshao brought it in before blowing up the plane. Damn. The Tianyuan prison pagoda could suppress the upper-level origin? Don't be surprised. Didn't you see that it was sealed by various chains and spells? Otherwise, it would definitely be uncontrollable. To put it bluntly, what Jun Changshao could suppress, the pagoda could also suppress. On the contrary, at the current mainstream level, nothing could be suppressed. The origin of the Star Spiritual World was silent. Master. Arya waved her whip and walked over, saying fiercely, "Since this guy is not cooperating, let me reform him." Jun Changshao said, "We need to be gentle, not violent." If it was a human or a certain attribute, Goshing would definitely let Arya care, but after all, it was the origin of the plane. If it was broken, it would be troublesome. Okay. Don't be idle, go reform others. Jun Changshao looked at the group of high-ranking nobles of the Star Spiritual World who were sent over. Since they had surrendered, they could not be cruelly killed, but they could not be let go. They could only be locked in prison. All right. Arya walked over gloomily, dragging the whip on the ground, making a creaking sound. Jun Patriarch. The commander said in horror, You can't abuse the captives. Pa pa pa. Pa pa pa. Ah. The blood-curdling screams resounded throughout the prison, sending chills down everyone's spines. Zhang San, who was locked in another level, hurriedly covered his ears and howled in his heart. It's starting again. The feeling of being whipped by the soul-suppressing whip was something that he would never forget for the rest of his life. It had even left a shadow in his heart. Even the slightest sound of movement would cause his scalp to explode. There were many aristocrats locked up, and area was destined to be busy for a while. Jun Changshao did not leave. Sitting outside the prison where the plane's origin was kept, he crossed his legs, squinted his eyes, and hummed a little tune, as if he was listening to the beautiful screams. Ah! The nobles of the star spirit world were being cared for one after another, and screams of pain could be heard everywhere. The planar origin bound in the cell listened to the screams of the living beings it had once nurtured. Waves of fear gradually rose in the depths of its heart. This was a kind of torture. This was a kind of torment. As Arya crazily whipped the aristocrats who had once treated their corpses as if they were not human, the unyielding will of the planar origin began to waver. "Young man," it said with difficulty, "I've thought about it." Swoosh. Jun Changshao raised his hand. Arya stopped and panted with her hands on her hip. After beating them for so long, she was also quite tired, but she was actually very happy. Jun Changshao clasped his fingers together and said, "The living beings you once nurtured have done such heartless things. I'm giving you a chance to atone for your sins." The planar origin of the star spirit world was silent. That's right. It had nurtured countless living beings with selfless spirit. But the good and evil of living beings were not something it could decide. Why should it be the scapegoat? Why should it atone for its sins? Come. Jun Changshao opened the door and walked in. He placed a hand on its head and said, "Assist me and create a future together." The planar origin said, "Are you sure you want to do this?" "Yes." "If you fail, your soul will be destroyed." "Trust me, I can do it." Seeing that he was so determined, the planar origin stopped talking. It relaxed its mind and stopped resisting. Its body gradually turned into mist and lingered around Jun Changshao. What was he doing? The two sides were signing a contract. In other words, Jun Changshao was going to inherit the planar origin of the star spirit world. Buzz. Buzz. The planar origin turned into nothingness and slowly merged with the body and soul. Jun Changshao had inherited the origin of the Xianyuan realm before, so he had rich combat experience in this area. He completed it successfully in about half a day. No accidents, no pain. He was destined to disappoint many people. Swoosh. After controlling the planar origin of the star spirit world, Jun Changshao left the pagoda of prison and came to the depths of the underground in the central area of the eternal world. It was a relatively spacious palace, and there were similar spirit stones flickering in the central area. This was the planar origin of the eternal world, which was the former origin of the Xianyuan realm. The mineral veins that existed in the entire plane and the attributes that floated between heaven and earth were all created by this thing. Swoosh! Jun Changshao waved his hand, and a flowing light gathered in his palm. This was the planar origin of the star spirit world that he had just inherited. The purpose of taking it out was to merge the two top origin. Crazy! The system said, "The host is crazy." It was already very good to be able to bear the weight of two planes. Now he wanted to merge them. This behavior was equivalent to forcibly merging two bombs into one bomb. There was no denying it. If he succeeded, the power would definitely skyrocket. However, the risk was the detonation. Who would he blow up? Whoever inherited the origin, whoever tried to merge would be blown up. No wonder the planar origin of the star spirit world just said that if he failed, his soul would be destroyed. "I'm not crazy," Jun Changshao said with a serious expression. "I'm creating a miracle." Swoosh! As soon as his voice fell, the planar origin of the eternal world turned into a pocket-sized form and floated on the other palm of its master. At this point, Goxing had an origin in his left hand and an origin in his right. Everyone. His face gradually distorted, and he said, "It's time to witness a miracle." Swoosh. He put his hands together and the origin touched. Outside, the disciples of the sect of all times were busy dividing all kinds of materials, and the major clans were busy counting the spoils of war. Suddenly, it was as if someone had turned off the switch in the originally clear sky, and the world suddenly turned dark. What's going on? Everyone was surprised. Swoosh! Swoosh! At this time, the sky suddenly brightened again, and then it suddenly turned dark again. The sky could clearly see that lightning flashed and thunder erupted from time to time. It was very much like a short-circuit scene that often happened in horror movies. They didn't know. This was the fusion of two plane origins. They didn't know. If it failed, the soul of the realm master who controlled the plane would be destroyed. Here was a multiple-choice question. Readers who want to finish quickly, please skip to plot A. Readers who want to continue writing, please skip to plot B. Plot A. Sizzle. The sky of the eternal world was still flashing with lightning and thunder. Jun Changshao, who was under the ground, clasped his hands together tightly until he couldn't bear it anymore. He roared, "I really want to live for another 500 years!" Boom! His body cracked and blood splattered. At this point, the protagonist failed to fuse the plane origin and died. Plot B. Sizzle. The sky of the eternal world was still flashing with lightning and thunder. Everyone's expression became more and more serious, and they even felt that an ominous sign was about to appear. Buzz! Suddenly, the flickering phenomenon stopped, and the entire plane returned to normal. Rumble! Rumble! The ground under their feet shook frequently. Everyone was stunned. Soon, they found that the space of the eternal world was being stretched and expanded little by little. Plop! In the underground palace, Jun Changshao sat down, sweating profusely. Looking at the fused origin and feeling the rapid expansion of the eternal world, a bright smile gradually appeared on his face. It worked. A miracle was born. P.S. When can novels add a function for readers to choose? Then readers who choose plot A will have to meet again. Chapter 1939. Rumble! Rumble! The ground of the eternal world was expanding, and the space was extending until it was 10 times larger than before. From this, it could be seen that the fusion of two top-level origins was not 1 + 1 = 2. Jun Changshao was very pleased. Taking a huge risk and succeeding was indeed a miraculous gain. Whoosh! The cool wind and comfortable air drifted through the entire plane. The fusion of the two origins not only expanded the area, but also improved the strength of the nature of heaven and earth. Although it was difficult to see the effect for the time being, the level of the spiritual stone load would increase by more than 10 times over time. Jun Changshao's move undoubtedly gave the eternal world greater potential for growth. Buzz! Buzz! In the underground palace, the new origin was shining brightly, and all kinds of energy spread out along the soil to other areas. The Sect of all times origin had the upper hand in the fusion process, so the origin of the star spiritual world existed more in an auxiliary state. I'm looking forward to it. Jun Changshao smiled and said, "What kind of changes will you bring to this plane in the future?" Buzz. The new origin shone brighter, as if responding to its master. Sect of all times. After Jun Changshao came back, he sat in the hall and began to think about the next thing seriously. There were too many creatures in the eternal world this time. Since they could not be killed, they had to rearrange. Pass down the order. Jun Changshao said, "The residents of the original star spiritual world have the right to live in the eternal world. They can choose to settle down in any city without any privileges or noble status." Patriarch Yuan Gongzi said, "What about the former aristocrats? They've all been transformed into military service. Those who perform well can get permanent residence. In addition to the top aristocrats like the commander, there were many second-class and first-class residents. They might have had noble status, but now that they came to the eternal world, they naturally had to start from scratch. The star spiritual world collapsed. The creatures living there weren't killed or turned into slaves when they were sent here. It was enough to show Jun Changxiao's benevolence and righteousness. After most of the martial artists were arranged, the researchers were also arranged. After some consideration, Jun Changxiao decided to send all of them to the land that had been expanded. Then, they would build cities and play their roles. For a moment, many cities rose from the ground, and equipment factories and shipyards appeared one after another. The technological civilization that originally belonged to the star spiritual world was slowly taking root in the eternal world. It was not hard to imagine that many years later, this expanded dimension would not only have majestic heaven and earth attributes and a superior martial arts environment, but technology would also be integrated into the lives of ordinary people. Surge! Jun Changxiao stood at the peak of the mountain and looked at the plain full of vitality. He said proudly, "A new world." Jun Patriarch. Jian Guishu walked over and asked, "What's our next step?" "Convince more planes and forces to join the Jun Alliance so that we can fight against the demons that are wreaking havoc in the universe," Jun Changxiao said. Now that he had gotten rid of the celestial demonic emperor's army in the star spirit world, he did not think that he had the strength to contend with the other party. The safest way was to integrate more forces. Not bad. Jian Guishu agreed. This is the safest way. Senior Sword Saint. Jun Changxiao said, "I plan to make a trip to the eternal world." Jian Guishu's expression became pained. A friend who had once been through life and death with him had become the claws of the celestial demonic emperor. Every time he thought about it, he would be heartbroken. Whoosh! The eternal ship advanced rapidly and merged into the endless universe. Jun Changxiao had two goals for going to the eternal world this time. First, to eradicate the celestial demonic emperor's stronghold. Second, to destroy his claws. To put it bluntly, to deal with this kind of boss, one could not fight head-on. One had to find a way to weaken his strength. There's another goal. The system added, complete the main mission. That's right. That was the biggest goal. Getting rid of a star spirit world gave him 15%. The eternal world was also considered the first tier. If he took it down, he should be able to increase the completion rate by a lot. On the way, Jian Guishu leaned against the window, looking at the pitch-black universe outside, his thoughts returning to the past. He had once been to the eternal world and met the hot-blooded youth, Fang Shania. That was a child full of vigor and justice. He threatened to get rid of the evil dragon that was plaguing the plane and return a bright universe. Unfortunately, the former youth had changed. The justice in his heart was replaced by evil, and he was willing to become the claws of the evil dragon. Senior. Jun Changxiao walked over, put down a jar of drunken life, and said, "We can't control everything, we can only do our best." Ah! Jian Guishu raised his head and laughed, saying, "Little fellow, this old man has walked a long way in his life. Naturally, I won't be sentimental and worry about gains and losses. Come, drink to your heart's content." Eternal world. The first-tier plane of the upper universe. In terms of overall strength, it couldn't be compared to the star spirit world, but it still had power that couldn't be underestimated. When Jun Changxiao relied on the spirit of concealment to quietly blend in, feeling the powerful heaven and earth attribute, he couldn't help but sigh. If it helps me, why worry about not getting rid of the demon emperor? He didn't choose to deploy the Sect of All Time's army to directly flatten the entire eternal world. Instead, he first went to the various cities to understand the situation. Unexpected. It was very peaceful here. People lived and worked in peace and harmony. Are you sure it's under the control of the demonic emperor? Jun Changxiao's heart wavered, and he even suspected that the commander was lying to him. In the next few days, he visited a few more cities one after another. He had never seen war, nor had he seen killing. The residents of the city were mutually beneficial, and everyone was virtuous. It was as if they were in the same world. Before he came, Jun Changshao had thought that the eternal world must be in a violent and killing environment. People were living in water and fire, anxiously waiting for him to save them. In the end, he was slapped in the face by reality. No! The way to enter is wrong. A plane secretly ruled by the demonic emperor should be very cruel. I am now increasingly suspicious that the host and the demonic emperor are the same person. The system said. In the star spirit world, slavery was the main thing. In the eternal world, equality was mutual assistance. Two planes, two completely different situations. It was very similar to Jun Changxiao's extreme personality. Sometimes he was very bad, sometimes he was very kind. Bullshit. I am me, a different kind of firework. How can I be the great demon who brings disaster to the upper universe? That's hard to say. The system guessed. Maybe the future host can't find the opportunity to enter the land of eternal life, so he can only deliberately use Yi Xingchen's reincarnation and disintegration method to create a version of himself that brings disaster to the world, and a version that saves the world. No matter which clone succeeds, they can finally pry into the great Tao. Jun Changshao was speechless. This brain hole, I'm going to Buddha. You let me win. If the system had a body, it would definitely be very arrogant. Imagination. I'm not weak either. Chapter 1940. Jun Changshao wandered around the Hengyuan domain for half a month and had a general understanding of the local customs here. He was also surprised by their joy and harmony. It was too peaceful, too harmonious. It was really contrary to the theme of the upper universe that martial arts were respected. No. Jun Changshao held his chin and said, There must be something fishy, there must be a problem. Pfft. The system said disdainfully, You just can't stand the existence of utopias in a cruel world. Jun Changshao said, Maybe there is a dirty secret behind this piece that no one knows. Whether there was a utopia in this world, it was difficult for him to conclude. However, in a plane above martial arts, it was incredible that there could be mutual benefits and peace. For example, the eternal world. Jun Changshao had always advocated fairness and justice, but it was inevitable that there would be hatred and even killing between warriors. Humans and creatures had 7 emotions and 6 desires. Even if there were laws to restrict them, there would still be many unpredictable and uncontrollable things. Go Xing would not explicitly prohibit warriors from killing each other. Under the premise of not doing anything heartless, they could resolve their personal grievances at will. What about the Hengyuan domain? People were humble and courteous to each other. There was no so-called intrigue, and there was no so-called deception. It was like a world made out of fairy tales. What's more, this was a plane secretly controlled by the demonic emperor. In order to change the pattern of the universe, this person suppressed all the forces that resisted him. How could such a beautiful world exist? Let's go. Jun Changshao said, Let's go to the domain city and have a look. He had doubts in his heart and he had to find out. The main city of the Hengyuan domain, Hengyuan City. From the name, it could be seen that it meant an eternal existence with a long history. Relying on the ability of invisibility, Jun Changshao walked in smoothly. There was no need because even if this was a domain city, even if there were soldiers guarding it, people entering and leaving would not be questioned. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, There is no defense at all. If they suddenly send an army to kill us, wouldn't they be able to take us down in minutes? Boom. Suddenly there was a collision sound in the city. Jun Changshao turned his head and saw a vague ripple in the direction of the city tower. A warrior's face was on it. So there was a great city protecting array. That brother was also strange. Why didn't he leave through the city gate? Why did he crash into the wall? Swish. Swish. Just at this moment, a few fully armed soldiers flew over. Each of them carried one of the martial artist's arms and carried him into the city. With such a big commotion, the residents should be watching. However, no one turned their heads. It was as if they didn't realize what was happening. It was as if they were used to it. I'm not crazy. I don't want to take medicine, the warrior who was dragged away shouted, his eyes flashing with fear. Jun Changshao muttered in his heart, a mental patient. Out of curiosity, he followed them and soon arrived in front of a building called the sanatorium. No! I'm not taking medicine. The cultivator who had slammed into the wall was still yelling as he was dragged along. From his voice, one could tell that he was on the verge of collapse and despair. Whoosh! Suddenly, several streaks of light flew out from the sanatorium. They fled out of the city, but all of them ended up crashing into the great city defense array. All of them were carried back by the soldiers, and all of them shouted that they were not crazy and did not need to take the medicine. Jun Changshao said, "There are a lot of mental patients here. Let's go. Let's go in and take a look." Bang! Jun Changshao was about to enter through the door when his head seemed to have hit an iron plate. His entire body bounced back instantly. He grimaced and said, "Why is there a formation protecting the sanatorium?" "Nonsense." The system said, "They're afraid that the patients will run away." "How did they get out?" Jun Changshao pointed at the few patients who were pushed back. Judging from the situation just now, these people were not blocked by the formation at all and flew out smoothly. The system was speechless. Jun Changshao rubbed his head and said, "In my opinion, this place is not allowed to enter and leave at will. The more it's like this, the more fishy it is." Go Xing was interested. He immediately sat down cross-legged and used his spiritual sense to touch the invisible formation. He quickly connected with it and successfully merged with it. Ever since he ascended to the upper realm, his research on formations was almost zero. After his soul merged with it, he looked at the intricate formation and suddenly felt a headache coming on. The level of this formation is not low. How does the host break it? The system mocked. Simple. Jun Changshao closed his eyes and began to memorize the dense lines. Then, he sent it to the Sect of All Times Formation Hall. Swoosh! Swoosh! The elites of Array Formation, led by Mr. Taixian and Shangguan Xinyao, were gathered in the hall. Their eyes were fixed on the light beam, where the patterns and the basic structure of the array that their leader had been copying. With Jun Changshao's current formation skills, it was difficult for him to break a high-level formation. However, he could memorize it, send it to the sect, and let a group of people break it. Go Xing seemed to be alone in the Hengyuan domain, but there was actually the Sect of All Times behind him. Everyone inside was a genius, and their words were super nice. F***CK. The system said, "What's the difference between this and cheating? Why do you care?" Jun Changshao rolled his eyes and continued to send the formation lines to the sect. The members of the formation hall were also very helpful. Before the patriarch could copy the entire formation, they had already researched several ways to break it. Choose a secret method that doesn't destroy the formation. The second method is fine. Okay. Jun Changshao followed the method given by the Taixian elder and broke it easily. There was not even the slightest ripple. Without any obstruction, he easily entered the sanatorium. When Jun Changshao arrived at the outer hall, which was similar to a martial arts arena, he saw thousands of martial artists tied to wooden posts and being forced to drink medicine by medical personnel wearing special uniforms. His expression froze. So many mental patients? Pooh. At this time, the martial artist who had smashed his face into the wall was tied to a wooden post. White foam came out of his mouth as his body twitched violently. It was as if he had been electrocuted. Jun Changshao frowned. Did he drink poison? He walked over and clasped one hand on the other's wrist. Then, he transmitted his pulse and meridian flow to the light screen in the poison hall. That's right. Miao Saifeng said, "It's poison." That's right. Jun Changshao said in relief. How can there really be a utopia? The world seems peaceful, but there must be unspeakable things going on in the dark. Miao Siphone continued to observe the pulse and meridian flow on the light screen. She said, "This poison won't kill, but it will control the soul and mind." In ancient times, people used silk to check the pulse. Now they could see the symptoms on the light screen. As expected of an expert in poison, she was a professional. Control the soul and mind? Jun Changshao was surprised. Could it be, untie him? At this time, a few soldiers came and released the twitching martial artist. The latter slowly stood up and put one hand on his chest. He said like a devout believer, "I am willing to become a member of the eternal distance domain. I am willing to follow the domain lord forever." Jun Changshao said, as expected, he was brainwashed. Because he was invisible, he stood nearby without being discovered. He watched as the martial artists, who had been fed the poison, turned into believers and swore to follow the domain lord forever. Heh! Jun Changshao sat on a stool nearby. He crossed his arms and crossed his legs. He mocked, controlling the martial artist's soul and controlling their mind with brainwashing. Is this the great unity world in fairy tales? Chapter 1941. After staying in the sanatorium for a while, Jun Changshao immediately understood that the so-called Xanadu was a place where people's souls and thoughts were controlled by drugs. Because they believed in the Realm Master, they helped each other. It could be said that this was just a kind of brainwashed believer, forcibly following someone's orders to deliberately whitewash peace. If you cover your ears, others won't be able to hear the bell? Jun Changshao shook his head. True peace required living beings to consciously maintain it, not to use some kind of method to control it. Otherwise, what was the difference between them and the walking dead? The star spirit realm controls the corpse. This eternal distance realm controls living beings with drugs. It's really a different approach to the same goal. The Realm Master liked to whitewash peace and liked to deceive himself. Jun Changshao couldn't say anything, but the warriors who were forcibly fed drugs almost all came from other planes. They might have realized this situation, so they resisted and said that they weren't crazy and didn't need to take drugs. They weren't crazy. It was the world that was crazy. This Realm Master is a bit interesting, Jun Changshao said. For the so-called great unity of the world, brainwashing living beings to worship themselves, so that they can help each other. Sigh. The system said, "The universe is big, there are all kinds of strange things." Jun Changshao looked at the most magnificent building in the city, touched his chin and said, "Let's go and meet this weirdo." With the spirit of concealment, he could really do whatever he wanted. Even if he swaggered on the main street, he wouldn't be discovered. Luxurious palace. Dozens of brocade-robed warriors were neatly arranged. They were like civil and military officials, their eyes flashing with reverence and worship. Obviously, they had all been brainwashed. Reporting to my master. An old man walked out of the group and bowed. Yesterday there was no fighting in my eternal distance realm, no quarrels, the country is prosperous, the people are peaceful, the weather is good. The dignified man sitting at the head of the table nodded in satisfaction. Fang Shanya, the current realm master of eternal distance realm. Jian Guishu had a life and death friendship with him. Not only was this man dignified, but he was also full of righteousness. If one didn't have a god's perspective, who would believe that he had already pledged his allegiance to the celestial demonic emperor and even did such a ridiculous thing as forcefully bringing peace to the entire plane? His subordinates continued to report. Generally speaking, the public security and general atmosphere were good. There was no killing and looting, no fighting and scheming. The entire eternal distance domain was stable and peaceful. Now that he was being controlled, as long as he wasn't stable, it would be like seeing a ghost. You may leave. Fang Shania waved his hand. Yes. Everyone retreated. Fang Shania leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes to rest. He said proudly, "This is the world I want." A world without souls? Suddenly, a voice sounded in the hall. Who? Fang Shania suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the figure walking out from the corner of the palace. His expression changed again and finally settled on joy. He said, "Senior Sword Saint." Jian Guishu smiled bitterly. "You still remember this old man. Senior, you have taught me many things. I will always remember them." Fang Shania stood up and expressed his respect. However, Jian Guishu shook his head and said, "I have taught you how to be a person, but I have never taught you to treat living beings as less than human." "Senior, why do you say that?" Fang Shania asked blankly. Jian Guishu said, "Were the group of warriors who went out just now controlled by you with drugs?" "That's right." Fang Shania's answer was frank and magnanimous, which was worthy of his righteous face. "Were they willing? Did they resist?" Jian Guishu asked. Fang Shania said, "They don't need to be willing, and they don't need to resist, because it is the duty of every living being to maintain the peace of the entire plane." Jian Guishu frowned and said, "They have lost their souls and reason, and are like puppets at the mercy of others. Is this peace meaningful?" "Yes." Fang Shania said, "At least there are no dirty thoughts, and everyone knows respect." Jian Guishu was completely speechless. The former youth had embarked on the path of evil. Humans are humans because they have self-awareness and the right to choose. You have deprived them of all this and let them whitewash the peace according to your wishes. It is no different from being dead. Jian Guishu said angrily. "Sigh." Fang Shania sighed and said, "Even Senior Sword Saint doesn't understand me?" "Understand my ass." Jian Guishu might be angry that the once righteous youth was now using extreme means to control a plane, and he could not control his emotions. "Senior, do you remember that I swore to be a dragon slayer back then?" Fang Shania said. Jian Guishu said, "The dragon was slain by you, but you yourself became an evil dragon." "No." Fang Shania shook his head and said, "My belief has never changed. In my lifetime, I will create a world of unity, without grudges and vengeance. But, when I killed the evil dragon to save the world, I could not change the various bad habits of living beings. They were still dominated by greed, still dominated by emotions, and fighting and killing were happening every moment." At this point, Fang Shania's expression was pained. Humans are not saints and will naturally be trapped by selfish thoughts, Jian Guishu said. "So," Fang Shania said, "I have to find a way to wipe out the selfish thoughts in their hearts, so that they will know their place and be good people, so that the entire plane will be peaceful and worry-free." He really wanted to change, and there was no selfishness. It was just that because it was too extreme, he chose extreme means. Back then, many people had opposed it, but in the end, they were all brainwashed. "So," Jian Guishu said coldly, "you joined the Sky Demonic Emperor?" "No." Fang Shania said, "It's cooperation." Jian Guishu almost vomited blood. This guy did not hesitate to collude with the Sky Demonic Emperor for the so-called World of Unity, and now he was still speaking with a righteous attitude. Did he not realize that he was wrong? "Senior Sword Saint," Fang Shania said proudly, "the Sky Demonic Emperor gave me a way to get rid of the distracting thoughts of living beings, helping me fulfill my former dream of making the entire plane a world of unity." "That's right," Jian Guishu said indifferently, "you succeeded, but you also helped the villain do evil. I have reached an agreement with the Sky Demonic Emperor. He will not come to harm the eternal distance world, and the living beings here can enjoy eternal peace." Fang Shania said with a solemn gaze, "Did I do wrong?" Jian Guishu was speechless. His extreme personality gave rise to extreme values. Clap clap. At this moment, applause rang out. Jun Changshao walked out of the darkness, clapping his hands lightly, and a harmless smile on his lips. "Who are you?" Fang Shania asked, but he was puzzled. The outside of the hall was heavily guarded. How did these two sneak in unknowingly? "Senior Sword Saint's friend," Jun Changshao said. "Oh." Fang Shania relaxed his vigilance. Sector Lord Fong. Jun Changshao sat down without hesitation, then crossed his legs, put his hands on his knees and said, Jun dares not to agree with what you said just now. The living beings of a plane will continue to grow stronger precisely because they have independent thoughts. Now that you control all of them, it is tantamount to stifling their imagination and creativity. Jun Changshao said. Independent thoughts will only cause more killing. Fang Shania said. Jun Changshao said. Controlling them like walking corpses will only cause the plane to gradually decline, and even be at the mercy of others. If all living beings work together, who dares to bully us? Celestial Demon Emperor. I have reached an agreement with him. We will not invade each other's territory. Only a lunatic like you would believe this kind of lie to a 3-year-old child. Jun Changshao mocked. Who are you scolding? Fang Shania was instantly enraged. Jun Changshao stood up and put one foot on the chair. He pointed a finger at him and said angrily, You've turned a good plane into a walking corpse, and you're saying that you're trying to build a world of unity. You're not only crazy, but you're also a big idiot. Jian Guishu broke down and thought to himself, Did this guy come here to scold me? Don't humiliate me. And don't humiliate my ideals. If you want to build a world of unity, you must first consider the living beings' thoughts, respect their right to choose, and not use despicable means to control them, so as to achieve the peace you want. I can tell you very responsibly now. Jun Changshao slammed the table and said, The peace of this plane is only your peace, it is only your wishful thinking. If you don't believe me, let them regain their senses, and ask them openly if they are willing to be controlled, if they are willing to help you whitewash the peace. You don't dare, you are afraid. Before Fang Shania could say anything, Jun Changshao walked over aggressively, pointed at his nose and said, You are afraid that the false peace will be destroyed immediately after the living beings have souls. Damn it, since there is evil in a plane, there must be good. Since there is evil, there must be good. This is an unchanging law. You forcefully erase the evil, and use drugs to control living beings, but you don't know that what you are doing is the greatest evil. At the point where he was agitated, spittle flew everywhere. Jian Guishu was dumbfounded. He didn't expect Jun Patriarch to be so eloquent. Of course, Gosheng's achievements today were all because of his mouth. The content was all made up. Plop. Fang Shania sat down. At this moment, his mind was filled with evil, and good from Jun Changshao's glib tongue. To put it bluntly, he was dumbfounded. Bah! Jun Changshao spat out a mouthful of thick phlegm, rubbed his feet hard, and said, You are just a lunatic living in a fairy tale, holding the souls of thousands of living beings to accompany you here to act out a peaceful and worry-free show. Act, wah. That word kept ringing in Fang Shania's ears, gradually disturbing his state of mind. In the end, he couldn't help but spit out blood. It made people spit blood. This skill of talking was extremely terrifying. Chapter 1942. Fang Shania vomited blood. Some people suspected that Jun Changshao had seriously injured his opponent by rapping. Otherwise, Gosheng really relied on his mouth to cause damage to the other party. In fact, Fang Shania had been living in his own play until today when he was exposed by Jun Changshao. He could cover his ears and steal a bell. Or the Emperor's new clothes. All in all, for this play, all the creatures in the whole plane had lost their souls and minds to play along. A play was a play after all. Even if they were deeply involved in the play, there would always be a day when they would hit the board and shout "Ka." Unfortunately, Jun Changshao was the one who would hit the board and shout "Ka," and he was the kind who would mercilessly hit the depths of the soul. No! Fang Shania sat down, covered his face with both hands and roared, "This is not a play." Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "Are you still stubborn?" Clap. He clapped his hands. Tap, tap, tap. Several high-level officials who had left earlier came in. They knelt on the ground with tears streaming down their faces and advised, "Sector Master, repent and be saved." Fang Shania was dumbfounded. Jun Changshao said, "Jun has helped them get rid of the drug's control." Fang Shania's eyes were filled with astonishment. The drug was given by the Sky Devil Emperor, who claimed that there was no antidote. How could it be easily neutralized by others? This kind of drug that controlled others' thoughts was indeed a bit tricky. If it was someone from the medical hall who treated it, there might not be any good way. But in the eyes of Miao Saifeng, a poison expert, it was nothing more than changing a few more ways to fight poison with poison. The sect of all times was like a baby eagle waiting to be fed, needing Gosheng to feed it bit by bit. Now that the baby eagle had grown up, not only could it soar in the world, but it could also help Jun Changshao solve problems to show its value. In this era, I was fortunate to meet the sect of all times, and the sect of all times was even more fortunate to meet me in this era. You can ask them if they are willing to control their souls or continue to play along with you, Jun Changshao said. Fang Shania was silent. Actually, he didn't need to ask to know the answer. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fed them medicine in the past. Humans have to experience many hardships in this world. The only thing we can do is to move forward unswervingly. Even if the scenery along the way isn't as beautiful as we imagined, we still have to go on, Jun Changshao said. Fang Shania remained silent. Changing a person or changing the world is destined to take a long time. You can't take shortcuts, go down the wrong path, or use deceiving methods to control the people of the world to achieve the effect you pursue, because, Jun Changshao said in a profound tone, this is meaningful to you, but it's meaningless to everyone else. Gosheng was inhumane when he was being despicable. When he was serious, he wasn't human either. Jian Guishu said, Realm Lord Fang, please turn back and be saved. Repent and be saved? Fang Shania stood up slowly and said, I've already given my soul to the celestial demonic emperor. There's no turning back. What? Jian Guishu's expression changed drastically. Ah. Fang Shania laughed and said, just as you said, this is a show. Just let it continue. Buzz. The hall flickered with light and layers of formations sealed it. Anyone who tries to stop this show, Fang Shania said with a cold gaze, must die. All right. Jun Changshao said, this guy is hopeless. He thought that by relying on his own words, he could make him turn back and be saved, thus avoiding a military conflict and saving the world peacefully. In the end, he still failed, and even turned the previous chapter into a meaningless hydrology. Realm Lord, several higher-ups had pained expressions. They had begun to follow Fang Shania a long time ago, hoping to assist him in creating a world of unity. But later, they went to extremes, and it was too late to dissuade him. The current Hingyuan realm is what we used to yearn for the most. Why are you against it? Fang Shania said with a ferocious expression. One of the higher-ups said sorrowfully, turning all living beings into puppets that can be controlled, this is not the peace we used to imagine. You've changed, Fang Shania said disappointedly. It's the Realm Lord who has changed. Everyone shouted with tears streaming down their faces. Fang Shania raised his hand, and energy gradually gathered in his palm. He said coldly, if your path is different, then die. Jian Guishu saw that the former youth was still stubborn, and the pain in his heart grew stronger. It's not that your path is different. Jun Changshao said indifferently, it's that you've been on the wrong path since the beginning. Brat, don't argue. Jian Guishu clenched his hands tightly and smashed them all around. Boom! The sealed hall suddenly shook, and the surrounding environment also changed along with the spatial fluctuations. Everyone felt as if they were in the starry sky of the universe. Jun Patriarch. Jian Guishu sent a sound transmission. This is a sacred art that Fang Shania comprehended. It's called the Great Unity World. Even the name is like that. He's really gone mad, Jun Changshao said. So, Jian Guishu said, "That's why it's so extreme." Whoosh whoosh. Fang Shania, who was floating above the great unity world, raised his right hand, and boundless energy gathered in his palm. He said, "I will not tolerate anyone questioning the peace and prosperity I created." Jun Changshao took out the Xianyuan divine sword and said indifferently, "Only those with weak hearts will live in a play. This is not a play. It's a play. No. Yes. No." The two of them were getting closer and closer, and they were about to spit at each other. "Brat, I won't argue with you. Since you dare to question this peace and prosperity, then go and die." Fang Shania suddenly waved his hand, and the energy that he had been accumulating whizzed over. Jun Changshao was already prepared. The moment the other party attacked, he directly slashed over with the Xianyuan divine sword. Boom! The energy and sword chi collided, and the resulting shockwaves instantly filled the sealed Great Unity world, forcing Jian Guishu and the others to circulate their energy to block, so as to avoid being affected by the two forces. What **T peace and prosperity? Jun Changshao did not attack Fang Shania. He gathered his energy in his sword and slashed at the surrounding space. He roared, "You're all **king deceiving yourselves." Swish! Swish! The sword chi crisscrossed, cutting through space. As Jun Changshao's attack frequency was too fast, and the Xianyuan divine sword was sharp enough, the surrounding space could not withstand it. It was instantly cut into pieces and exploded. Swish, 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 swish. Jian Guishu and a few higher-ups who had regained their senses took the opportunity to fly out and then hover in midair. Boom boom. Boom boom boom. Jun Changshao and Fang Shania fought in the air. Their strength was about the same, and the battle was in full swing. The special effects were also quite good. Below, the residents of the major cities noticed. Because their souls were controlled, there was no fluctuation in their eyes. In this so-called peaceful and prosperous world, there was no mutual deception or intrigue, but every living being was like a walking corpse. "Take a look," Jun Changshao roared. "This is your world, no life, no life. If I were them, I would rather die than act with you, because this is the script you want, not the script they want." Perhaps in a state of absolute anger, he withdrew the Xianyuan divine sword and used his fist to punch Fang Shania's face again and again, trying to use the shock to correct his crazy brain. Suddenly, a strange laughter sounded, so lively. Jie. Jun Changshao stopped and looked up with a frown. He saw that the sky had been torn apart, and 4 strange-looking creatures slowly appeared. Not good. Jian Guishu frowned. 8 heavenly dragons. It was acceptable if 1 came, but 4 came. He was afraid that there would be big trouble. Chapter 1943. Jun Changshao was trying to wake Fang Shania up with his fist when 4 8-division heavenly dragons appeared out of nowhere. It was very disappointing, very disappointing. However, Jun Changshao understood. Since Fang Shania had sold his soul to the Sky Demon Emperor, it was normal for his subordinates to come. But in reality? The Realm Lord of the Eternal Distance domain covered his face and asked in surprise, "Why are you here?" He didn't call them here? Realm Lord Fang. A tall 8-division heavenly dragon said faintly, "We are here to recruit martial artists under the orders of the Sky Demon Emperor." This person was King Jia. The 3 beside him were King Pisha, King Luluo, and King Muyan. Although their appearances and names were different, their common point was that they were equally strong and belonged to the upper class of the heavenly secret realm. Recruit. Fang Shania frowned and said, "What do you mean?" Recently, there have been many forces opposing the Sky Demon Emperor. We are a little short of manpower, so we want to borrow some soldiers from you. King Jia's tone was matter-of-fact, as if he owed him something. Fang Shania was unhappy. Although his mentality was very extreme, his motive was for the living beings to live a peaceful and worry-free life. Naturally, he couldn't tolerate being used as soldiers. Soldiers were not so bad. He was just afraid that they would be used as cannon fodder. In fact, the Sky Demon Emperor had cultivated a large number of soldiers and didn't care about using martial artists from other planes. However, many of them had been destroyed recently, and it was a little painful, especially not long ago. He sent elites to the Star Spirit domain, but only 4 of them returned. His warships and army were all lost. Sorry. Fang Shania refused, no. As my emperor said, Realm Lord Fang loves your people like your children. King Jiao wasn't surprised and said, but we have a duty. Since we are here today, we must take all the martial artists away. All. Fang Shania was angry. Sigh. Jun Changshao said, Realm Lord Fang, haven't you realized? Whether it's you or the Eternal Distance Domain, in the eyes of the old dog Sky Demon Emperor, you are just pawns that he can come and go with a wave of his hand. Old dog. King Jia's eyes darkened. How dare you humiliate my emperor? Do you have any objections? Jun Changshao asked indifferently. Seeing how arrogant he was, the 4-8 Division Heavenly Dragons were furious. Go back and tell the Sky Devil Emperor. At this time, Fang Shania spoke up. My Eternal Distance realm does not participate in any war. If you want to borrow troops, please go to another realm. Someone had called the Celestial Demonic Emperor an old dog, which had already made the 4 of them very angry. Now that they had been rejected again, the anger in their stomachs could be described as overwhelming. Fang Shania. King Jia said angrily, Did I give you face? Then, big brother. King Pisha said, My emperor said that there is no need to discuss the matter of borrowing troops with him. I almost forgot. King Jia suppressed his anger and sneered, Realm Lord Fang, do you think we can't take it away if you don't lend it to us? What do you mean? Fang Shania frowned. Shua. King Jia unhurriedly took out an exquisite little bell, and then gently shook it as he said, Beings of the Eternal Distance Domain, heed my command. Quickly come and see me. Ding dang. Ding dang. The bells rang out, and visible ripples spread out through the entire realm until they touched the living beings in the city, causing them to fly up without hesitation. Shio shio shio. Shio shio shio. In every city, in every region, the Eternal Distance Domain warriors gathered and lined up neatly between heaven and earth. Their eyes were empty and lifeless, and they had truly become walking corpses. This, Fang Shania was dumbfounded. Don't you understand? Jun Changshao shrugged and said, The medicine you gave them can be controlled by another power. Kaki. King Jia put his hands on his waist and laughed strangely. Do you really think my emperor is helping you build the great Unity Realm? Stop dreaming. Crack. Fang Shania clenched his fists, and his eyes were bloodshot. Although he was extreme, he was not a fool. At this moment, he already understood. Help me, it's fake. The real purpose was that when the Sky Devil Emperor needed cannon fodder, he could take away all the living beings of his realm anytime and anywhere. Sigh. Jun Changshao sighed and said, Not only are you making the living beings act with you, but you are also selling themselves and their souls to the devil. It is not an exaggeration to say that you are a sinner of the Eternal Distance Domain and even the upper universe. I just want to build the great Unity Realm. I just want them to be safe and worry-free. Fang Shania roared. He reiterated his dream again, but now it seemed so laughable. That's not important. Jun Changshao said, The important thing is that the show is over. That's right. The show of peace and worry-free was over because the actors were all controlled by someone else. Because the living beings of the Eternal Distance Domain acted as extras, the show could continue. Now that only Fang Shania was left, it became a meaningless one-man show. Kid. King Jia said coldly, Who are you? Why are you talking so much? Swoosh. Jun Changshao swung his sleeves, sat in the air, crossed his legs, and proudly introduced himself. patriarch of the Sect of all times, Jun Changshao. Sect of all times? The 4-8 Division Heavenly Dragons laughed disdainfully. This kid looked very arrogant, but the name of his sect was even more arrogant. Wait. Sect of all times, Jun Changshao? Swoosh. In an instant, King Jia and the others quickly gathered together and assumed attacking stances. They exclaimed in unison, "So it's you!" Surprised? King Jia and the others' expressions became serious. They were indeed surprised to meet the person that the Sky Demon Emperor hated the most in the Eternal Distance domain. "Brother Na," King Luluo said telepathically, "take this guy's head and we can report back." "Don't be careless," King Jia said in a low voice. "Since this kid can kill Dora King and the others, his strength is definitely not below ours." The more arrogant they were earlier, the more cautious they were now. They had no choice. 4 of the 8 Division Heavenly Dragons had died in Goshing's hands. If the remaining 4 did not take him seriously, they would be given the intelligence-reducing halo. "Go back and tell that old dog Sky Demon Emperor," Jun Changshao said indifferently, "the Sect of all times has taken a liking to the Eternal Distance domain. Don't you dare touch it." "Humph." King Jia said coldly, "Who do you think you are?" Swoosh. At this moment, Jun Changshao suddenly leaned over and swung the Xianyuan divine sword. Whoosh whoosh. Shi Jingxian returned to her artifact's spirit form and a powerful sword aura spread out. The video was played in slow motion. One could clearly see Jun Changshao's cold eyes and every strand of his hair fluttering in the wind. One could also clearly see the shock on King Jia's face as he moved his body in a sorry state. Swoosh! The scene returned to normal. The sharp sword swept past the tip of the nose. Pft! King Jia dodged beautifully, but King Mo Yun's shoulder was cut. Blood spurted out. He stood there in a daze and roared in his heart, "Brother Na, sell me." P.S. The I button is malfunctioning. There might be some ridiculous typos in the text.